Hello, I am Moses, and in this tutorial, I'll teach you all the techniques needed to build a functional website using WordPress. It doesn't matter if you've never built a website before, because I am going to take you through the step-by-step process of building a website with no step skipped. After completing this tutorial, you'll be able to build any kind of website, which includes but not limited to e-commerce website like Nike.com, blog website like Forbes.com, business website like go.com, or an affiliate website like tomsguide.com. This tutorial is good for everyone who wants to learn how to build a website for personal use or wants to learn a skill as side hustle to earn extra cash as a freelancer, or just looking for a way to get into tech. Before we start getting our hands dirty with WordPress, first let me show you what you learn and also build by the end of this tutorial. You are going to learn how to build this lovely website, which is a combination of an e-commerce website, a blog website, and a business website with all the features present on modern websites. This website has a lovely homepage which features a hero section, a section to show products, a section to show blog content, and a section for collecting emails with an inbuilt autoresponder without using any mailing platform like MailChimp or even ConvertKit. This website also have a light and dark mode integrated into it, which can be toggled and also set to match users' device theme settings. And mind you, all this is done for free without buying any theme or any plugin. This website have a shop with a filter system to the left like Amazon.com. You can add items to cart, check out, and pay with your card. The website also have a blog page, a single blog page, a comment moderation system, and a custom post type to showcase players' biography details. This custom post type can also be adapted to any website, be it an affiliate blog, a product review blog, or even a directory listing website. You can find the link to download all the images used in building this website below. With all that said, tighten up your belt, block out distractions, and let's get right into business. To build this website I showed you, we're going to be using a tool called WordPress. Now, WordPress powers like 1/3 of websites present online currently, and we have popular brands also making use of WordPress at the moment. An example of such brand is Sony Music. We have Sony Music making use of WordPress, PlayStation Blog, TechCrunch, Meta Newsroom, CNN Press, Disney Books, Spotify News, Microsoft Newsroom, Yelp, and even popular Usain Bolt makes use of WordPress to build some of their websites. So if these popular brands can make use of WordPress, then I don't think there's any excuse for you not to be able to use this same tool to build a website for yourself, a blog, or an e-commerce website for yourself. Now, there's a kind of confusion with WordPress, and that is the types of WordPress we have. Now, we have WordPress.com and we also have WordPress.org. Now, WordPress.com is a hosting service, a hosting platform where you can use WordPress directly online, provided by WordPress themselves. So you don't have to build anything on your computer or download anything to your computer to build. You already have it online, just like Wix. And then we have WordPress.org. Now, WordPress.org is another version of WordPress that you can download locally on your computer. You can self-host it. You can host it yourself and build your website, customize it the way you want. You can try to have a backup, have a copy. You can do anything you want to do with it. Unlike the WordPress.com, where you have limitation to what you can customize. You can't download it to your computer and you can't self-host it. You have to host it with WordPress themselves. So for this tutorial, the one we're going to be using, which most people don't know about, is the WordPress.org. This is the popular one most people know about, WordPress.com, but the ones these popular brands are making use of is the WordPress.org. And now, to make use of WordPress.org, you need an environment to build your website. Just like programmers, they make use of something like VS Code. They have tools they use to write their codes. So for WordPress, we also need a server. Now, usually you need a domain name and a public server, which we are still going to get to towards the end of this video tutorial. But to make it safe so everyone can follow the tutorial, I'm going to show you how you can install WordPress locally on your computer and work to build your website. So to do that, we're going to be needing a local server. And the local server we're going to be using is going to be XAMPP server. So what you are going to do now is you are going to go ahead to download XAMPP server. The link to download it is in the description below. So XAMPP server is available for Windows, it is available for Linux, and it's also available for Mac OS. So the one you want to download is going to be for your OS. If you are using Windows, go with Windows, and you can download any of these three. So personally, I'm going to download the latest one, which is the 64-bit. And for example, for Linux user, you can also download the one you want to use. For Mac OS users, you can download the one you need to use. So once you download it to your computer, what you want to do is you want to install it like you will install every other computer software. Be it Windows, be it Linux, be it Mac, you want to install it the way you install your normal computer software. It's a normal computer software, computer app. So you just install it. And when you are done with the installation, you can come back to continue the video. Now, the link to install and download XAMPP server is going to be in the description below. So you can go ahead to click on it and have it installed on your computer. So once you have it installed on your computer, I'm just going to close this and this. Once you have it installed on your computer, if you search for XAMPP, you're going to have this XAMPP control panel. You're going to have this app on your phone. So personally, I added mine to start. So anytime I start my computer, it automatically starts. But in your own case, you won't have that. So what you want to do is you want to open it. And as you can see right here, you see all these modules right here. We have Apache, we have MySQL, FileZilla, Macro, and Tomcat. So by default, yours is going to have stop on all of them. So what you want to do is you want to start the Apache. You're going to click on start. And then you also want to start the MySQL. You are going to click on start. So once you start it, you're going to see it running here. But if you get an error, you can use the error code to search for solution online or leave your error in the comment section below and I'm going to attend to it. Now, the next thing we want to do now is to install WordPress locally on your computer. And to do that, you need to first come to wordpress.org. Right here, I'm also going to leave the link to download wordpress.org in the description below. You come to wordpress.org and you are going to click on Get WordPress. So it brings you to this page and this is where we download WordPress. You're going to see download WordPress. Depending on when you're watching this video, maybe there's another version by then. So you just download that version. I'm going to click on download WordPress. I've downloaded wordpress.org. And when you download it, you're going to have a zip folder like this one. The first thing you want to do is you want to extract it. I'm going to right click and I'm going to extract it here. Once you are done extracting it, you're going to have this folder with the name WordPress. You're going to select it. You can either copy it or cut it. So I'm just going to cut it. Since I already have a copy here, I'm going to cut it. And then on your computer, on your Explorer right here, you're going to come to local disk. Now, once you come to local disk, you're going to see a folder here that says XAMPP. You're going to open that folder. Then you're going to look for a folder that says htdocs. So we have htdocs right here. You're going to open it. Now, when you open yours, you're going to see a bunch of files right there. A bunch of files. So what you want to do is you want to Ctrl A and then delete everything. But I don't have those files here again. I already deleted mine. These are some of the projects I've been working on. So I'm not going to delete this definitely. But in your own case, you want to delete anything inside your htdocs. Now, once you've done that, what you want to do next is you are going to paste. You're going to paste what you copied, the WordPress you copied. I'm just going to paste it right here. Now you have it right here. Then I'm going to rename it. You can rename it to anything. I'm just going to call this web. You can give it the name of the website you want to give it. I'm just going to call my web. So once you do that, come to your browser and type in localhost. Localhost. I'm going to click on enter and you should be able to see your web folder that you just copied right in there. You should be able to see it. So don't mind all this. These are my own personal folders that I've created already. So should just be one if you actually deleted everything inside your htdocs, as I mentioned. And then once you have that, that means you successfully installed XAMPP on your computer. Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to create a database so that we can store our website. So I'm going to open another page on my browser. I'm going to type in localhost/php myadmin. So you're going to see a page like this one. You're going to come right here. You're going to click on new and want to create a database. I can just call this database web and I'm going to create my database. Now, once you create a database, that is all you need to do. I'm just going to come back right here. I'm going to click on the folder I copied and renamed. So in my own case, I renamed my WordPress to web. I'm going to click on it. Now it brings you to this page. I'm going to select English. Depending on the language you use, you can select your language. Personally, I speak English. I'm going to click on continue. And it brings me here and I'm going to click on let's go. So your WordPress database name is the name you gave it when you're creating your database. So mine is web. I called mine web. So I'm going to type in here web. My WordPress MySQL username. Now this is my database username. By default, your username is root, R-O-O-T. That is your username by default. But when you are installing XAMPP and it prompts you to input a username and a password, then use that username and password you input. But in case you just installed it, you didn't get any prompt to input username and password, then by default your username is going to be root, right? And then your password is going to be empty. You don't have to put anything for your password. But in my own case, I already set a password and a username. So my username is root and my password, I'm going to type it in. In your own case, your password should be empty. There shouldn't be anything right here. By default, your username should be root, your password should be empty. But my own case, I already set a password and a username. So that's why I'm putting in a password. Then your database host is going to be localhost by default. Then your table prefix, you can leave it the way it is. But personally, for security reasons, I like changing mine to something that is random. I'm just going to type in any random letters right here. You can type in any random letter. It could be 2, it could be 3, it could be 4. So I like keeping mine as 4. So this is for security reasons, and you're going to understand as the lesson progresses. I'm going to click on submit, and as you can see, it says, all right, Sparky, you're ready to go. That means my password and my username is correct. Once again, I'm going to tell you, by default, if you didn't set a root password or a username, by default, your username is going to be root, R-O-O-T, and your password field should be empty. So now that everything is packing and going good, I'm going to click on run the installation, and it brings me here. So what is my site title? My site title is going to be Soccer 360. And the same, since we are building the same website. My username, I can give you something like let me give you something like soccer. And then the password, I'm going to use the password generated for me by default. And email, I can just give it something like arena dot let me say arena at interverse.com.ng or .org.ng, depending on the domain name I'm going to buy later on. So you can use your Gmail as well. You can use your Gmail, but I'm just going to use this .org.ng. And for this one, you have to skip search engine visibility. Just leave it. So you can use your Gmail right here if you want to. But personally, I would advise you use the an extension of the domain name you are going to buy, and I'm still going to explain the reason for that later on. Your username also should be unique. I'm just using this because this is a tutorial. Then I'm going to click on install WordPress. So as you can see, WordPress has been installed. Thank you. I'm going to save the username so I don't forget. So I'm going to click on login. I'm going to click on remember me, and I'm going to click on login. So this should take me to WordPress dashboard. So right here, this is WordPress dashboard. If I should come to Soccer 360 right here, which is the name of the website, and I right click on visit website, I open this on the front end. This is what my website looks like currently. And at the end of this tutorial, our goal is to turn this website to look like this with all the functionalities that is present on this particular website. So immediately you are done installing WordPress, the first thing I used to do is I come to my screen options right here, and I untick all these guys to make my dashboard neat. So my dashboard can be neat. That's the first thing I do. The next thing I do is I come to settings, I come to permalinks, and I want a pretty URL. So I'm going to select post name as my URL. Now the reason why I'm doing this is by the time your website is live and you don't select post name, if you're using plain or their name or mortar name, by the time people visit your website, your URL is going to contain a lot of gibberish. If you are using the post name, your URL is going to be readable and easy to understand. I'm going to leave it as post name, and I'm going to click on save changes. So once I've done that, the next thing I have to do is I come to plugins to remove any plugins that is on the installation by default. I'm going to select this I'm going to come here, I'm going to click on delete, I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, and then they'll be deleted. The next thing I do is I come to my post and then I trash any default post on the website. I'm going to come to trash and I'm also going to delete it permanently. So also I'm going to come to pages. I'm going to select everything. I'm going to move to trash. I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to come to trash and I'm also going to delete permanently. And that is it. Now we have our installation. Our installation is neat, clear, and ready to use. Now, before we proceed with the tutorial, all the images I provided for this particular tutorial are all in WebP. As you can see, WebP, 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 WebP. And by default, sometimes when you install a new WordPress website, it will not support WebP out of the box, especially when you are working on local host because of XAMPP. So there's a quick fix around that, and that is what we are going to do. So to do that, come to your search for XAMPP. I'm going to open it. Now, you're going to come to config. You're going to come to php.ini. And let me just make this full screen. You're going to click on Ctrl F. And you're going to search for extension equals to GD. Extension equals GD. I'm going to click on enter. And what you want to do is you're going to locate it right here. As you can see, we have extension equals to GD. What you want to do is you want to remove the column right here, the semicolon right here. You want to remove it. Once you remove it, just click on save, and that is all you need to do. So you'll be able to use WebP on your WordPress website. For example, now one question you may be wondering is, why WebP? Why can't we use PNG? Why can't we use JPG or JPEG images? Now the reason for that is when it comes to websites, you want your website to load very fast and optimize for good performance. Now WebP is the smallest unit of image you can use on your website. It is lightweight and it is very, very fast. For example, look at this banner. It is WebP. The total size is less than 1 MB. If this is a PNG image or a JPEG image, it will definitely be like 1 MB, 2 MB, or even 5 MB. But then this image is 1920 by 1080 and it is less than 200 kilobytes. So the next thing we want to do is we want to install a theme on our WordPress website. So themes are similar to launchers that you have on your mobile phones. So to do that, you're going to come to appearance and you're going to select themes. Now by default, WordPress gives you 3 themes. Now these themes are free as well, but personally I don't like using them except in rare cases where I just want to quickly build a website. For this particular tutorial, we're going to make use of a free theme, which is also one of my best themes, and it is 100% free. So to do that, you need to connect your computer to the internet. You need to have an internet connection that is active. Then you're going to come to add new. For this tutorial, we're going to make use of Blocksy. Just search for Blocksy right here, Blocksy. So you're going to have this. What you want to do is you're going to click on install. As I mentioned earlier, you need to be connected to the internet to be able to do this installation. Now that we have it installed, the next thing you want to do is you want to activate that particular theme. Now we have it activated. So what I'm going to do next is you want to delete all the default themes that came with your installation. So you are going to come right here, hover over it. You're going to see theme details, click on it. And you're going to see delete at the bottom right here. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to delete it because you only need 1 theme per website. You don't need 2 themes. You just need 1. I'm going to select this as well. I'm going to delete. I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to select this. I'm going to delete. And I'm going to click on OK. So now we have this theme. And the next thing we want to do now is let's see what our website looks like. So this is what it looks like before. I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to come here to see what it looks like now. As you can see, the feel has changed. This was the theme we're using before, the one that comes with WordPress, and now we've installed Blocksy. Now this is looking a bit blank, like there's nothing there, but eventually, trust me, we're going to turn it into this lovely display. So let's progress. The next thing I want to show you now is let's discuss about posts. One of the basics of WordPress, why WordPress was created before initially, is to build blog websites. And so when we are talking about learning how to build a website with WordPress, one of the first things you need to learn is you need to learn how to create posts on WordPress. So I'm going to come right here to the left. You're going to see a menu here that says posts. we have all posts, we have add new, we have categories, and we have tags. The first one I'll show you is going to be categories. So I'm going to click on this. Now, categories is just like every other category you have on website. Imagine you visit a blog website, you're going to see something like crypto, you're going to see finance, you're going to see trending news, you're going to see all manner of categories. So this is where you create a category on WordPress. So for this particular website, we only have two categories. We have Premier League and we have, let me show you quickly. I'm going to come to blog so you understand what I'm talking about. So we have Premier League and we have, I think La Liga or Champions League. So as you can see, we have Champions League here. We have Champions League here and let me show you. I think we also have Premier League. So we have Champions League and we have Premier League. So I created two categories for this particular website. So I'm going to do the same for this one as well. I'm just going to change this to Premier League. This will be Premier League. I'm going to click on update. So I'm going to come back to categories and I'm going to create a new one. So I'm going to have Champions League right here as well. I'm just going to click on add new category. So now we have two categories. So we can start adding posts to these categories. So I'm going to come to all posts. And by default, we don't have any posts because we've deleted everything when we installed WordPress. To add a new post, I'm going to click on add new. So right here, this is what you're going to get. And then let's proceed to start adding posts. I'm just going to come here to use one of the articles we have right here. And let me select this one. So all the images used to create all these posts is in the link to download them is in the description below. So you can use the same images I also made use of. I'm going to copy this title. I'm going to come back right here. As you can see, we have add title. I'm going to paste the title. So once I paste the title, I can come here to click on enter and this will take me to a new line. So right here, before we come to touch these guys, I'm still going to come back to this. We're going to scroll down and then you have a paragraph right here. I'm going to copy this content. I'm going to come back right here and I'm going to paste it. So now we have a paragraph. Now you at the top right here, you can see some icons, some menus to do some edit. We're still going to go through everything. But first, let's try to create a structure for the post. I'm going to click on enter again. And then right here, you have another heading. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to paste it. As you can see, this is not turning to a heading. So what you're going to do is you're going to select that field. You're going to click on this icon right here, paragraph. You're going to click on it and you're going to turn this to heading. So now you have an H2. You're going to click on this drop down and then you can change it to H3, H4, H5, H6. I'm going to leave it as H2. Another thing you can do is you can come right here, click on enter, and right here there's a plus icon here. I'm going to select that. You can search for heading. As you can see, we have heading right here. I'm going to click on that and I'm going to paste, and also you have your heading. So the next thing we're going to do is, as you can see, we have another paragraph right here. I'm going to copy this paragraph and I'm going to paste it again. And then what next? We have an image. As I mentioned earlier, the link to download all these images is in this description below. So you don't have to start looking for how to get those images. Everything I provided it. So I'm going to come back right here and I'm going to click on enter again. So this time around, I'm going to click on this plus icon. I'm going to search for image. I'm going to click on image. As you can see, it gives me this, and by default, I don't have any image on this website yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload, and this is the image I want to use. As you can see, it's right here. So I'm going to select it and I'm going to click on open. So I just uploaded the image. As I mentioned earlier, all the images I made use of, you can download them. The link is in the description below. So now that we have the image, you can click on the image and then you click on enter, and that takes you to a new line. I'm going to come right here to copy this paragraph as well. And I'm going to click on enter. Now, if you come back right here, you notice this is having image side by side. Image is side by side. To achieve that, I'm just going to come here. I'm going to click on this plus icon again. I'm going to search for gallery and I'm going to click on upload to upload gallery. So I'm going to select the Ronaldo's image I have right here, this and this. And when you're selecting both of them, when you select the first one, make sure you click on Control to be able to select another one. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to click on Control so I can select two. I'm going to select this as well. I'm going to click on Open, and this should upload both images. Now we have both images. You can decide to move them side by side if you want to, but I'm just cool with it the way it is. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to come to a new line again, and I'm going to copy this paragraph. I'm going to paste it. I think we have another heading right there. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to come right here and I'm going to turn it to heading. As you can see, creating a post on WordPress is very easy. I'm going to copy this paragraph, two paragraph right there. I'm going to paste it. Now this is going to take two paragraph definitely. Let's click on the enter button. It's going to take me to a new line, and right here we have a quote. So to achieve that, I'm going to come right here. I'm going to search for pull quote. So you have pull quote right here. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to come here to copy the quote we have right here. I'm going to paste it, and then the citation is going to be like Elementor. Let's see. So we have that, and I'm going to come to a new line again. You can just click outside this container. You're going to see the plus icon is going to appear, and you have it. So I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to copy the paragraph again. I'm going to come here. I'm going to paste it. So you have this guy. I'm going to click on enter, and we have another heading. I'm going to paste it, and this is going to be another heading. I'm going to click on enter. So right here you can see we have a YouTube video embedded inside the post right here. So how can we do that? It is very easy. So I'm just going to open this, open the video. You can go to YouTube, you can use any video. Yeah, so this is the video. So what I want to do is I'm going to copy the link of the video. I'm going to come back to the post. I'm going to click on this plus icon. I'm going to search for YouTube. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to paste the link, and I'm going to click on embed. So this is going to embed the YouTube video. As you can see, the video has been embedded. I'm going to come back right here. You can close this, and we have another paragraph. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come here. I'm going to paste it. And also next, we have another heading, then a table. Let's click on enter. I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to convert this to a heading. And right here, we have a table. To insert a table, just click on enter again. Come right here, search for table. So we have a table right here. So how many columns, how many rows? I'm just going to click on create table the way it is. And right here, you can insert row. So let's see, we have how many rows? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 rows, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 columns. So I'm going to insert row before. I'm going to insert row before, and I'm going to insert column before. Now we have 3. I'm going to insert column before. So we have 4. So I'm going to come right here. I want to turn on the header section. So I'm going to turn on header section, and then we have this. So we have player, jersey number, club, team, and country. Player, we have jersey number, we have club team, we have club team, and then we have country team. So now you notice the header and the space are not consistent. To make it consistent, I'm just going to come right here to the right. I'm going to click on fix width table, and then it's going to fix that. So right here we have all this dummy content. I'm just going to quickly copy that and paste. So now we are done creating our table. So I'm going to come to a new line right here, and we have another paragraph. Let's copy that. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to come to a new line, and now we have a list item. As you can see right here, we have a list item. I think we have dotted item right here, and I'm yet to add that. That should be added right underneath the video. So I'm going to click on enter. I'm going to come back to this field. I'm going to click on enter, and right here I'm going to search for list. I'm going to select that, and then we can add our list. I'm going to type in Cristiano Ronaldo. I think that's it. Okay. Where we have Lionel Messi. We have Pogba. And I think we have Rashford. So now we have that. Now for this particular one, we're going to use a number list. This is a dotted list and an unordered list. So I'm going to use a number list for this one. I'm going to search for list again. And we can just come here to copy content we have right here. We're going to copy that. I'm going to paste it. Now to change it to numbers, all you have to do is come back right here and just click on this, and you're going to have that. So you click on this, you have this. So it's as simple as that. So now that we have that, I'm going to come to the last number, which is 4. I'm going to click on enter, then enter again, and it's going to come to another block. I'm going to come here, and all we just have are paragraphs. I'm going to copy everything, and I'm going to paste it right here. And that is all we just created. Let me delete this. That is all. We just created a post. Don't bother about this design, this image and everything right here. I'm going to show you how you can add that to yours, as well as all this other comment section and everything. But for now, let's focus on learning how to create a post. So right here, this is how to create a post in WordPress. I already showed you how to use most of the major blocks, how to use the heading widget, how to use paragraph, image, gallery, quote, mix of pull quotes, YouTube video, embedded YouTube video, list, table, unordered list, and ordered list. And to see more widgets, you can just come right here to click on this plus icon, and you're going to see a whole lot of other widgets that you can make use of: paragraph, heading, list, quote, classic, code, image, gallery, audio. You can upload an audio, you can add video, upload your own personal video, self-host a video, you can create columns, and a lot of things. You can even embed Spotify, podcasts. As you can see, if I scroll down, you're going to see them tweet. You can embed Twitter, YouTube, WordPress, Spotify, and so on and so forth. So you can just play around this widget and try to create something very unique. I'm just going to close out of that. The next thing you want to do is you're going to come to post right here, and you want to select a category. So I'm going to select Premier League for this particular category, and right here you can add tags. This is optional. You can add tags right here. I'm just going to add 1 or 2 tags. I'm just say something like manager and red card. Let's say Kanako. So I'm going to add 3 tags. Now, once you've added 3 tags, you can click on set featured image. Now, this image right here is the featured image. That is why it is appearing at the top right here. So I'm going to add a featured image. As you can see, by default, if I come to media library, these are all the images we've uploaded, but then the image I want to use is not right here. I'm going to come to upload files. I'm going to select files, and I'm going to look for the image here. This is it right here. I'm going to click on open, and I'm going to set featured image right here. So it's as simple as that. And then the next thing you want to do is you want to write an excerpt right here. So I'm going to just come here to copy this, and I'm going to paste it right there. So once you have that, that's all you need to do. You can go ahead to click on publish, and our post has been published. So I'm going to come to all posts. Now, as you can see, we have a post here. Now let's view our post on the front end. I'm going to right click. I'm going to open this. And as you can see, we have our post right here, which is very similar to this, but then without all the styling yet. So congratulations, you just created your first post on WordPress. So now we've created our first post. The next thing you want to do, that I want you to do, is go ahead to add as many posts as possible to your WordPress website. So I already added 1 now that we've added together to Premier League. Go ahead to add 7 more to Premier League and another 8 to Champions League category. So this is the reference website we're using here. As you can see, we have 18 items, 18 posts right here with different topics, different featured image right here. So the link to the live website of this particular website is going to be in the description below. You can click on it, go through all the posts, and then copy the content and create your own post. Get familiar with creating posts on WordPress. Another thing you can do, which I did for the case when I was building the case study, is I made use of a plugin to duplicate the post. Then what I did was I just went ahead to change the title, change the featured image, and also the tags, and yeah, basically those three things of the post. So to do that, just come to plugins, click on add new, and search for duplicate post. So right here, just scroll down till you locate this duplicate post page and any custom post. So this is the one you want to install. I'm going to click on install now. So I'm going to go ahead to activate it. Now that you have it activated, just ignore this page, come back to your post, and as you can see, when you hover over the one we created already, you're going to see a new link right here that says duplicate. So I'm going to click on it, and then it's going to create a duplicate, so you can duplicate it as many times as you want. So once you duplicate, you're going to have it as draft. So I'm going to edit this. I'm going to right click and edit this. So I'm just going to open one of the one I have in my case study. Definitely you have access to this. The link to see it from the front end, I'm going to leave it in the description below, so you can click on it to make use of it as well. So I'm just going to use this one. I'm going to view it on the front end, and then we have the title right here. So we have Jude Bellingham is the best in the world right now. I'm going to copy. So I'm going to come back right here. As you can see, the title, this is the title of the post we duplicated. I'm going to paste the new title. The next thing you want to do is you can change the category to Champions League if you want to, or you want to keep using Premier League, but just make sure you have a post in both Premier League and Champions League. So the next thing to change is going to be the featured image. So right here, you see this is the featured image that has been used. I'm going to come back right here. The image is also provided alongside all the image you download. I'm going to click on upload files. I'm going to select files, and what we're looking for is Jude Bellingham. So we have it right here. I'm going to select it. I'm going to open it, and I'm going to set featured image. So now that we set the featured image, so I'm going to change the tags. I'm just going to type in Jude. I'm going to type in Bellingham, and maybe just type in world, and we have this. I'm going to click on enter. So that's all I need to do, and I'm going to click on publish as well. So if I come back to all posts, now we have 2 posts right here. So you want to do the same thing till you have up to 18 posts, just like the case study website. So just go ahead to click on duplicate, and keep editing till you have 18 items, 9 in each categories. So that is basically how to create a post, and that's how to populate your post, just for the sake of this tutorial, so you can have as many posts as possible. So I'm going to do mine behind the scene. Go ahead to do yours, and once I have everything, I'm going to come back to continue the tutorial. So I've gone ahead to create 18 posts. So what I did was I just duplicated it the way I showed you, and then I went ahead to just change the topic and the featured image. So you can do that as well. The link to the live website is right here. I'm going to leave it in the description below, so you can go to the website, copy the title, then know the featured image you're going to use for each. So I did it 18 times. So I have about, I think 9, 8 or 10, I can't remember, inside each category: Premier League and Champions League. And yeah, now I have all my posts set up. Now that we're done with learning how to create a post on WordPress, the next thing I want to quickly show you is going to be the user roles in WordPress. Now, when you're building a website, there's something called user roles. You want to have the administrator, you want to have different user roles, so everyone have different access. So if you come to the left panel right here, you're going to see users. I'm going to click on all users, and right here, the default user is the admin, the creator of the installation, the creator of the website itself. And as you can see, this is using the email I gave it when I was installing the website. I can change this email, and also if I change this email, it won't affect. Let me open this. Let me just come to general settings. If I change the email of this particular user, which is the original creator of the website that I'm working on, which is me, it won't affect this particular administration email address. You can have this here and then change this as well. So, but for now, let's focus on the users. I'm just going to close this. So right here, if I should click on add new, I can add a new user. So I'm going to add a username, which is required. You add an email, then you add a first name, a last name. Website is not compulsory, it's not even needed. Then you can input, you can change this password. You can change the password or just use the generated password to make it more secure. Then you can decide to send the new user an email about their account so they know they've been added to the website. And then if you come to role right here, you're going to see subscriber, contributor, author, editor, and administrator. Now, an administrator has all access to the website. They can create the website, they can delete, they can do everything on WordPress. Now, an editor, the only thing they can do is they can create, they can delete, but they don't have the same access as an administrator, though their access is almost the same thing, but not exactly the same thing. They can do everything, almost everything an administrator can do, but there are certain things they can't do, like delete users thereabout. Now we have an author. An author can only create and edit or delete their own posts. They can create their posts. They can't see other people's posts. They can't do anything to other people's posts. So they can create their own post and do anything they want to do with it. Then we have the contributor, and then the subscriber is just like a regular end user. By the time we install WordPress, by the time we install WooCommerce, we start dealing with the e-commerce aspect of this particular tutorial. There are more user roles that will be added, like customer and so on and so forth. So that is all about the user role. You can go ahead to test it out, create different user roles, try to log out and log in with these different user roles to see what the dashboard will look like. The dashboard always is different. Some menus will be hidden for some user role, while it will be visible for some user role. So now that you know everything about posts and user roles, let's discuss about creating pages. So I'm going to come back to this menu here. I'm going to click on that. I'm just going to leave this page. And first, let us see what our website looks like on the front end. I'm going to come to Soccer 360 right here. I'm going to right click and let's see what we have on the front end of the website. As you can see, on the front end, we haven't post and everything is just like this, but then that is not what we want. We want to have a home page, we want to have a blog page, and definitely for that, we need to create different pages. So that is what we're going to do. I'm going to come back right here, and as you can see, I'm on this page and I can right click to create new pages. I'm just going to close this one. So right now I want to create, let's come here. So right now we're going to need majorly, let's say 2-3 pages. We need the home page, which is 1. We need the blog page, 2. We need the contact us page, 3. We need the, I think that's all, 1, 2, 3. So let's create that 3 first, and then if we need more pages, we can always come back to create it. So I'm going to come here to open 2 more, and this is going to be the home page. This will be the home. I'm going to publish it. This will be the blog. I'm going to publish it, and this is going to be the contact us. I'm going to publish it as well. So now we have those 3 pages created. I'm going to come back to all pages, and now we have this. So now let's visit our website. Let's see what it looks like on the front end. As you can see, we are seeing the menus here, and now this is looking, at least coming together little by little. So now by default, when you visit the front end of the website, you are seeing your blogs on the front end, and we don't want that. We want all these blogs to appear on the blog page. So what we're going to do is we are going to assign blog page to the blog page. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to come to settings. You're going to come to reading right here. I'm going to click on it. And right here, you can select which page is the home page and which page is the post page. That is your blog page. So I'm going to click on a static page. For the home page, I'm going to select the home. And for the blog page, I'm going to select the blog. So I'm going to save changes. If I come back to the home page right here and I reload it, all the content should be gone, as you can see, because we don't have any design on the home page yet. So it is now blank. But then if I should click on the blog page, now we have all our blog right here. Compared to what we have right here, we still need to do some edits, some customization to make this look like this eventually. So now that is all you need to know about creating pages for now. To create page, just go to page, add new, and create a page. So you need to understand that a page is different from a post. Now that we have this page is created, let's go ahead to customize our blog page to at least look something like this. So to do that, I'm going to come back right here. We're going to come to appearance, and then we have customize. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to open this in another tab. So we can go ahead to let me just leave this the way it is. And let's wait for that to load. So the customize page is where you customize the basic settings of your website, the theme, and every other thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on blog, and it brings me here. So the first thing we want to do, that we really need to do, is first, let's work on the header of our website. As you can see, we have this header right here. And then when we come down, there's a fixed header with it. So let's quickly work on that. I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to come to general. Let's first work on the scroll to top. If you come here, if I scroll down, you're going to see an icon at the bottom right here, which is the scroll to top. So we want to enable it, scroll to top. I'm going to turn that on. So if I scroll down, we can see it right here. Now, one other thing we need to do is we need to set the color and theme of this website. In the content and resources, I provided the link to download it in the description below. You are going to see the color theme we're using for this tutorial. So to quickly fix that, I'm going to come back right here, and then we're going to see colors. So we have colors right here. I'm just going to open it. I'm going to open the, or better still, let me use my GIMP. GIMP is something like Photoshop, Illustrator. But for your own case, if you locate the folder, you're going to see everything right there. So as you can see, this is it right here. This is it. This is the color scheme we're working with for this particular tutorial. So just go ahead to open it in any color selector and pick out the color. If you're using your own color, it's all good as well. So I'm just going to close this, come back right here, and let me drag this in. So this black is pure black. I'm going to work on that. I'm going to come back right here to customize, and I want to change this to pure black. That should be pure black, and this I'm just going to give it something around here, not too black, but something around here. I'm going to leave these many guys where they are. Now let's work on the blue. I'm going to come here. I'm going to select this sky blue. I'm going to copy the code, come back right here, and I'm going to paste it right here. And then for this as well, I'm going to paste it here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this a little bit down to make it a little bit dim. So now that we have the color set, the next thing I want to set is going to be the typography. So for this particular website, I'm using Open Sans. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to come to typography, and I'm going to search for Open Sans. I'm going to select that. Yes, I understand. I'm going to confirm it. The same thing for the headings. So it's going to be Open Sans. And I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to do the same for everything actually. So I'm going to quickly work on that. So now I just changed the typography to Open Sans for everything. So now that we're done with that, we can now go ahead to continue with our customization. So I'm going to come back to this general. Now the scroll to top is on. I'm going to click on this chevron icon right here to customize it. So you can decide to change your icon, and then it's going to reflect. As you can see, this icon is right here. For this particular website, this is what we're using, and I'm going to use the same thing, which is this. As you can see it right here. So I'm going to use that, and when it comes to the color, I'm going to come to design. The background color is this. So I'm going to hover over this, and then only the icon color changes. So this should change to black. So that's basically all we need to do. As you can see, it's now the same thing with what this should be orange. This should be sky blue as well. It's not the same thing as what we have right here. So now that we've done that, that's the first step. What else do we need to customize? We need to come back right here for the website frame. I've been wondering what that is. This is what the website frame means. This is what it looks like. But for this tutorial, I'm not going to be enabling it. I'm just going to turn it off. So you can just exploit. That's your choice. So for the button, I'm going to come to the buttons. I'm going to come to design of the button. I don't want any border radius for the button. I'm going to give it 0. And then for the color, this is looking good. And I'm going to come back right here. So for our header, I'm going to come to header, and then I'm going to select the logo. Before I select the logo, let me first change the background color. So to change the background color, you are going to see a main row right here. Once I hover over this particular section, I'm going to click on the main row. I'm going to come to design. I'm going to select background, and it's going to be pure black. So now that we have that, we can edit the logo. I'm going to select logo. I'm going to select logo. And in the images provided, you can see the logo right there. So this is the logo we are working with. I'm just going to drag it in here. And I'm going to click on select. So now we have the logo. If you compare to this logo, as you can see, this one is looking a bit small and this is looking too big. So to fix that, what you can do is you can change the size of the logo. Let me change this to 40. I think this is similar, or better still, let's go with 35. So I think 35 is very close. The next thing now to do is the gap, the height of the header is too high. I'm going to click on the main row again, and I'm going to reduce it down, something like this. I'm going to make it 90. I think 90 is a good part. I'm going to come to design. We don't want any border, we don't want bottom border, and we don't want any shadow. So the next thing you want to work on is going to be the menu. I'm going to select the menu. I'm going to come to design, and by default the menus are color white, and I'm going to select white, and on hover should be this this should be white. On hover, I'm going to select this should be the sky blue, and active should be the sky blue as well. So for the search, I'm going to select that as well. As you can see, the search is color white right here. I'm going to come to design, and it should be white. Then on hover, it should be this. So perfect, very similar to what we have right here, and that's the same thing we have right here. So you can decide to increase the icon size of the search. If you come back to general, you click on search. You can come here, you can increase the size. So if I increase this to 18, as you can see it now 18, you can make it 16. I'm just going to make mine 18. I think I like it the way it is 18. So this is looking good. So far we have this, and now the next thing we want to do is we want to configure for mobile and tablet as well. If I come here and I inspect, you will notice there's an off canvas right here. So we're going to do the same thing. So right here, I'm just going to click on the tablet, and we need to customize this guy. I'm going to click on it. As you can see, it's opened up. So I'm just going to click on the trigger. I'm going to come to design. The trigger should be color white, and on hover it should be this color. So the next thing I want to do is I want to add a search. I'm going to drag the search right here. So let me bring it here. So we have the search as well, just like we have it right here. So I think the search is to this side. So we have it just like we have it right here. So the next thing we're going to do is, let me just come here. Let me make this an iPad, since we're working on the iPad first. So we have this. So next we want to work on is going to be the off canvas menu. I'm going to click on this off canvas area, and instead of having it as a side panel, I want it as a modal. So if I click on this, it's going to be full screen. So now that we have that, the next thing I want to do is I want to bring in menu or logo to the off canvas menu. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to drag an off canvas logo to the top right here. So for the off canvas logo, I'm also going to select the same logo we used before. I'm going to select the white. I'm going to put it right there, and then for the size, we're going to make it something like 30 or 35. So if I click on this, now we have our logo right there, looking good. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to drag in the socials. I'm going to drag it in here. So I'm going to select the socials. I'm going to come to design. By default, it should be blue, and on hover, it should be this color. So I'm going to select this, and they look like this. You can decide to increase the size of the icons as well. As you can see, icon size, you can have it as 18. So now if I should click on the off canvas, as you can see, this is now looking good. So let's check for mobile as well. As you can see, if I click on this as well, this is looking good for mobile. I'm going to come to the socials. And icon spacing, you can try to play with it if you want to. So I'm just going to leave it to 20 thereabouts. And if you want to use the official color, you can use it. There are a lot of settings you can play with around here. You can customize the settings the way you want. But to make the video fast, that's why I'm just touching the basics and the most important things. If you want it to open in a new tab, you can do that. I'm just going to click on this. So when it's being clicked, it opens in a new tab. Now, one thing you notice or you pay out, let me just reduce the logo here. Quickly do that. Let's bring this to 30. So one thing you notice with this header is you notice the logo is way up. To fix that, right here, I'm going to come back. I'm going to click on the header. I'm going to click on the logo. And then you notice site title is turned on. We don't want site title on our header. We just want the logo. As you can see, we have site title here. I'm just going to turn it off. That's the only thing you need to do. And it's going to come to normal. So for tablet as well, you do the same thing. It's gone. And then for desktop, it is gone as well. So now that we have that done, the next thing we want to do is we want to work on the sticky header. As you can see, the header is sticky right there. So to do that, we need to install a plugin that works with the theme we are using. And that plugin is called Blocksy Companion. Don't forget we're using Blocksy theme. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard quickly right here. And I'm going to come to plugins and I'm going to click on add new. So I'm going to search for Blocksy Companion. So this plugin allows you to extend the functionality of your Blocksy theme. As you can see right here, we have it, Blocksy Companion. I'm going to click on install now. And then I'm going to go ahead to activate it. So now that we have it activated, I'm going to come back to the customize. I want to make sure I publish everything I've done since. I'm going to click on publish. And then I'm going to reload the page so that all the settings of this new plugin that we just added is going to be added right into our customize. We're going to have access to it. So that's why I need to publish first, then reload. So now that I've done that, I'm going to come back to the blog. So we can customize it later on because that's the page we majorly want to work on to make it look like the home page. So let me just click out of inspect code. So I'm going to come back right here. Now if I should come to header, you're going to see a menu here that says headers. I'm going to click on that. Now if I click on this, you're going to see sticky functionalities and we have transparent functionality. So if you want your menu to be transparent, you can do that as well. But for now, we're going to be working with the sticky functionality. I'm going to turn that on. And once that is on, you notice the sticky header background is the sky blue. So we're going to do that. So once we have it on, you can scroll down here. As you can see, this enable both on desktop and on mobile. So I'm going to come back, then come to element right here. Then I'm going to select this main row. I'm going to come to design. As you can see, we now have sticky state. I'm going to select that and we want this color as a background. So if I should scroll down, we have it right there. So one thing I want to do again is I want the default color to be white and then on hover, it should be black. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to click on the menu. I'm going to come to design and then the default color should be white. Just like we have it right here, the default color should be white. Then on hover, it should be black. Then active should be black as well. Just like we have it right here. So now that we've done that, I think that's all we need to do for now. But one thing you will notice is the width of this one is way higher than that of this. So I'm going to work on that. I'm going to click on the main row and I'm going to come to sticky state shrink row. We're going to enable it. And when we come down, as you can see, it now shrinks. So this is looking good. I'm just going to increase this to something like 80. So when we come down, this is the normal height. We come down, it shrinks. So that's basically what we want to achieve. And we've done that. So whenever you are doing your editing, always make sure you publish. Always make sure you publish. And now that we have that, the next thing we want to do now is let's customize this page. Let's customize this page. And before we do that, let me just quickly check the tablet to make sure everything is looking good. So for the tablet, as you can see, the shrink is too tiny. So I'm going to quickly work on that. I'm going to come to header. I'm going to select main row and the main row shrink. I'm going to give this something like 85. So 85 for that. And then for the mobile, you have it like this as well. Now the logo for the mobile, I want it a little bit smaller, so I'm going to make this 30. This is perfect. Then for the search, I want to reduce the size to something like 15 or 16. Let's see, 16. Then the trigger as well should be 16. So this is looking perfect. So now that we have that, I'm going to click out. I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to come back to desktop mode. And now everything is looking good. So the next thing we want to customize now is going to be this post, the way it is. I'm going to come to blog post. As you can see, we have blog post right here. I'm going to click on blog post the way it is. And what I want to do is I want to turn on sidebar. As you can see, we have sidebar here. I'm going to turn on the sidebar. Once I turn on the sidebar, it looks like this. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to turn on card reveal effect. That is when it is loading. So I'm going to turn on the card reveal effect. Now that we have the card reveal effect, I need to change, as you can see, that's the card reveal effect. I'm going to change the number of columns. As you can see, we have just 2 columns. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to turn this to 2. And I think we have 8 blog posts on the page. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to turn this to 8. So gradually, this is looking like what we have here. So now that we have that turned on, let's go ahead to edit the card option. So I'm going to click on card options. And right here, you notice we have a taxonomy, which is the category. We have the image, the title, and these guys. So we're going to do the same thing. So for the title should come underneath the image. That's the first thing. And then for the excerpt, as you can see, we don't have any excerpt. So I'm going to turn it off. So the next thing we want to do is we're going to come to the post meta. I'm going to click on this drop down. As you can see, we only have the day, the date it was posted, and the icon, the comment icon. So publish date, we're going to leave that on. I'm going to turn off author. Then for the comment, I'm going to click on this drop down, and I want it as icon. Then for items divider, I just want this dash. As you can see, we have a dash in between them right there. Now, one thing you will not see yet is going to be this icon, and this is showing us 6 days ago. This is showing us an actual date. We're still going to get to that customization where we make it look like that. So when you post 2 days ago, 1 minute ago, it's going to show us 1 minute ago instead of the date into which it was posted. So now that we have this, the next thing you notice is there's a padding around each item. So I'm going to come back right here. I'm just going to close this. And card gaps, you can leave it as 30. Card inner spacing 30, you can leave it the way it is. But for the design, we're going to come to the featured image, and we want to boundless image, you want to turn it off. So now we have it the way it is right there. As you can see, it is the same thing with what we have right here. So that is what we call the boundless image. And now our page is looking almost exactly like what we have right here. As you can see it. So I'm going to bring this back. The next thing I want to work on is going to be the sidebar. I'm going to click on edit here. You can either click on edit here or just step back again, scroll up, and you're going to see the sidebar. I'm going to click on that. And now we can select the type of sidebar we want. So you can select this. As you can see, we now have a white background for them. And right here, you can now separate widgets. As you can see right here, the widget is being separated. So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to turn on separate widget, and that just happened. So that's looking good so far. If I should come right here, now we have almost the same thing. What we have here, we have it right here. We're still going to come back to customize the sidebar later on, but for now, let's finish our customization. I'm going to go back, and I'm just going to publish. And I'm going to come to the front end to see what this page now looks like. Now, this is slowly coming together. As you can see, this is slowly coming together. So let me just bring this here. So this is the page we're working on, and this is our reference. As you can see, this is almost the same thing. So I'm going to come back to the customize. I notice my menu has disappeared, so I want to quickly work on that. Let's come back here. I'm going to come to header and menus. Come into header, not footer. I'm going to select menus, and by default, I'm going to go to design. The default state of our header should be white. On hover should be black. On hover should be orange, and active should be orange. I think the mistake we made was we went to edit the default state instead of the sticky state. So for sticky state, it should be white. Hover should be black, and that should solve it. And let's reload to see. Okay, now this is working perfectly fine. So now that we have that, I'm going to come back right here. And the next thing we want to edit now is going to be the single post page. I want to edit the single post page. If I come here and I click on one of these posts from the reference website that we're using, you'll notice we have a very beautiful design right here. As you can see, we have a beautiful design right here. We have the comments, we have this related post, and we have this content, and we also have a sidebar. So I'm going to do the same customization right here. So I'm just going to click on one of these. So we have this. I'm going to come to blog post right here, and then you're going to see single post. I'm going to click on single post, and what I want to do is we want to turn on sidebar. I'm going to click on this, and now we have a sidebar. So for the content area style, you'll notice this guy is boxed. So I'm going to click on boxed. So we have this. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to enable featured image. So we have a featured image right here. You can try to enable post tags. If you turn on post tags, if you scroll down, you're going to see post tag at the bottom right here. So these are post tags, but I think for this, we don't have it on. It is off. So you can try to turn it on when you're building your own website. I'm just going to turn off the post tag. Then the share box, I think we have the share box on or off. So share box is when you are trying to share the posts. So you can turn it on. If I turn it on, you're going to see the share box right here. So people can share it. I'm going to turn it off. Then for the author box, we have it on. Then for post navigation, this is more like next post, previous post. So for post navigation, you can turn it on, and you're going to see it right here. So you can see this post navigation. I'm going to turn that off. So now that we have that related post, I want to turn it on, and then I want to turn on comment as well. So now let's go ahead to customize these guys, starting with the featured image. I'm going to come here for the featured image. You notice the featured image of this particular one, the reference website, is below the title. So I'm going to come here and we're going to click on below the title, and we want featured image to be visible on mobile as well. So now we have this. Then I'm going to step back and I want to customize the author box. So for the author box, post count, I want it on. If you come here to the bottom, you see post count is on. So post count is on. Author archive link is on. Social icons, I'm going to turn it off. And visibility, I want it to be visible on mobile as well. So you can start to change this style, but I'm just going to go with this style. So the next thing you notice right here is the related post is 4. And for this one, we have it as 3. I think we have 3. So I'm going to come down. I'm going to click out of this. I'm going to find related post. I'm going to click on the chevron, and columns, we want it as 3. We want it as 4, I mean. And the number of posts should be 4 as well. So we have it like that. And featured image is visible. You can try to change the image ratio if you want to. So it's 16:9. The image size, you can make it large or medium if you want. If it's not clear enough, if your image is not clear enough, you can make it medium large if you want to. I'm just going to leave it as default. So now that we have that, you can decide to play with this, how you want it to appear. So right now it is appearing before comments, just like we have it right here. It should appear before comments, and then we have our comments at the bottom. So this is looking good so far. So let me click out of this to inspect it. And this is looking exactly like what we have on the other page, on the other reference website. And I'm going to click on publish. So if I come back right here, let's click on one of these guys. Click on this. As you can see, this is very similar to what we have on the other reference website. This is very, very similar. But one thing you will notice with the blog is you notice the blog images are kind of bigger than what we have right here. So let me come to the blog. You notice the images are kind of bigger, and when you hover over it, we have no effect. We have no effect, unlike this reference website where it is zooming in and out, and then the image is kind of linear. To work on that, I'm going to come back to blog. I'm going to come back to blog post. Then I'm going to come to the cards option. I'm going to drop down the featured image. And for the size, the predefined size, you can make it original, because I made the original image size to be 1200 pixels by 675. That is the same thing as having it as predefined as 16 by 9. So I'm just going to make it original. And then hover effect, we're going to change it to zoom in. So it is boundless image is turned off. So medium large, you can leave it as medium large, you can make it large or make it medium. I'm just going to leave it as default. I'm going to click on publish. And if I come here, I'm going to search. And now we have it exactly as we have it on our reference website. This is looking good. So now that we have that, we need to adapt these same settings to all other archive related pages. So I'm going to show you what I mean by that in a moment. I'm going to click back again. And right here, you see you have single post. We've done that. The categories, the blog post, the search all have the same archive. Author page and search all have the same archive. So we need to adapt the settings of the blog post to 1, 2, 3. So let's quickly do that. I'm going to come to categories. First thing first, we're going to turn on sidebar. And then don't forget the columns is 2 and the post is 8. We're going to come to card options. Title should be underneath image. No, title should be underneath image, right? Yeah. We have the title underneath the image. Title is underneath image. And for the image, it's going to be original. Hover effect is going to be zoom in. Let's close that again. Then for the title, we leave it the way it is. Excerpt is not needed. Then post meta, we're going to drop this down. Author is off. Comments, we're working with icons, we're working with this dash. And I think that is all we need to do. And we're going to come to the image. We need to turn off boundless, right? And everything is looking good. I'm going to come back right here and I'm going to do the same thing for author page and search page. So this should be 2, 8. Turn on sidebar, card options. Card options, you want it boxed. Title underneath image, excerpt is turned off. Post meta, author is turned off. We have it as icon, we have it as dash. We come back to our featured image. We want it as original. We want it as zoom in. We want turn off boundless image. So now that we have that, we also come back to do it for the last archive page, which is the search page. We'll click on that. We want to turn on sidebar. Now for the search page, I think we should not turn on the sidebar. Let's turn off the sidebar. We want it as live results. This should be 2. And this should be 3. Let's make this 3. And this should be 12 because now we don't have a sidebar. I'm going to show you that once we finish the customization. So I'm going to come to the cards option. Title underneath featured image. Featured image should be original. And then boundless should be turned off. Hover effect should be zoom in. And SR should be turned off. Post meta, we have it right here. Want as dash, want as icons, we want auto turned off. So that is all we need to do. And I'm going to click on publish. So if I should come back to blog, let me search. Let me just search for something we have right here. Let me search for player. Just search for player. And if I should click on search, you have this. Let me click on search. So as you can see, this one is not having the sidebar because we turned off the sidebar, and then we have it as 3, 12. So it's going to be 3 and 12. So we have 12 post items, but then 3 columns. So that was the customization we just did. So now that we are done with that, we've basically done most of the customization. So I'm just going to click out. The few other customizations we need to do is we need to set our site identity. I'm going to click on that. So site identity is the 5 icon you are seeing here. So for this one, it's football. I'm just going to click on site icon, and in the resources I provided for you, the site icon image is present there, 5icon.wp. I'm going to drag it in, and I'm going to go ahead to click on select. I'm going to skip cropping, and then as you can see, it is set for us as well. So that is basically the customization we need to do as far as I'm concerned for now. Right here, you notice we have icon here, we have image here, like profile image, and then we have cat. We're still going to get to that, but for now, this page is set, the single page is set, and all other archive page is set. So I'm going to go ahead and click on publish. Now that we've done the blog customization, we've done the archive customization, and we've also done the heading customization as well as the single page, the single post customization. One thing I would like to introduce to you is the WordPress plugins. So while we're building the customization and doing all the customization, you notice we installed a plugin. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard and I'm going to come to plugins. As you can see, we have plugins here, and I'm going to click on installed plugins. So far we've installed two plugins, Blocksy Companion and Duplicate PP. So you may be wondering, what are plugins? So plugins are basically extra code that you can install inside your WordPress website to extend the functionality of your theme or your designs. So far we've used two plugins, but there's one important plugin that we're going to be needing to build the front end of our website, and it is called Elementor. So Elementor is a page builder. You know, when you're working with Wix, Shopify, for those of you that have that knowledge, they are what we call drag and drop page builder. So Elementor is an example of that. So we can install the plugin and use it to extend the functionality of our theme. So we're going to go ahead to install Elementor page builder now. So I'm going to come to add new, and I'm going to search for Elementor. Then I'm going to go ahead to click on install. So this is Elementor website builder, more than just a page builder. I'm going to click on install now. So now that we have it installed, I'm going to go ahead to activate it. So we have it installed and we have it activated. So instead of creating an account or anything, just ignore all this and just click on this cancel button right here, and this will close it up. So we have another pop-up right here, come to screen options, disable it. I always like my dashboard very neat. So if I come back to plugins, you notice we now have Elementor, and then we have some few menus added. We have Elementor, we have all these settings, we have templates, we have all these settings. So immediately you install Elementor, there are a few settings you want to do. So I'm going to come to Elementor, and you're going to come to tools, and right here is where you can regenerate files. We are still going to get into this, and then when we move our website from localhost to live server, we're going to make use of this replace URL. This is where you can do version control. In case you want to set up maintenance mode, you can make use of it right here. Then this import and export kit, you're also going to understand it more by the time you start using Elementor properly. So there's what we call existing kit, existing custom kit that you can just pull into your website and make use of, which I'm going to show you an example right away. So then we're going to come to settings as well, and then here I'm going to come to features. So we have some features that we need to turn on. So this grid container, you can decide to turn it on, but for this tutorial I'm not turning it on because I didn't make use of any one of it. So we have landing pages, this nested element, I want it to be active. And let's scroll down. Flexbox container, make sure this Flexbox container is active. So once you have that, just click on save changes. So to understand how Elementor works, I'm going to come back to pages, and right here for the home page, I'm going to click on edit. I'm just going to open this in another tab. I can close the customized page and also this page. So on this page, you're going to see edit with Elementor. Don't click on that yet. Come to template, click on default template and select Elementor full width. So once you do that, update and then edit with Elementor. So you get this pop-up, you can just close this, and then this is the canvas you're going to work with. So before we go into seeing how Elementor designs work, first let us understand the basics of Elementor, of how to use Elementor. So right here, you're going to see a container. This container is used more like a body to take in all your designs. So if I should come here and I drag in this container, you notice we have a container right here. So if I should click on this middle icon, I can come to style. I can give it a color, a background color. As you can see, I can give the background color. I can use a background image. I can choose image, just for example. I can give the background image and then make it position center. So these are just customization, which we are still going to get into later on. So this is more like container to work with to build your website. So I'm just going to come back right here. I'm going to click on this history. So this history is used to undo and redo what you've done. So if I should come back to editing started, as you can see, everything has disappeared. So now what I want to show you, I want to explain to you is this container. So if I should drag a container right here, this is the mother container. I can decide to drag another container inside that container. Now we have one container inside another container. I can duplicate that container. Now we have two containers inside another container. I can decide, okay, I want this container side by side, and that is where the flexbox container comes in. If I should click on this, you have this page. I click on this middle icon. You have this page right here. You're going to see direction. How do I want the inner containers to be shared? So if I want it row as horizontal, as you can see, they are now side by side. I can decide to put an image here, a heading, and a text here. You can make them come like this. So let me just show you an example. Let's come here. Let's drag an image here. I'm going to select, and I'm just going to pick this guy. I have an image there. I'm going to drag in a heading right here, and a paragraph, a text editor right here. I'm just going to copy this guy, paste it again. So what I'm going to do is I want this guy to appear at the middle. I'm going to select the inner container, and you have this guy right here, center. I want it at center. So I'm going to come back to the mother container, and now we have it side by side. I can have it up and bottom, as you can see. I can have it reversed. As you can see, the image is here, the text is here, and I can also have it reversed this way as well. So this direction is used to make it, change the reversing and how the inner structure is being laid out. So for the justify content, you can want it at the end, at the center. So these are just how to space it, spacing between each widget, which you are still going to understand as this tutorial proceeds. So I just want to show you how Elementor itself works. So Elementor is a drag and drop page builder. I'm going to close this. As you can see, we have a lot of widgets you can work with. We have heading, image, text editor, video, button, divider, spacer, Google Maps, icon, and then we have some pro widget as well, which we are still going to get into not long from now. So if you scroll down, you see I have more widgets, more free widgets, and these are the widgets we are going to be using to build our website to eventually look like what we have on the home page of our reference website. As you can see it right here, both the animation, the transition animation, everything is done with Elementor. As you can see it right here. So all these widgets present here are what we are going to be using. So now let's talk about Elementor template. So if I click on this icon right here, add template, you're going to see predefined template that you can work with to build your Elementor page. As you can see, these are all templates. I can just click on this and import, but these templates are only available to pro users, so you can't make use of them. But there's a plugin that allows you to use free templates to have access to free template that you can use. So we're going to install that plugin. As I mentioned earlier, plugins are tools that allow you to extend the functionality of your website. So I'm going to come to plugins, and I'm going to click on add new. So the plugin I want to add is going to be Envato, E-N-V-A-T-O, Envato Elements. So we have it right here, Envato Elements, Photos, and Elementor Templates. I'm going to click on install now. So now that we have it installed, I'm going to click on activate. Now we have it activated. So I'm going to come back right here so that I can see the icon here. I'm going to reload this particular page. We now have a new icon here, which is Envato Elements. If I should click on it, it brings me to a page where I can see free kit. As you can see, currently I don't have any installed kit. If I should come to premium kits, you're going to see some premium kits which definitely are paid. So most of these plugins, we have the free version, we have the paid version, and there are some plugins that are 100% free. Then we have some plugins that are 100% paid. So these are the paid templates, but what we want to check is the free kits, the ones that are available to use for free. So as you can see, we have all these templates. I can decide to preview, and then this will take me to a page where I can preview what the templates look like. So let me just open two more. I'm going to open these as well, but I still going to come to categories. Let's say we want trade services, and want to barber page. Let's say we want to preview this as well. So as you can see, this is an already existing template that we can just import. Now, a template is different from a theme. A theme can exist on its own, but a template needs to be installed on a theme. You need to have a theme to be able to use a template. So now that we have that, I'm just going to quickly show you an example. So let's assume I like one of these templates. So I like this. This is looking good, very good. So let's assume I like this. I can go ahead to import it into the website. So all I just need to do is come here and click on install kit. So now that we've installed the kit, I can come to my installed kit, and then we have this kit. So I'm going to click on view installed kit, and then I can import this kit. So let's assume I want to import the home page. So let me just close this. Let's assume I want to import the first home page we have right here. I'm just going to click on insert template. As you can see, the template is currently importing. So now this is done importing. As you can see, now we have an existing design that we can just change the text, change the images, and then we are good to go. As you can see it right here. So all you need to do is just click on update, and then you can click on preview changes right here. And then you are going to see what the website looks like on the front end. As you can see, we have this. This is lovely. This is lovely. So this is what the template does. So you have an existing theme, and then you can go ahead to import a template instead of building everything from scratch. So I can start to change the text. So instead of stylish trim barber shop, I can say barber shop. So I can just change. I can change the images. I can click on this, come to style, come to, I think this should be background overlay. So they use background overlay for this image. I can select this and change the image as well. So that's the purpose of a template. Now I'm showing you this because I wanted to know something like this exists. So let's assume you start freelancing later on, or you start building your website and you don't have the time to build from scratch. Instead of dragging and dropping and doing everything from scratch, definitely to build this particular page, this our page we built from scratch. Definitely, we didn't use any template. But for your case, maybe later on when you start freelancing, you might need to build, maybe you have 3, 4, 5 websites and you have similar templates in Elementor that you can make use of. You can just go ahead to install it, import it, and start using it. So now that we have that, we have to get rid of these guys because we want to build from scratch. I'm going to come to history and editing started. I'm going to go back to editing started. So it clears my canvas. I'm going to click on update. Now what you may be wondering is, we imported a template, we installed it. Now that we've cleared the screen, where are the templates? Are they gone? The answer is no. So if I should come back to my dashboard and you come to template right here, click on saved template, you're going to see the template right here, the one we've imported. As you can see it right here, we have it here. So one thing you want to do is, since I'm not going to be using it, I just showed you that something like this exists. I'm just going to trash it, and I'm going to come to trash. I'm going to delete it permanently. So after doing that, I'm going to come to my plugins to remove the Elementor element because I'm not going to be using it. But before I do that, I'm going to come to installed kit, and then we have this installed kit right here. Then I can delete it, and then it is gone. So after that, I want to remove the plugin. I'm going to come back to plugins, installed plugins, and Elementor element. I'm going to deactivate it and delete elements. So now that we have that, one thing I want you to understand is when you import a template, it imports both the images and everything that comes with that particular template. So you may need to clear your website to some extent. So I'm going to come to media. This is where you see all the images, video, PDFs on your website. So as you can see, these images was imported when we imported the template. I'm going to click on box select. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 were imported. Don't mistakenly select your personal images that you uploaded. So we have these guys, and I'm going to click on delete permanently. I'm going to click on OK, and everything is going to be deleted. Now we just cleared our website. Now everything is back to what we want it to be. So this is more like a simple introduction into what Elementor is and what it can be used for. So now that you understand what Elementor looks like, there's what we need to install again, and that is Elementor Pro. So you need to get Elementor Pro. You need to lay your hands on Elementor Pro. So I'm going to come to Google. I'm going to search for Elementor. Now, can you build a website with just Elementor? The answer is yes. But why am I going to need Elementor Pro? Now, the reason why you're going to need Elementor Pro is because I want you to understand everything that comes with WordPress, Elementor, and the whole ecosystem. So definitely I need to introduce you to Elementor Pro, and we are going to be using it in this tutorial. So you need to get one. So the link to purchase Elementor Pro is going to be in the description below. Just click on it. It's going to take you to a page where you can purchase Elementor Pro. So I'm going to come here. We have Elementor here, and I'm going to click on Elementor Pro plans. So now it's going to bring you to a page like this one. So you don't have to start searching for the page online. the link to take you to this particular page is going to be in the description below, so you can just click on it and you're going to have access to this page. So as you can see, we have the essential plan, which is available for just $59 per year, and you can use it for just one website. So for the purpose of this tutorial, you can make use of that. But if you want to go large scale, you just want to buy everything once, maybe you want to become a freelancer, or you want to build an agency, you can go with the advanced plan. Maybe you want to build more than 1, 2, 3 websites. You want to build 3 websites, you can go with the advanced plan, which is $99, and that saves you more money instead of buying it individually. Then we have the expert plan, which can use up to 25 pro websites, and then we have the 1000 pro websites, so you can pay that for $399. So the link to purchase Elementor Pro is going to be in the description below. Definitely, if you use that link to purchase Elementor Pro, I'm going to get a cut, so I'm just letting you know that. So now that we have this, just go ahead to purchase the one that works for you, the one that goes with your pocket. Select buy now, go ahead to do your purchase. But I won't be purchasing in this video because I already have mine. So once you purchase it, you're going to have access to a dashboard, download the Elementor Pro you bought, and then come back to continue the tutorial. We'll click on installed plugins, and I'm going to click on add new. So right here, I'm going to click on upload plugin, because definitely you can't have access to Elementor Pro from this particular page except you download it from where you bought it. I'm going to click on upload plugin. I'm going to click on choose file. I'm going to come to my downloads, and this is my Elementor. I'm going to select it, I'm going to open it, and I'm going to install now. So as you can see, my Elementor has been installed. I'm going to click on activate plugin. So now we have both Elementor and the Elementor Pro. So if I come back to my pages and I edit my home page with Elementor, so make sure you click on edit with Elementor, not edit. So I'm going to click on edit with Elementor, and you're going to see that all the pro widgets will now be available to us. Now, aside the pro widget, there's a reason why we're installing Elementor Pro again, and you are going to understand in a moment. So let me come back to the actual reference website we're using. You notice we have the blog, and also we have the player's bio. So let me click on the player's bio. I'm going to come to mail. So you notice we have this. This is looking like it's also a blog, but no, it is not a blog. This is a custom post type. So I'm going to click on this guy. Let me click on one of it. And as you can see, you notice it is being displayed differently. So this is a custom post type. You notice we have image, we have a table right here, and all these things are generated dynamically. So to be able to visualize this, we made use of Elementor Pro to be able to create this custom design. So that is one of the reasons why we're going to be needing Elementor Pro. And that is why I said you should get yourself one, so that you'll be able to follow this tutorial. So let me log in into the reference website so you can understand what I'm talking about better. So this is the dashboard of the reference website. Now to the right, to the left, you notice we have post, and we also have biography. So this biography menu was added manually using custom post type. So there's a plugin we're still going to install called the advanced custom post type, which we are going to use to add our own custom menu, so we can have this custom page. Currently on this page, you notice it is not there, it doesn't come with it. You have to create it yourself, and that is why I said you can use the same method to create a directory listing website. You can use it to create an affiliate blog website where you compare products and you want a specific page display in a certain way, just like we did for the biographies page. So now that we have both Elementor and Elementor Pro installed on our computer, the next plugin we want to install is going to be the advanced custom fields. So I'm going to come to plugins. I'm going to click on add new again. So I'm going to come here to search for ACF. Now we have the advanced custom fields. This is the plugin we want to install. I'm going to click on install now. So now that we have it installed, just go ahead to click on activate. So now that we have it activated, at the bottom right here, you're going to see a new menu that says ACF. So the first thing we're going to do now is we want to create this custom post type. We want to create this custom post type. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to click on post types. I'm going to click on that to open it. And right here, we can create a post type. I'm going to click on add post type, and it is going to be biographies. So singular is going to be biography, and post type key, just click on that, is going to autofill it. Taxonomies, we're still going to create taxonomies. If you come here to this particular one, if you come to biographies, you notice we have gender. For the post, you notice we have categories. So I just created gender for this. You can create any taxonomy that you want. So we're going to come back taxonomy. For hierarchy, I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to click on advanced customization. We want the title, definitely. We want the editor, we want the featured image, we want the author, the excerpt is not needed. We don't need the comment. If you want the comment, you can add it. We don't need every other details right here. I'm going to come here. You leave it as active. I'll come to labels. As you can see, everything is looking all good. You don't really have to edit anything right here. Come to visibility, show in UI, show in admin menu, definitely. So admin menu parent, it is not needed. Now for the position, if you look at this one, you notice the biography is right here. So that is position 1, 2, 3. And post is position 4. So I want it to be position 3. Now for the menu icons, there's what we call dash icons for WordPress. So I'm going to dash icons WordPress. So we have this, and we want to click on this first one, dash icons WordPress developer resources. I'm going to click on that, and it brings you here. So just come here to search for user. I'm going to click on this, and you can see the name of the icon here, dash icons admin user. I'm going to copy it and come back right here, and then inside this menu icon, I'm going to paste dash icon admin users. So I'm going to leave every other thing the way it is. I'm going to come to URLs. Everything's looking good. I want to turn on the archive. The archive template should be on. And feed URL, you can just ignore that. Permissions, leave it the way they are. REST API, leave it the way they are, and just click on save changes. So you notice right here we now have the biographies. So if I come to all biographies, you can start adding biographies. But that is not all. The next thing we want to do now is we want to create a taxonomy. So I'm going to come to ACF. I'm going to come to taxonomies. So we can create gender, just like we have right here. We have biographies and then we have gender. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to click on add taxonomy. And genre is going to be gender. So I can decide to name it categories, just like we have for the default post. We have categories, we have tags. These two are both taxonomies. But this time around, I want it as gender. So singular is going to be gender. Taxonomy key is going to be gender. Post type, we're going to select biography right here. It is public. You can make it hierarchy. And advanced configuration, you can turn it on. Source item, default times. These things are not really necessary. So as you can see, everything is looking good. Show admin column. You want it to show in admin column. Then URL, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Permission, we'll leave it the way it is. We're going to leave everything the way they are. And I'm going to click on save changes. Good. Now that we did that, we come to biographies. As you can see, we now have gender right here. So I'm going to click on gender, and I'm going to create two gender for the biographies. It's going to be male. I'm going to click on add new gender, and it's going to be female. Add new gender. So we have those two. If I should come to all biographies, as you can see, we have author, we have gender. That's because we turned it and we enabled it to show in admin column. So I can go ahead to start adding biographies. But before I add biographies, let me come here to show you something. I'm going to come to the main site, and let's come to the male category for the biography. If I should click this, you notice we have a lot of fields here. We have the main content, then we have some fields here. As you can see, full name, date of birth, nationality, ethnicity, marital status. Let me just close this. And then we have professional info, and we have all this. Now, the default post type, I don't have all these fields. Let me show you what I mean by that. If I come here and I click on add new, you notice this is just blank. We have title and text, nothing more. So how then are we going to create this? Let me close this page as well. And this. So how then are we going to achieve this image, this design, and everything we have here? So that is where the custom post type fields come in. So we need to create the fields. So I'm going to come back to all biographies. Nothing has been created. I'm going to come to ACF. I'm going to click on fields group. If I come back right here, you notice we have two fields group. We have the player info and we have the professional info. So I'm going to come back right here, and then we're going to create a field group. So the first field group I'm going to create is going to be the player info. So we're going to come here. We have full name for our first field. So right here is going to be a text. It's going to be full name, right? After I've created it, we're going to click into this box, field name. It's going to autofill. Come to validation. We want it compulsory. It is required. So that's the first one. I'm going to add another field. So we have date of birth, DOB. And this time around, this one, I'm going to select it as date picker. So it's going to be date picker. We're going to come to validation. We want it required. I'm going to add another one. And then we have nationality, ethnicity, and marital status. So for the nationality, I'm just going to come here. It's going to be text as well. validation required, and I can go ahead to duplicate it and change this to ethnicity. Ethnicity come to validation, it is turned to required. So now we're going to come here. You notice we have marital status. I'm going to do this as a select field. So it's going to be a select field, and field label is going to be marital status. Field name is going to be marital status. Then the option, we're going to put married, engaged, divorced, single, and let's say complicated. Complicated. I wish I can spell that. So we have complicated, and I'm going to come to validation, and it is required. So we have that now. Then the last one is going to be the Instagram. Now for this Instagram, notice there's an handle and also a link. If I click on it, it opens up in another tab and it goes to Instagram. So we need to achieve that. So for us to achieve that, we need to add two fields, the Instagram handle and the Instagram link. So when developing it on the front end, we can combine the link and the text together to make it one. So I'm going to come here. For that, we're going to need a text field, IG handle. So we have IG handle, and it's going to come here. I'm going to make it required. It's going to be a text field, and I'm going to add another one. This one is going to be a URL. I'm going to select this IG link. Come to validation, it's going to be required, and we have that. So now that we've created all the fields we needed for the player info, I'm going to come down right here and want to select which post type we want to assign it to. You can also go ahead to assign it to the normal post type, the normal post, but we want to assign it to biography. So it's going to be post type is equals to biography, and I'm going to click on save changes. So now if I come to biographies and I click on add new, let me right click and open this in another tab. You notice now we have some fields right here. So we have full name, we have date of birth, nationality, ethnicity, we have marital status, IG handle, and IG link. Now one thing is missing, and that is the image. So how can we add the image? I'm going to come back right here, and we're going to add a new field. So we're going to come here and we're going to select search for image. It's going to be image, and can do profile pic or image or avatar. Let me just use avatar, and we want it as an image array. We want it all, and we're going to come to validation. We want it required. Now for the image, we want it to be 500 pixels by 500 pixels only. So this should be 500 pixels by 500 pixels. We don't bother about the size. You can decide to set a size as well. You can decide to set a minimum and a maximum, and you can also decide to set the file size. Maybe this is the highest we can upload. This is the minimum you can upload. So for the allowed file tab for this particular website, I'm using only WebP. You can use WebP, PNG, JPG. So you can do something like WebP, PNG, JPG, etc. But for me, I'm going to use only WebP. I'm going to close that, and then I'm going to drag this all the way up, and I'm going to click on save changes. If I should come back right here and I reload this, as you can see now, we now have an image field right here that we can select an image and then upload it. So now that we've created that field, the next field we want to create is going to be the professional info. So to create the professional info, I'm going to come back right here and I'm going to click on field groups because I want to add a new field group. The first one is player info. I'm going to create a new field group, and this is going to be professional info. So right here we have club jersey number. So I'm going to have club, and I'm going to come to validation, make it required. I'm going to add another field, jersey number. So this one I'm going to make it a number, and the name is going to be jersey number. And I think we have it here, club jersey number instead. So we have club jersey number, and it's going to come to validation. It's going to be required. I'm going to add another one, This one is going to be position. Then we have market value and plain style. So text, position, come to validation required. I'm just going to duplicate it. Market value, market value, and I'm going to duplicate as well. And then the last one is plain style, and then we have plain style. So this is looking good. I'm going to go ahead to change the post type to biography, and I'm going to click on save changes. So now if I come back right here and I reload this page, now we have the player info, and then we also have the professional info. So you can collapse them and open it at the same time. So if you come down, you have professional info and you can fill it in. We have the featured image, we have the gender to the right, taxonomy we created. You can try to add more taxonomy just like we have for the post. We have tags. You can decide to do that, but for this tutorial, I'm not going to be doing that. So we have everything set. So the next thing we want to start doing is to start populating our biography. So I'm just going to start with this one. This is mail. I'm going to copy this content. I'm going to copy the content. I'm going to come back right here. Just going to come to dashboard here. I'm going to come back right here. That should be in this field. I'm going to paste it. So we have that. And for this title, I'm going to cut it away from here. That should be the title. I'm going to put it right here to the title. Now I'm going to select mail. And then for the featured image, I'm going to come here. I'm going to select this. And the featured image is this guy. So everything is provided already as well. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to drag it in. So inside the resources, you're going to see biography images. So we have mail, and the one I want to drag is this one right here. I'm going to drag it in. Oh, the featured image is going to be this one. And Polisic big, the big one. I'm going to drag it in. And I'm going to set the featured image. The featured image is going to be to the right. And then I'm going to come right here to set the profile. So this one right here is going to be the profile image we are going to upload. So I'm going to click on add image. I'm also going to drag in this one. As you can see, I can't select every other image because I already set the maximum and minimum. As you can see, it says image width must not exceed 500 pixels and height must not exceed 500 pixels. So if I select this one, it said image width must be at least 500 pixels. So everything is working fine. I'm going to select what I uploaded. I'm going to set it. So for the full name, you can come right here to copy the details. So Christian Pulisic. For the date of birth, you can just come here. I'm going to select any random year. I'm just going to have that nationality. I put it here as American, even though that might not be correct. It's just dummy text. American. We have ethnicity, Christianity. We have marital status. As you can see, where we're creating it, we use this as select. As you can see, now we have that select. You can put it as single. IG handle, just for example, I'm just going to put Instagram here. So definitely you want to put his real IG handle. Then the link, I'm just going to put https instagram.com. And then for his club, I'm just going to put Chelsea. Then for club jersey number, I'm just going to put a random number. And then position, I'm just going to what I put it here. So for position, I put as left winger, $78 million worth. Left winger. Market value, just put 78 million. And for plain style, we have counter attack. These are just dummy text, so definitely if it's a real website, put the real details. So counter attack. So now that I've done that, everything is set. I'm just going to click on publish. So if I should view this on the front end, I'm going to right click and open this. You notice it doesn't have the design we have right here. That is why I said we need to install Elementor. You notice every other details is missing, only the content is showing, and we're going to do the design later on. So, but first you need to add more biographies. I'm going to come to biographies right here. And now we have one. You want to add more, so you can go ahead to do it the way you did the post, just duplicate. So by default, I think we have For the mail, I think we have like 6. Let me check the images. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For the male, we have 8 biographies. For the female, we have 6. For the female, we have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So go ahead to click on duplicate and duplicate it to the point where you have that 6 plus 8. We're going to have 14. So make sure you have 14 duplicate. Then go ahead to just change the title and the contents we have right here, then the image and the featured image. So let me show you an example of what I'm saying. I'm going to come here. Let me just close this. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to come to this place. Let me just reload. So I'm just going to open this Mason mount. Let's open it. And I know that, okay, now I'm working with Mason mount. I'm going to click on edit. Good. So the first thing I want to change is I want to change the featured image and then the image that needs to be uploaded right here. So I'm going to click on add image. So this time around, we're going with Pulisic and we're going with mount. We've done that of Pulisic. So we're going with mount right here. I'm going to pull this right in. I'm going to select and then it's going to be male. I'm going to set this featured image as well. I'm going to set the featured image and come right here to fill in his details. So I'm going to copy his full name. That's Mason Mount. Mason Mount. You can just fill in any data here. I'm just going to select any random date. Nationality. What I put it in here, I put it as American. Then ethnicity, I think I put it as Christian. And marital status, you can just put it as maybe engaged. IG undo, I'm going to use the same thing I used, Instagram. And put a link here. Definitely the link you want to put here is going to be the link to his official handle if you are building the website like real time. But because this is a tutorial, is a demo, I'm just putting dummy text right here. So for club, I'm just going to put Chelsea. Club jersey number, I'm just going to put something random 11. Position. For the position, I think it can be midfielder. And then market value, I'm just going to put this as 56 million. And then for playing style, put in their speed. So now I have everything. I'm just going to click on publish. So if I come back to biographies, you notice we now have 2 biographies. So do the same thing till you create up to 14 biography for both the male and the female. So I'm going to do this very fast. I'm going to fast forward this particular aspect so the video won't become too long. So while I'm doing mine, you should also be doing yours. So one thing I didn't change is I didn't change the title. So I can quickly do that. I can click on quick edit. Right here, I don't know which one is the correct one. So this was published 2/27. This was published 2/32. So this is the right one. I'm going to click on quick edit and I'm going to change the title right here to Mason Mount. Once upon a great time. I'm going to paste this here and I'm also going to paste it here. And I'm going to click on update. So when you're editing yours, don't forget to do that. So go ahead to do yours. I'm going to do mine. And then once I finish creating all 14, I'm going to come back to continue the tutorial. So here we are. I've gone ahead to create 14 biography post items. So I believe you also did the same thing because you need this content to build the website. So now that we have this content, before we go ahead to do some more customization, first I want us to add something to the header. So if I come to Soccer 360 and I visit the website that we're building currently on the case study website, you'll notice we don't have any menu at the top here aside these 3, but right here we have a player's bio menu, we have a shop, blog and contact us and everything. But first I want us to add this player's bio so we can use it to design our website. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard. I'm going to come to appearance and then I'm going to come to menus. So when you come to appearance menus, this is where you create the menu for your website. So I'm going to create a menu. You can give it any name. I'm just going to call my main menu. and I'm going to click on create. Before I click on create, you want to make sure it is mobile menu. So one other thing I want to mention is you can create a different or separate menu for mobile menu, and a separate one for your header, and a separate one for your footer. So this is going to be my mobile menu and header menu 1, which is the main header, right? This is the header menu 1. This is the header menu 2. So I'm going to click on create menu. So now that we have the menu created, I want to add all my pages first. So we have the home page, we have the blog page, and we have the contact us page. I'm just going to add those 3. Then I'm going to add a new page, a new menu link. If you look at this, you notice this is just a menu link and then there's a drop down. So it is very easy to do. I'm just going to come here to custom link. I'm going to put hash here because I don't need any link on it. I just want it to be hash. I'm just going to give this players bio. I'm going to click add to menu. Then I'm going to come to categories. As you can see, these are the categories of the posts. Now I want to see the categories of the custom post type I created, which is the biographies. To see that, I'm going to come up here to screen options, and I want to turn on gender. As you can see, that is going to open up. I'm going to come to gender, and we have male and female. I'm going to add them to the menu. So after adding them to the menu, to create a kind of drop down, I'm going to drag these guys underneath the player's bio, and this will automatically turn them into a sub menu of the player's bio menu. So if I come here, we have home shop. We don't have shop yet. Next thing is the player bio. So I'm going to drag it here. And then we have blog and contact us. So we have blog and contact us. I'm going to go ahead and click on save menu. So after doing that, let's see what our website looks like. I'm going to reload. And now we have the home, we have players bar, we have male and female. So if I click on male, let's see what we have on male. As you can see, this is what the male page looks like. As you can see, this is quite ugly. So let's go ahead to customize this guy. So to customize this, we're going to come to customize, and I'm going to open it in another tab. So now that we're on the customize page, as you can see, this is showing like it's our home page, but this is actually the gender male page. So right here we have the gender male, and then now I want to customize it. If you don't see this page, you can just come to players bio and click on male or female, any of the two. So if you just scroll down, you are going to see a new menu right here that says biographies and single biography. We're going to come back later to customize this single biography because we're going to be using a custom template for it, not the theme. So I'm going to come to biographies, and we want it to be 3, definitely. Or if you want it to be 2 so that you can have a sidebar, you can do that as well. So I'm just going to make this 2 columns and 8 items, just like we did for the blog. And then I'm going to come right here to turn on sidebar. So once the sidebar is on, the pagination is on, card reveal effect, I want to turn that on as well. Then I'm going to come to the card options. I want it as boxed, and I'm going to come to meta. The title should be underneath the featured image, just like for the blog. I want to disable excerpt because we don't need that. Then the post meta, I want to disable author. Publish date should be on, comment should be on, but then I want it as icons, and then this dash. So now that we have that, we come to our featured image. We turn off boundless image, and then we want it as original. So now that we have all that, everything is set and good to go. So we can now come right here. I'm going to come back right here, and biography title, you can try to turn it on or turn it off. But since we've categorized it already by male and female, you can just go ahead to turn off the title. So now that we have the title off, I can go ahead to click on publish, and now we should have this page as the design we just created. As you can see, now we have it as the design we just created. As you can see it right here. Now we have the male. Let me go to the female. So the same design we apply to biography male is going to be applied to biography female automatically because they are both under the same post type, which is biographies. So now that we have the biography archive page set up, the next thing I want to do now is to work on the single biography page. So if I click on one of these biographies, as you can see, this is not looking anything like what it's meant to look like. As you can see, this is what this biography page looks like. Compared to what we have here, they are not looking alike at all. So we're going to quickly work on that. I'm going to come back to my dashboard, and we're going to come to templates. We're going to come to theme builder. So this is where we're going to be building the custom appearance we have right here for our single biographies page. So this will allow us to be able to customize this image, put this image here, have this instead of having comments just like the normal WordPress post. So right here, I'm going to click on single post. I'm going to click on the plus icon right at the middle. So this is going to open up Elementor edit page. Now you are not editing a page. Let me say Elementor edit canvas. You want to create a single post type. So I'm going to close this because we don't need it. And now we have a blank canvas to us. Now, the first thing you notice with this design is we have two columns. One is larger than the other one. So two columns. Let's start with that. I'm going to drag in a container. And then inside this container, we're going to have two columns. So I'm going to drag in another container inside the existing container I just dragged in. Then I'm going to duplicate the container. And don't forget they are side by side. So I'm going to click on the mother container. And I want them side by side, horizontal. So the next thing is you notice this one is larger than this. So we can make this like 60% or 70%, while this will be 30%. So I'm just going to come here. I'm going to drag this guy till it is something like 70%. So this might adjust. I'm just going to click on this and adjust it here. I'm going to change this to 70. So this will automatically be 30%. So now that we have that, we should come here. What we have here is just the content. We have the content right here. So I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to drag in post content right here. As you can see, we have the post content, but then this is picking from our post. How do we want it to be displayed? So I want to display the biography. I'm going to come to settings here. I'm going to come to preview settings and I'm going to click on this. I want it to be biography and it can be anyone. I'm just going to click on apply and preview so that we can see biography in action, not post this time around. So now we have one of our biographies right here. And next thing you notice is the menu, the title is missing. So I'm going to drag in post title right at the top and we should have the post title right there. So now that we have that, you notice there's a white background and then a box around it. So I'm going to click on this particular one. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to come to background type and I'm going to make it white. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to give it padding around of 50. So this is looking perfect to what we want. And the next thing I'm going to do now is let's start working on this sidebar. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to drag in an image, just any image right here, the image widget I mean. So I'm going to delete what we have right in there. And what we want to do is we want to select this image dynamically. So right at the bottom here, you're going to see dynamic tags. I'm going to click on that and then scroll all the way down. You're going to see ACF image field. So when we're creating the custom post type, remember we created some fields and image was part. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to come back here to click on this. I'm going to select a key and then remember we named it avatar. I'm going to select avatar and then our image should be visible right here. So it won't look like we're just editing. Let's see what this thing look like on the front end. I'm just going to publish. And while publishing, we need to set a condition. So I'm going to click on add condition. It's going to include which type of post type. We want all singular. And then under our singulars, we want it to be biographies. And under our biographies, we want it to be all. All biographies should use this template. Except we want to create different design for different biographies. Then we want to use one single template for all biographies. So I'm going to click on save and close. So I'm going to click on the eye icon to preview it. And let's see what that looks like. So the image is still not visible. Okay, to come back right here, we're going to edit this guy. I want to make sure the image is visible. So instead of using this preview, let's check a real post, because sometimes Elementor preview can mess up. So I'm just going to select that of Ronaldo. So as you can see, it's actually showing, but then the preview was not showing it. So we're going to be using this instead of this preview right here. So now that we have that, the next thing we need is we have the player's info. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in another container right here. So this container will be used for, this container is going to be used for player info, and then we're going to have another container underneath it as well, actually for professional information. So right here, I'm going to drag in a heading, and this heading is going to say players info. So as you can see, we have it as players info, all capital letter. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to make it all white. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to come to background. I'm going to select this classic, and I want the background as black. Background as black. And then I'm going to come back to layout, and let's give it a padding around of something like 10. So I believe we have 10 for this. So padding around of 10. Now to work on the font, I'm going to come to style. I'm going to select typography. Let's give the font of something like 12 or 14. And we want it as normal. And then transform uppercase. So this should be similar to what we have here. So I think it's a little bit bolder. So 600. I think that's kind of fair. Let's turn this to 15. This is looking good. So I'm going to centralize it now. I'm going to come to content. I'm going to bring it to the center. But then this space is still not the same thing. So if you compare this and this, we still don't have the same thing per se. So I'm going to make this a little bit big. So I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to come to advanced, and then for the padding, I'm going to make it 10. So I think this is realistic enough. Then I'm going to select this container right here, the inner container. I'm going to select that. I'm going to come to advanced, and I'm going to click on this to remove any padding. So now that we have that, the next thing I want to do is we're going to drag in a new container inside, underneath the image container, underneath the player's info box. So we have that. I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to unchain it as well. So now what I want to do is we're going to drag in two items, two headings inside that. So the first heading is going to be the title, while the second heading is going to be the content. So this heading is this first one is going to be the title, this is going to be the content. So I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to select this, and the first thing we have there is full name. So I'm going to change, I'm going to select all. I'm going to change this to full name, and I'm going to come to style. This should be transform, should be 700, 0 uppercase. Okay, it's normal. Let's come back right here. I'm going to give it some space, full name. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to select this. I'm going to give it 14. I think 14 is very close. I better still, let's make it 15 and 700 bold. I think that is very similar to what we have right there. So for this one, I'm going to select this. We're going to use a dynamic tag. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to scroll all the way down. We have ACL field. I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm going to select the name, the full name, and we should have it right here. So now that we've done that, the next thing we want to do is we want to display them side by side. So I'm going to select the container for both of them, select it, come to layout, and I'm going to put it as row horizontal. After doing that, I want to give them space in between. So let me just update this and show you what I mean. Let me just update it before giving them the space in between. So I'm just going to, let me just close this, and let's come here to mail, so you can see what I'm talking about. So now we have full name and we have Cristiano Ronaldo. The reason why we're having it like this is because we're here to work on the styling. So let me quickly work on the styling. I'm going to, as you can see, I'm trying to select it now. I can't find it again. Okay, we have it right here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to come to the style. I'm going to come to typography. I'm going to select that. We also want it as 15 pixels, right? Then the weight, I want it as 400. So that's all. I'm just going to update it. I'm going to come back right here to reload this. And now we have it as Cristiano Ronaldo. So what I want to do now is I want to put a space in between both of them. So to do that, I'm going to come back here, select the main container that is containing both of them. If you come to justify content, you're going to see space between. I'm going to turn that on. So if I come here now, as you can see, it's not here again. I'm going to click on update. I'm going to reload. And now we have Cristiano Ronaldo. So the next thing you notice is we have some kind of border in between them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this container, the inner container for both the name. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to give it a padding top of something like let's say 10 or 5. A padding top of 5, a padding bottom of 5. Or better still, let's make it 10. Let's make it 10 and 10. So at the bottom, I'm going to give it a border. So I'm going to come to style. I'm going to select border. I'm going to make border solid. And border width, I'm going to change this. Only one border at the bottom. I'm going to give it 1. Border color should be black. And I'm going to update. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to come here. I'm going to reload. So as you can see, now we have border to the bottom. Same thing as what we have right there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to duplicate this guy so we can have it multiple. I'm going to come here. I'm going to duplicate this particular inner container. How many times? So we have how many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5. So I'm going to duplicate. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. And that's 5. So what we have here is we have date of birth, nationality, ethnicity. We have DOB. We have nationality. We have ethnicity. And then we have marital status and Instagram. Marital status. And then we have Instagram. Cool. So now that we have that, the next thing we want to do is we need to edit the items in front. But as you can see, I'm trying to select it and I can't find it. So that's the kind of bug in Elementor. To be able to find it, what you can do is you can come down right here. You're going to see something like navigator. I'm going to click on that. A navigator is going to appear that I can drag across the screen. So what I want to edit now is I'm going to start with this one. I want to edit this DOB. Once I click on it, it is going to scroll down to where it is. So this is it. So what I want to edit is the heading in front of it. This one, I'm going to select it. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to select DOB. I'm going to do the same for this one, nationality. Nationality, as you can see, I'm selecting it. That means this is it. I'm going to select the one in front and I'm going to select nationality. Same with ethnicity. And then this is what I want to edit. Ethnicity. Same with marital status. I'm going to select the one underneath marital status. And then I'm going to select Instagram. And what I want to edit is what's underneath it. I'm going to come here. I'm going to select Instagram undo. So we want IG undo right here. So I'm going to select IG undo. And one thing is missing here. That's the IG link. So I'm going to show you where we're going to use that in a moment. So now once I select the IG undo and everything is good, underneath it, you're going to see link. You're going to see another dynamic tag. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to come to ACF URL field and I'm going to click on this. And this is going to be IG link. I'm going to click on that. So that should be working perfectly now. I'm just going to update it and let's see what that looks like at the front end. I'm going to reload this particular page. And now we have this, as you can see. So what I'm going to do next is we need to get rid of this border for the last column. And then the space right here is too much. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to select the last box. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to come to border and I'm going to turn border to 0 because it doesn't have one. And then the next thing you notice is this guy is sky blue. I'm going to select the Instagram. I'm going to select the heading underneath it. I'm going to come to style. The color should be sky blue and then it should be bold, I think. Okay, it's not bold. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And I'm going to click on update. So one other thing is when you click on this link, it doesn't open on this page. Once I click on it, it opens on another page. So that is called the direction. I'm going to come back to the content. I'm going to click on these settings beside the link, and then you're going to see open in a new window. So I'm going to click on update. Come back here and reload this particular page. And as you can see, this is pink already. So what we're going to do now is we need to give this guy some space. I'm going to come back right here. We need to reduce the space. I'm going to select, I can close this navigator. I'm going to select the main container, which is this one at the top, because that's the container containing every other container inside here. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to come to layout, and we can reduce this guy to either 0, not good. I'm going to make it 10. So we have it as 10. Or better still, let's make it 5. So we have it as 5, and this is looking good. So I'm going to click on update. I'm going to reload this page. And this is looking perfect, just like what we have right there. So I'm just going to make this guy a little bit bigger. Maybe give it something like 7 or even 10. So I'm just going to update it. I'm going to reload this. And this is way better. So now that we have this, the same design we have here is also what we have at the bottom here. So I'm going to just duplicate this container. This one containing everything. I'm going to duplicate it. We have it right here, and I'm going to change this to professional info. Professional info. So what we're going to do now is we're going to quickly change this to club jersey number and position. Full name should be club. So we have date of birth should be club jersey number, club jersey num, and we have position, market value, and plain style. Position, market value, we have plain style. We have position, market value, and plain style. So we don't need the last one. So I can just, or better still, let me delete this. Let me delete this, and I'm going to change this to market. I'm going to change this to plain style. So now that we have that, also we can select the items. So I'm going to use my navigator. So now if you come here, finding it can be hard. Just like I said, just click on the header. It is going to scroll down to where it is. I'm going to select this one, and what I want to select is going to be club. I'm going to select club jersey number. Select this. Club jersey number, position. I'm going to select the one next to it. We have position. We have market value. I'm going to select the one next to it. And we have market value. And then the last one, which is plain style. I'm going to select that. Select the one underneath it. And we have plain style. I'm going to click on update. We should reload this. And boom, we just created what we had here. So one thing you notice is this is showing color right here, but we don't want that. It's normal. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to select the last one that I just finished editing. I'm going to come to style, and then the color should be back to default, just like that. And content for the link, we don't need the link. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to click on update, and I'm going to reload. And this is back to what it's meant to look like. Now we need some space at the top, and then you notice this padding is not rhyming. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to select the main container. I'm going to come to advanced, and I'm going to remove the padding. So once I do that, I'm going to select the main model container, come to advanced, unchain the padding as well, and then I'm going to give it some padding top or something like 50, some padding bottom or something like 50. So we have this space at the top. I'm going to click on update, and I'm going to reload this guy. So now we have this space. So once you notice that this space here is bigger than the space we have right here, to fix that, just select the mother container, come to layout, and right here you can do the same thing. I'm just going to make this 30. That's all I need to do. You can make it bigger if you want to, but I'm okay the way it is. So the next thing I have to do now is make it mobile responsive. So I'm going to click on responsive mode. I'm going to come to tablet. Now this is not looking good to me. I'm going to make these guys 50-50. I'm going to come to layout, and this should be 50%. I want it 50-50. Or better still, let's make it a little bit this. Let's say something like this. Let's say something like 60%. While this is 40. Or better still, let's make it maybe 55. We can do 55-45. So one thing I notice that this padding is too much. I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to unchain the padding. Then padding top should be 50. Right should be 20. Bottom 50. And this should be 20. You can also make it 30 if you want to. So you can just say 30, 30 or 25 if you want to. So for the mother container, I'm going to select this. Come to advanced, unchain these guys. Top should be 50. Bottom should be 50 as well. So in case you want to work on the right and left, you can do that as well. All you have to do is edit the main container right here, but I believe this design is okay for me. So let's go to mobile. So as you can see, mobile, we have it like this, but I don't want it like this. I want this content at the top first, this particular part at the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the mother container of everything. I'm going to come to layout. And remember, I told you about reversing the column. So I'm just going to reverse it like this. Now we have it at the top. I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to come to advanced. I'll change this. It should be 50. Then 20 to the right. Then 50 to the bottom. And 20 to the left. So I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to do the same thing for this guy. I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to unchain it. So you can have it as 30 top, 30 bottom, maybe 20 right and left. This is all good for me. This is all good. So you notice the headers are too large. You can work on that. I'm going to show you how in a moment. So let's just go ahead to publish and update this guy. And if I should come back right here to reload, this is looking good. As you can see, the same design we have right here is also what we have right here. But the only difference is this header are smaller than that of this one. So let's quickly work on that. I'm going to come to, we can close this page now. And we can close out of the Elementor editor. And to go back to your page, just remove this post right here. It should end with WP admin. Click on enter, and this should take you to your dashboard. So I'm going to come to appearance, customize. I'm going to open this in another tab. So while that is loading, I'm going to come to typography, and for the H1, I can reduce it to something like 30 pixels. This one should be 1.3 line height, and maybe this should be something like or better still, let's make this 35, and this should be 30 pixels, 1.3 rem. That's for the H2. Then for the H3, this can be 25 and also 1.3. For H4, this can be 20 or 22. Let me make it 22, 1.3. For the H5, 20, 16, everything's looking good. But I prefer if this is 1.3 as well. So I'm just going to publish it. And now if I should close out of this, let's go back to our dashboard and let me visit the site. So I'm going to come to players bio. Let me just select mail. As you can see, this page is all set, and let's click on this. Let's go into the content itself. As you can see, the design is taking this form, and the header is not too big. No, not as small as this, but at least it's something good to look upon. So now that we have the blog and the biography page set. The next thing you want to do now is you want to integrate the shop aspect of the website where people can buy products, make payments, and do every other thing relating to e-commerce on the website. And that will bring us to a plugin called WooCommerce. Now, WooCommerce is a plugin, a very robust plugin on WordPress that allows you to add e-commerce functionalities to your WordPress website. You can use it to sell digital products, downloadable products, or physical products. It has all the tools and settings you need to run a proper e-commerce website. So to get started, we need to come to our dashboard and we need to click on Add New. When it comes to plugins, you come to plugins, click on Add New because it's a plugin. Then you are going to search for WooCommerce. WooCommerce. WOO, then commerce. So this is the plugin you want to install right here. Then go ahead to click on Install Now. So now that we have WooCommerce installed, the next thing you want to do is you click on Activate. Now it will bring you to a page like this one where you can do a quick setup for your store. So you can do set up my store and then you select what best describe you. If I'm just starting my business, I'm already selling, I'm setting up a store for a client. Now depending on your category where you are, it doesn't matter actually, just to assist you with some setup. I'm just going to select I'm just starting my business. I'm going to click on continue and then give your store a name. It's Soccer 360. What type of products or services do you plan to sell? So we are selling clothing and accessories. Where's your store located? Then you select the country and state. So mine, I'm just going to select Nigeria, Lagos. So Lagos is one of the big cities in Nigeria. I'm going to click on continue. Now it brings you here. It shows you get a boost with our free features. Actually, you don't need all these plugins. You can always install it later if you need them. So we don't need all these plugins at all. I'm just going to untick everything and click on continue again. So you are going to wait for this page to load. So it's going to set up all your pages that you need for your WooCommerce, the My Account page, the shop page. So it's going to give you some basic design, but then we're still going to customize the shop page as well. It's going to give you shop page, the cart page, and the checkout page. So now our shop page has been set up successfully. WooCommerce has been integrated successfully. So now if you come to pages, you're going to see some new pages that you didn't create. Now these pages were created by WooCommerce during the setup. So just come to pages and right here you can see you created blog, but then the cart, the checkout, the My Account page, refund and return policy, and the shop page were all created by WooCommerce. So one thing I want us to do next now is I want us to quickly finish the customization of our header. Remember right here we have let me come to the main website. Let me visit store. We have shop at the top part, and then on the header we have some, as you can see, we have this guy right here, this avatar which is there by default. Then we have this cart items, then we have the shop, and so on and so forth. So let's quickly customize that. So I'm going to come back right here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to appearance, then customize. I'm going to open this in another tab. So while this is loading, I'm just going to come back to this page. I'm going to come to appearance and menus, so we can just finish the menu aspect. So right here you're going to see the new set of pages. The page I want to add is going to be the shop page. Right here, as you can see, the shop is the second. I'm going to add to menu, and I'm going to bring it right after the player's bio. I'm going to click on save menu. So for the customize, I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to come down right down here, and you're going to see WooCommerce. So let me just reload this page so you can see the shop page right here. Good. So now the shop menu is now visible. I'm going to come to my header right here, and up here we have the accounts and we have the cart. Then we have social icons. So I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to drag the cart right here. And after the cart, we have accounts right here. And then after the account, we have socials right here. And then let's look at the background color. As you can see, the background color is not pure white, it's kind of gray. So I'm going to come back to this page. I'm going to select the top row. I'm going to come to design. I'm going to come to design, and we're going to select default state. So we're going to select this and this. Let's see, does it go with what we have here? I think this is it. as you can see. So that is it. This particular one here, you can use this as well, but I'm going to go with this. So we have that, and then for this one, you notice we have a kind of avatar. We're still going to need to install a plugin to be able to do this. So I'm just going to come back right here, and for the cat, let's look at so we have this, the color is the sky blue, and on hover this changes to sky blue as well. Same with the icons. So I'm going to select the cat. For your settings, you want to make it visible on all devices. Definitely you can try to change the icon, but I'm just going to stick with this icon. I'm going to come to design, and the default color should be this. No, not this. I'm talking of the icon now, so this should remain black, and on over it changes. So for the icon, the default color should be sky blue, and on over it should just dim down. Okay, sky blue, and hover it should dim down. Definitely. So this is all good. For the avatar, we're going to come back to it. Let me just change the size for now. So I'm going to come to account image. So we want it to be avatar, not icon and not none. So label visibility, we don't want label visibility. It's available for both logged in and logged out users. Then for the design, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Then for logged out options, we want to show them icon, definitely, because you can't have a profile image when you are logged out. So which one do you want to use? I'm going to use this because that's what we are using here. If you are logged out, that's what you'll be seeing here. So I'm going to go with this one, or you can just use this. So I'm going to increase it to something like 18 or even 16. Let's go with 18. So that's looking good. I'm going to select the social icons we have here, right here. I'm going to come to design. The default state, I want it as this, and then on hover we want it as that. So this is looking good. I'm going to come to general. I'm going to increase the size to something like 18. So now this is looking perfect. I'm going to come to tablet mode, and if you come to tablet mode, I'm coming right here to inspect. You notice we also have the same thing. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to select iPad. So we have the same thing. We have the avatar to the left, and when we have the cat to the right. So I'm going to come here, and right here we are going to add our widget. So I'm going to add my account here, and then we are going to add cat here. I'm going to select my account, and I want to increase the size. Okay, 18 is looking good, and for this is looking good as well. So now that we are done with the customization of the header, the next thing I want us to do is I want us to use an image for this icon for those that are logged in. So if I should come here, you notice we have an image right here. Now this one is showing because my normal Gmail that I used in creating this account has a gravatar attached to it. So wherever I use it, it's going to use this image, be it WordPress or anywhere. But because I'm using a custom email here, I may need to set this manually. So to do that, we need to use a plugin. I'm going to come to dashboard. I'm going to come to plugins, and I'm going to click on add new. So right here, I'm just going to search for avatar. So there are plenty of avatar you can use. A simple help user add or remove the avatar using images from its media library. So there are actually a lot you can use here, but based on what I'm seeing here, I think this one is one of the most downloaded with 100,000 plus active installation. And it says adds an avatar upload field to your user profiles, generate requested sizes on demand, just like gravatar. So I'm just going to click on install now. So now that we have it installed, I'm just going to click on activate. So now that we have it installed, let's go to my profile and let's see if there's a space to upload an avatar. I'm going to click on edit profile. So I'm going to scroll all the way down, and as you can see, we have an option to upload an avatar. Choose from media library. Usually this is one that comes with WordPress, but usually you can't upload from your media library, but this one allows you to upload from media library. So I'm going to click on choose from media library, and I'm going to add an image that I already have on ground. So I'm going to come here to WP, and then this is the image I want to use. I'm just going to drag it in here. So I'm going to click on select and crop. I'm going to click on default crop or crop image, anyone. So usually when you're using avatar, you want your image to be square, either square or circle, but make sure it is square. So once we have that, all I need to do is just click on update profile. So cool. So if I should go ahead to check this website now, by now I should now have a profile picture displayed right here. As you can see, now we have a profile picture just like the reference. Now what you notice is this one is looking a little bit smaller than the actual thing we have here. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly customize that. I'm going to come to general heading. I'm going to come to header. I'm going to select account, and for the size I'm just going to increase this to something like 20 or even 22, something like 22. And then the cart, I'm going to increase the icon size something like 16, something like that. This is looking good here, and this is looking good here. I'm going to click on publish. I'm going to close this. Let's reload this and let's see what that looks like. So this should actually get bigger. So now that that is done, the next thing I want us to do now is to go ahead to start adding product to our website. So if I should come to shop now, by now we should not have anything. As you can see, no product were found matching your selection. So we don't have any product on this website. So let's go ahead to see how to upload product to WordPress. I'm going to come back to my dashboard, and right here you're going to say product, and I'm going to click on add new product. So while that is loading, I'm going to come to the reference website. I'm going to come to shop so I can show you some of the product and some of the attributes they have. So right here, I'm going to open this particular one to the right, and I'm also going to open one of the shoes to the right. So as you can see, you notice this has sizes. So we have large, medium, small, and extra large. So these are called product attributes. And you notice the price is in range. So if I select large, as you can see, it gives me the price here. If I select medium, the price changes. If I select small, we have this. If I select extra large, we have this. So we can create it as range. If I come to the shoe, you notice we have colors. If I select size 39 and I select blue, you notice the image changes. If I come back to black, the image changes. So these are also called product attributes, and these are all the things we're going to learn right now. So I'm going to just come back here, and I need to add a product. So let me add a shoe first. So we gave this black striped Adidas boots. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste the name here, and if you scroll down right here, we have product description, and these are product description. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And right here we have product short description. So this is the one here. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste the short description. So now that we have that, we need to set the product image, the actual product image. So I'm going to click on set product image, and I'm going to come right here. I'm going to come to product, boot product, and the first one I want to add now is this. Let me see the image. So we have this, and that should be this. So I'm going to select this. I'm just going to drag it in, or better still, let me just select all the images for the product. Let me drop everything right here, so I won't have to be going back and forth. So I'm going to select the image I want to use. I'm going to click on set product image. So now that we have the product image here, we are good to go. So the next thing you see here, you see product gallery. I'm still going to come to that when we are uploading the product for the shirts, for the jerseys. I don't want to do that here because we are not really going to be needing it, because there are some other features we'll need to add. So once we have that, you notice we have uncategorized here. So I don't want this. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this. I'm going to add a new category, and I'm going to call this boots. And I'm going to click on add new category. So now we have boots. What you want to do is you may want to change this uncategorized to something else. So we have boots. You can try to add product tags, but that's not needed in this case. I'm just going to go ahead to click on publish. So now that we have it published, you notice I didn't set the regular price and the sales price. So I forgot that. I'm just going to quickly do that. So the regular price, I should come back right here. We have the regular price. We didn't have it here because this has been modified. Just for example, you can say we have the regular price at something like 90,000, and the sales price will be something like 85,000. So I'm going to go ahead to click on update, and then I'm going to go ahead to see what it looks like at the front end. So I'm going to come here. You're going to see a link here. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to open it in another tab. So as you can see, now we have our shoe here. As you can see, we have the image, even though the image is looking a little bit big, as you get to customize it. But then we have the description, we have the reviews, kind of almost similar to what we have here already, but definitely this is looking different. As you can see, this is way has more information. As you can see, we have additional information, the sizes, we have reviews and every other thing, and then the image is more smaller with all these attributes. We're still going to get there in a moment. So now this is what it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead to quickly change the name of the uncategorized category to something meaningful, and then I'm going to add one more product, which is going to be the shirt right here. And once I add that, we're going to start dealing with the product attributes. So I'm going to come back right here. I can just close this. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to come to product categories, and right here, this uncategorized, I'm going to quick edit. I'm going to click on quick edit. I'm just going to change this to jerseys. I'm going to click on update category. So good. The next thing I want to do is I want to add a new product. So instead of just writing everything from start again, I'm just going to come to all products, and you can actually duplicate a product by default. So I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to click on open a new tab. So while that is loading, I'm going to come to my plugins and I want to remove the duplicate plugin because I don't need it again. I'm done using it. And that's one thing you want to pay attention to. When you're building a WordPress website and you install a plugin, and maybe it's a plugin that serves a purpose for a short time, like this duplicate plugin, definitely this duplicate comes with WooCommerce. This is not because of the plugin. The plugin is for posts and post types. Now I'm done using it. Whenever you are done using any plugin, make sure you remove it, because the more plugin you have on your website, the slower your website loads, the more bandwidth it's going to use, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to come to plugins and I'm going to remove it. So while that is loading, I'm going to come back right here to edit this plugin. As you can see, it says black striped Adidas boots copy. So I'm going to come here to this product. I'm going to copy this name and I'm going to paste this right here. So we have Juventus Jeep stripped jersey. I'm going to leave the description the way it is. The next thing I'm going to change is just going to be the pricing. I'm going to change this to something like 45,000, and this should be something like 40,000 right there. I'm going to remove the product image and I'm going to change it to something similar to what we have there. So I'm going to click on set product image. I'm going to come to my resources right here. I'm going to go to jersey top products, and the one I want to select is this one right here. This one right here. So one thing you notice is we have other similar images right here. So I'm just going to select 1, 2, 3, because for this one I'm going to add product gallery. So right here you notice we have some images down here. So these are the product gallery, so I want to add them as well. So I'm going to first select my product image. I'm going to set product image. Now when setting product image is different from your product gallery. So now I'm going to add product gallery and I'm going to select the remaining 2 images, 1, 2. Make sure you are clicking down Control so you can select multiple. I'm going to click on add to gallery. I'm going to change the category to jerseys, and that's all I need to do. And then I'm going to click on publish. So while that is loading, I'm just going to close this too. Let's come back to it later on. So these are reference websites. We have a dashboard, and yeah, the plugin I said I want to remove. So the plugin I want to remove is the duplicate PP. I'm going to click on deactivate, and I'm going to go ahead to delete the plugin because it's no longer in use. I already use it for what I want to use it for, which is to duplicate the post and the post type. So now that we have that, we're all good. Now that we've saved this, we can then go ahead to preview it on the front end and let's see what that looks like. So this is what the product looks like. Also, the image is big, but then we have this lovely gallery at the bottom, which is also very similar to our end product. And definitely we need to add product attributes. To add product attributes, I'm going to come back to the dashboard, and right here underneath product, you're going to see something called attributes. I'm going to click on attributes, and currently we don't have any attributes. So there are two types or three types of attributes I want to create. I want to create shoe sizes attributes, I want to create shirt size attributes, and I want to create shoe color attributes. So first, or boot size, I'm just going to click on add attributes. Then I'm going to go with boot color. I'm going to click on add attributes, and then I'm going to go with jersey size. I'm going to click on add attributes. So now that we've added all the three attributes, the next thing you want to do is you want to configure the terms. So let's start with the boot color. I'm going to configure the terms, and then I'm just going to come here to use the color we have right here to pick the color I need. So I'm going to come to boot product, and definitely I need black, I need blue, I need white, I need, let's say, lemon, red, something like that. And to add the attributes, we are currently inside boot attributes. I'm going to add black. I'm going to add new boot color. I'm going to add white. I'm going to add new boot color. I'm going to add blue. I'm going to add lemon. I'm going to add red, and let's say sky blue, something like that. I'm going to call this sky blue. So I'm going to add sky blue and add new boot color. So we're done with that. I'm going to come back to attributes to do the same thing for the remaining two attributes. As you can see, this one now have terms. So for the boot size, I'm going to configure terms, and then I'm just going to add the sizes. So I'm just going to add size 39, size 40, up to 45. So we have size 39. I'm just going to stop here. This is more than enough. I'm going to come back to attributes and work on the last product attribute, which is the jersey size. So this is going to be more of large, extra large, and maybe medium, small, so on and so forth. Because since this is a top, this is a clothes. So I'm going to have, let me start with small, which is S. I'm going to add jersey size. I'm going to have L, which is large. I'm going to add new jersey size. So now we have all these attributes. We need to go back to edit our product so we can include attributes. So I'm going to come to all products, and we have these two products. I'm going to edit both of them to show you how attribute is being added. So let's start with the first one, which is the top. I'm going to click on edit, and now currently this product is a simple product. This product is currently a simple product. As you can see, it's a simple product. So if you want to add attributes to a product, you have to change it to a variable product. That means it is not just one, it is multiple products in one, maybe color, size, and other stuffs. So from simple product, I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to change this to a variable product. Just click on got it. So now that we change it to a variable product, as you can see, it is requesting we add SKU, but instead of adding SKU to just one product, we want to add it to all the variations. If you come down to shipping, let's assume you want to be using external shipping and you want to add the amount with the sizes and everything. You can add the weight of the product, the length, the width, the height. Then shipping class, if you've not yet created any shipping class, so I'm just going to ignore this. I'm going to come to linked products. So let's assume you want to upsell, you want to cross sell. Maybe this shirt is going for this amount, buy the shorts. This is where you do that. And then what we actually want to target is going to be this attribute. We want to set an attribute for it because we already made it a product, a variable product. So I'm going to remove the default we have here because I don't need that. And I'm going to add a new attribute. So the attribute I want to add is going to be jersey size. I'm going to click on jersey size, and then we have this attribute. So we need to select the values we want for this jersey size. How many sizes are available for this jersey? I'm going to click on this and then we have the large, medium, small, and XL. So I'm just going to select the large, the medium, and maybe XL. I'm going to click on save attribute. So now that we save the attributes, we need to customize the attributes. So that is where you do the variation. So I'm going to come to variation, and then you either have the option to generate variations based on the attribute you selected, or manually generate the variation. So since I already selected the attribute, I'm just going to use generate variation. As you can see, it says, do you want to generate all variation? This will create a new variation for each and every possible combination of variation attributes. So max 50 per run. So I'm going to click on OK. So this will create 3 variations because there are 3 attributes. And this is where you can set individual pricing for each variation. So if I click on this, you see I can set the image. I can use a different image if I want to. I can set the image. I can set the SKU. Now SKU is product unit. Maybe you label your product so you know the name. So you can put a product label unit right here if you want to. You have the product enabled. If you want to add the amount of product you have in stock for this particular size, you can click on manage stock, and then you can add the available sizes you have. So once you click on manage stock, as you can see, we have stock quantity, the amount of stock quantity you have. As you untick that, it's going to disappear. You can add a specific price to a specific attribute. Maybe small is cheaper than large, is more cheaper than extra large. You can add a sale price to each attribute if you want to. So these are, you can go to these settings. You can add dimensions and sizes to each attribute. So that's the purpose of variations. But for this case, I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to do a bulk action. I'm going to click on this bulk action. Let's assume I want to add the same thing to everything. I can do that. So as you can see, you can add a lot of things here. You can add the weight, the limit, the stock, and everything. So I'm just going to do a bulk action of stock. I'm going to click on that. And how many stock do I want for each of them? Let's assume you have 5 in stock, 5 large, 5 medium, 5 extra large. I'm going to click on OK. Okay, save changes before changing page. I'm going to click on OK. So I want to save my changes right here first. Then I'm going to go ahead to do the bulk. So now that we've done that, I'm going to come here. We don't have it yet. I'm going to do bulk action. I'm going to come to stock, 5 stock. I'm going to click on OK, and that will be added to all the 3 attributes we have right here, both the large, the medium, and the extra large. So now that we've done that, the next thing I want to do is I want to add the image. So I'm just going to click on this. I want to add the individual images. I'm going to select this. I'm going to have that. I'm going to select the medium. Select this. I'm using the same image in this instance. I'm going to click on this. Select this. So now that we have that, let's see other things that we can fill here. So we have, I think everything is good to me. Now we want to adjust the prices. So I'm just going to use the same price also. Instead of adding different price and different sales price, I'm just going to come here and I'm going to come to bulk action again, and I'm going to set the regular prices. So first, let me save. Don't forget, save your changes before taking any action. So I'm going to come here and now to set regular prices. So for regular prices, I'm just going to set this as 45,000. Let's click on OK, and that will add the price. If I click on this now, as you can see, we're having the 45,000 here. So now to add the sales price. Now this is applied to everything, as you can see here as well. As I mentioned earlier, you can set it individually. I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to set sales price to something like 38,000, and I'm going to click on OK. Now it is not compulsory you set sales price. If you don't want to run sales on a website, you can just set the regular price and everything will be good to go. So if I click on this, now we have the sales price. Everything is looking good, looking spiced up. I'm going to click on update. I just updated it. Let's see what that looks like on the front end. I'm going to open this in another tab. And as you can see, now we have jersey size. We have large, medium, extra large. So this is what it looks like now. But later on, we're also going to change this to buttons. So instead of having this drop down, we're going to change it to buttons. When we're doing the customization, and we're going to get there in a moment. So we've done that of the jersey. Let's go ahead to do that of the boot. I'm going to come back to shop, and right here I'm going to come back to all products so I can edit the boot as well. So for the shop, you notice now we have 2 products, and also we're still going to customize this to look way better. So I'm going to come back here. We have the shoe. I'm going to edit as well. So this is the shoe page. Also the same thing, you want to change this to variable products. You can also always set the SKU individually. So after doing that, you want to come to attributes, and by default it picks an attribute for you. I'm just going to remove it because I don't need that. I'm going to click on add attribute. Now this time around I want to add 2 attributes, the boot color and the boot size. So this will be 1, and this will be 2. So for the variation, for the boot color, I'm going to select this, and you can decide to select all the color if you have all the color available. For the purpose of this tutorial, I'm just going to select 2 color, because the more the color you select and the more attributes you select, the more variation you need to create. So I'm going to select black, and I'm going to select white. Let's see the product we have here. So we have black and blue, not white. So I'm going to select black, and I'm going to select blue. And then for the sizes, let's assume I just have 2 sizes available. Let's say size 39 and size 41. But that's still, let me make it 3. Maybe size 42. I'm going to click on save attributes. Now once that is saved, I need to come back to variations, just like the way we did for the jersey. I'm going to come to variations, and I want to generate variation. Now this will generate all the possible variation for me. Maybe blue and size 41, blue and size this, blue and size this. So by now you should have like 6, 7, 8 variations. I'm going to click on OK. So as you can see, this generated 6 variations for me. Black size 39, black size 41, black size 42, blue size 39. So let's assume some variations are not available. You can decide to remove it, or you can either decide to go with the manual addition. So you are going to select, okay, I want black 39. You can do that as well. The first thing I want to do is to add the needed images. So for black, we are selecting black image, black shoe image. So I'm going to select this. Let's set variation picture. I'm going to come to this as well. This is black. I'm going to set the image. This as well is black. I'm going to set the image. Now this is blue. I'm going to set the image, which is blue. Same thing with this, blue. And same thing with this, blue. So I'm going to go ahead and click on save changes. So you can decide to now go ahead to add different pricing for different variation if you want to. So let's assume black is more expensive than blue, or blue is more expensive than black, or maybe size 39 is cheaper than size 41. You can decide to add that. So let me just do that. I'm just going to come here. I'm going to give this a variation price of, let's say this one is let's say 40,000, and for the sale price, let's say we give that 35,000, and let's say for the 41, maybe this is just 42,000 and there's no sale price. Maybe for size 42, this will be 45,000, there's no sale price. And maybe for the blue as well, this can be 38,000 and the sales price should be something like 35. And let's say for this one, no sales price, just direct. Just going to give this 41,000, and this should be something like 42,000. So now that we have that, you can go ahead to set different stock status, maybe out of stock or on back order. So back order is something like when something is out of stock, you can order down before it comes back in stock, something like pre-order. So you can decide to set that, but for this case I'm just going to set the same unit for everything. So I'm going to save changes first. Don't forget, always save your changes. Then I'm going to go ahead to do bulk action of setting stock. I'm just going to say, okay, we have 3 in stock. Let's click on OK. Now that is done, and then I'm going to go ahead to click on update. So this is looking good so far. I'm going to come back to the shop page, and let's click on this product and let's see what it looks like on the front end. So now we have this, we have the boot, and we have the color, we have the size. There's one other step we need to add both color and some settings to this, and that is what we're going to be doing now. And to do that, we need to install a plugin. The name of the plugin we need to install is called Variation Swatches for WooCommerce. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard. I'm going to come to plugins. I'm going to click on add new, and right here I'm going to search for Variation Swatches for WooCommerce. So this is the one we want to install. This one right here, Variation Swatches for WooCommerce. I'm going to go ahead and click on install now. So now that we have it installed, I'm going to go ahead and click on activate. Now that we have it activated, we need to implement the settings. So I'm going to come back to my product. I'm going to come back to attribute, and this is where we finalize the settings we need to do. So first, let's start with the boot color. I'm going to click on edit, and then we have the boot color, we have all this, and under type, this is a new field. Under type, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to select color. Then I'm going to click on update. We just save that. So I'm going to do the same thing for the remaining two attributes, but this time around it's not going to be color. I'm going to select button. So I'm going to come back to attributes, and right here I'm going to just open this in another tab. Then I'm going to edit the jersey size as well, and for the jersey size I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to select button. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to click on update. While that is loading, I'm going to do the same thing for this. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to click on button, and I'm going to click on update. So I've edited all the attributes. Now let's go to the front end and see what that looks like now. I'm going to come back here. Let's reload this image, reload this product, and let's see what it looks like now. So now, as you can see, we have the color right here, but then it is not showing which exact color it is. So we need to customize the color. But as you can see, this is now button. As you can see, these are all buttons. So let's quickly work on that. I'm going to come back to attributes, and I'm going to come back to attribute right here, and I'm going to work on the color. That is the boot color. I'm going to click on configure terms. So I set a specific color for each term. So for blue, we have blue. For black, we have black. For lemon, we have lemon. For red, we have red. So I'm going to edit this, and this is where you set the color. So I'm going to click on this. This is black. I'm going to make it black. I'm going to click on update, and let's do the same for the remaining one. I'm just going to come back, and I'm going to edit the remaining terms, the remaining color terms. So as you can see, we already done that of black. I'm just going to edit, open this in another tab so I can do everything with ease. So I'm going to come here. This is blue. I'm going to select the color, select blue. I'm going to click on update. This is lemon. I can select this, select lemon. Just click on update. This one is red. This one is the sky blue. So now I've set the color for all the color attributes and the terms right here. So let's come back right here to reload, and let's see if the color is going to appear. I'm going to go ahead to click on reload, and now we have the colors. So I can go ahead to select blue and then select a size, and as you can see, it changes. I can go back to black and it works. So that is how to add a product, and also to set a product attribute, and also set variation, and also customize the term of your variation. So if I were you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to all products, and we need to create one more product category, which I want to do as a kind of simple task to do. So if I should come back right here to our product, you notice we have one more product type, which is the soccer ball. So go ahead to add the remaining products, both for the soccer ball, for the boots, and for the, as you can see, we still have quite a number of boots. So you can try to create as many variations as you want, as many product types as you want. And then same for the jersey. As you can see, we still have quite a number of jersey right here. And don't forget, we have product image for jersey and the gallery image. So for example, this is a product image. These are the gallery. As you can see, this is a product image. These are the gallery. This is a product image right here. and then we have the galleries. There's a product image, we have the galleries. There's a product image, we have the galleries. There's a product image, we have the galleries. So go ahead to create a product category for the soccer, name it soccer. Then go ahead to add all the products for the soccer, add more products to the boot, add more products to the jersey. So your shop page can be full like this one. As you can see, we have the soccer ball, we have these guys and everything. So this is looking all good. So I'm going to add the products behind the scene, so I won't make the video too long. As I'm done, I'm going to come back to continue the video. So I'm gonna add to add 12 more products, including the soccer ball, more shoes, and more jerseys. And this is what the shop page now looks like. So what we'll be doing now is let's go ahead to start customizing the shop page to look like what we have right here. So I'm going to come back to this page and I'm just going to click on customize. Make sure you're on the shop page when you click on customize. So it brings us here. I'm going to scroll down, and the first page I want to edit is going to be the shop WooCommerce page. As you have WooCommerce, you have general. Let's start with the general. So messages, we're going to leave the color the way they are. Just going to leave it that way. Star rating, I'm going to leave the color the way it is. You can decide to change the color of the star rating. I'm going to leave mine like that. Quantity input. In terms of quantity input, maybe the style. So you can decide to change the style. I'm just going to leave it, but let me show you what it looks like. So I'm just going to click on one of the products. So this is the current quantity input we are using. If I change it to type 1, as you can see now it changes to this. We have type 2, type 1, type 2. So I'm just going to leave it. I prefer this one. I'm going to come back right here and sales and stock badge. So this is the sales and stock badge, the one you have at the top that says sales, something like that. If I change to this, we have it like this. Can be like this, like this, like this. So I'm just going to go with this one. Now sales badge value, can make it default. We're going to leave it as sales. Show stock badge as well. So I'm just going to leave all these guys as the way they are because they're not really a big deal. And for the account page, we're going to come back to that. For the checkout page, let's go to checkout page. For the checkout page, I want to enable coupon form. I want people to be able to use coupon when ordering. Highlight required field, yes. Company field. I don't need a company field when you're ordering clothes or something. It's not needed. I'm just going to be set as hidden. Address line 2. I don't need an alternate address. I'm going to set as hidden. Phone field. You can hide your phone field, but if you are shipping, like you are shipping to them and you need to call them, you can make it required. Or if you don't need the phone field, you can make it hidden optional, but it's required here. Privacy policy page. We're still going to edit this page, so I'm just going to select refund and return policy. Just going to select that page for now. Terms and condition page. We don't really have one. I'm just going to use this refund and return policy as well. Then for the privacy policy, I just write some content here and then add a link to the privacy policy right here. So terms and condition, I'm going to leave it the way they are and all good. So I'm going to come back right here and let's check the account page. I want to use avatar and I want to use name, navigation, quick links. We'll turn that on. Design, we'll use the default design that we have here, and I think we are good. Now this store notice is a notice you have on the shop. Maybe you are running a discount or something. If I turn it on, the store notice is going to appear at the bottom here, and then for some website it appears at the top. If I click on this chevron, as you can see, you can select where you want it to appear. If I want it to appear at the top, as you can see, we have the store notice at the top here. This is a demo store, blah blah blah. So let's assume how to order, give free shipping. Let's say free shipping for orders above $199. So this could be a store notice, and I can say code. Maybe they need to use a coupon code or something. I can say code free ship. So this is what a store notice is. So you can start to design it, change the way it looks, and then change the position. But for mine, I'm just going to disable the store notice, but it exists. So you know it exists, it exists. So I'm going to come back and let's go ahead to edit our product archives. So I'm going to come here to product archives, and for the page title right here, and we can, let's see what this one looks like. As you can see, we have this. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And for the product, we have 3. So I'm going to change this to 3 columns. And how many rows now? 3 times 4 is 12. So 3 columns, 4 rows. That's 12 products. Shop sort, I'm going to turn that on. Shop result card, I'm going to turn that on. Now I want sidebars. You can see we have sidebar here. So we're going to customize sidebar as well. I'm going to turn on the sidebar. And then I also want a pagination. So for the sidebar, I want it to this side. I want it to the left, just like we have right here. And then for the pagination, I want it to be visible on mobile as well. Pagination type, we have standard, next, previous, load more, infinite loop. So I'm going to set it as standard. So now that we have that, as you can see, now we have pagination here. So the next thing I want to do is, let's quickly customize this guy, the shop guy. So I'm going to come to page title. I'm going to click on this chevron, and I want it like this. Definitely, I just want the title. I'm going to add the description. I like the way it is. Everything is looking good right here. Then I'm going to come to design. Now for the image container background, I want it as black, just like we have right here. So it should be black here. And then for image overlay color, this should be black as well. So I think something is going on here. I'm just going to go ahead. The title font color, I'm going to change this to white. I'm just going to go ahead to publish this, then reload, because there's a little bit of glitch right here. So now I just reloaded. As you can see, now it's looking like what we have right here, but this text is too small. So I'm going to scroll down back to product archive. I'm going to come to this, and with the title, I'll come here, and then I'm going to change the size to something like 50. So we have shop and we have shop. And for the weight, I'm just going to make it 600. So this is perfect. So I'm going to check tablet, looking good. I'm going to check mobile, looking good as well. So this is looking good. I'm going to step back, and now let's customize the single product page. So I'm just going to click on one of these guys. So for the product title, yes, I want it on. For the design, you can select if you want sidebar in your single product page, but I don't want that. Content style, area style, you can make it boxed. So I think I'm going to go with this boxed. So this one is boxed. Let's check if it is boxed. I'm going to click on one of the products. It is not boxed right here. So you can either make this one, you can either make yours boxed. Let me see what the box look like. You can either make yours boxed or just remove the boxed. So since our reference website does not have boxed, I'm just going to choose the wide. Then I'm going to scroll down. Product title, we want it on. Product price, we want it on. Add to cart, we want it on. Page on. Page, product element, tabs, related or upsell, and turn that on. So I want it to be visible on these guys as well. So it's going to be 4 products and 1 row. So we have this related products right here. So for the product tab, I want it to be to the right. So as you can see, this is to the left. I mean, just like we have it here to the left. This is also to the left. And I'm going to come back right here. You can select the type you want. There's type 1 and there's type 2. So either way, I'm just going to go with type 1. I'm going to come back right here. And sticky gallery, I don't want that. Sticky summary, I don't want that. Ajax add to cart. That means when I click add to cart, instead of loading the entire page, it just loads on this page. So I'm going to turn that on as well. So I'm going to come right here to gallery options. I'm going to come here and light box. If you want it, you can turn it on. Thumbnails position, if you want it vertical, so they're going to be to the side right here instead of at the bottom. So as you can see, they are now to the side instead of to the bottom. So I'm just going to leave mine at the bottom, horizontal. I'm going to leave it like that. So the image, the size of this image, instead of 3/4, I want it as 1 by 1. I want it as 1 by 1. So it's going to be a box. It's going to be square instead of having it as 3/4, which is long. So I want it like this. And for the size, You can even use custom if you want to, but let's just go with the predefined. I'm going to go with one by one. All looking good. I'm going to step back and let's just publish and let's see what this looks like so far. So this is what the shop page looks like. I'm going to click on this. And this is what this page looks like. So we are very close to the final design, but one thing you notice is the design of this guy is different from what we have right here. You can see these guys have some kind of unique design compared to this, but every other thing is the same thing. So let's quickly work on this particular design as well. So to finish up the design, to make the product design this way, I'm going to come back to my customize. I'm going to step out of this and I'm going to come to product archives. Under product archives, you're going to see cards option. I'm going to click on that. Now the image, how do you want it? I want it as 1 by 1. And yeah, this is looking good. Then for, as you can see, the image is not square. Then for the star rating, I want it on. Sales badge, I want it on. Product categories, is it on here? So product category is not on, so I'm just going to leave it off. Short description, I'm going to turn it off. Add to cart button. So if you come here, do we have add to cart button? No. So I'm going to turn off the add to cart button. And then content alignment, is it to the center? Yes, content alignment is to the center. I'm going to centralize it. So this is looking all good. Image over effect. I'm going to select this and I'm going to select swap images. So if I should come to this, as you can see, okay, this one is zooming and zooming out because there's no swap image, but for others it can swap. So I'm just going to leave it as maybe swap images, or let me just say zoom in. I think zoom in is better. So I'm going to come to design. Everything is looking good and I'm going to click on publish. So now that we've done all the settings, there's one other setting I want us to do. We come to the reference website, you notice there's a way the products are displayed and we've not gotten that yet. So I'm going to come back to customize page. I'm going to step out, and for the type of archive you want, we're going to select the type 2, and the type 2 should change what it looks like. So let me come to the shop page. As you can see, this has changed. So this is what we want to achieve. Let me click on one of these and let's see if it also takes the same style. Could scroll down, as you can see, it has taken the same style. So we are done with the customization. Everything is looking good. We've done the single product. This is looking good. This is exactly what we have right here for the single product. Let me just click on this so you can see what I'm talking about. So we have this very similar. We have this very similar as well. So one other thing that I think we've not done is this button. The button here is kind of sky blue. So we need to fix that from design. I think we made the mistake when we were doing customization earlier. I'm going to come back to colors, and not colors now. I'm going to come to, I think it's buttons, general, come to buttons, design, and then background color initially should be black. Then on hover, it should go to blue. So as you can see, this is now black. It is looking good and perfect. So those are the customization we need to do. I think we are done with customization now. Everything is set. WooCommerce customization done. Every other thing is done. Just go ahead, click on publish. And now the next thing we have to do is we have to work on the sidebar of both the shop page and the sidebar of the general website. So I'm going to open the sidebar of the shop page. I'm going to open the shop page here, and I'm going to open the blog page to the side so we can compare both. So the sidebar of the shop page is more like a filter. We have the live search. If I should come here to search, let's say Asana, you're going to see that it's going to be a live search. As you can see, it gives me an option right here. I can select it, and then we have filters. We have it if it's boot. If we want soccer, if we want boot, right here we can select. We can select the color, and then we can select the shoe size and then filter. So we're going to add that. And also for the general blog page, you notice we have a search, we have recent posts, and then we have some products. So let's quickly work on the sidebar. I'm going to come here for the blog page. Let's work on the sidebar. I'm just going to close this for now, and I'm going to come back to my dashboard. I'm going to come to widgets, appearance, and widgets. So this is where we're going to add both the sidebar for the blog and the sidebar for the commerce. So right here, I'm just going to close this. And then we have this existing sidebar what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. I'm going to remove. I'm going to delete. I'm going to select this as well. Delete. I'm going to delete. Recent post. I'm going to delete it. Select this. Delete. And delete. Just clear whatever I see here, because we're going to be adding something different. The only one I'm going to leave is going to be the search. As you can see, just search posts. Let me just leave it as search. Let's see what we have here. We just have search. I'm just going to leave it as search. So for the label, we have search as well. So I'm just going to leave it as search right here. So you can try to customize the search as you want. As you can see, you can set the width. I'm just going to leave the width as 100%. So what are we adding next? I'm just going to come here. I want to add recent posts. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to search for posts. I'm going to click on latest post, and then post content. We don't want that. We don't want that. Display post date. We don't want that. Display featured image. We want that. I want the post side by side, and then we can go with, let's say, 50%. Let's see how big this is. So I think 50% does it, or 25%. So 50% does it. You can do this, and then let's see. Everything's looking good. Add link to featured image. You can turn that on. How do you want to sort it? Is it newest to oldest? Is it oldest to newest? Is it A to Z? Z to A? I'm going to leave it as newest to oldest. You can select the categories you want it from right here. You can select the authors. I'm just going to leave it as authors. How many items? I just want 3. Everything is looking perfect. Let's update it and let's see what it looks like for our website. And this is what we have. Very similar to what we have right there. So the only thing left is to add a title text right here. So I'm still going to add that first. Let's come here. Let's add our product. I'm going to click on this and let me just search for heading right here. I'm going to drag that. I'm going to drag that into this place, and I'm going to say recent posts right there. Let's update and let's see what we have so far. Let's come back here and let's reload. So we have recent post right there, and right here I'm going to add heading again. So add heading because right here we have discounted products. So I'm going to put discounted products, and then I'm going to add products. So we have product by rating list, and we have product list. So what we want to select is going to be product list. Let's click on product list, and we have product. How many products we want to list? Right here we have 3. So I'm just going to come here. We want just 3 products. Show all products. Yes. Can I show featured products or product on sales? So since we are doing discounted products, I'm going to click on product on sales. Order by dates, descending, hide free products, show hidden products. I'm just going to leave it that. I'm going to go ahead and click on update. Come back right here to reload. And Viola, we have this. So we need to remove this heading because we already have a heading there. So I'm just going to come back right here, and I'm just going to change it to discounted products. For this, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to click on this and just delete it. I'm going to click on updates. I'm going to come back here, let's reload, and this title should be gone. So we have just this. So now we have this, very similar to what we have right here. Discounted products. We have it right here, discounted products. And this is looking exactly like what we have right here. So now we are done with the blog page. Also, the same thing applies if you come to the one of the players biography category, which is either male, female, and so on and so forth. And we have this as well. So everything is looking good so far. So the next feature or the next thing we want to do is adding the sidebar for the shop page. And for us to be able to add the filter we have right here, we need to install a plugin. So right here, you notice we have a search, and then we have a filter section. So first, we're going to be installing two plugins. We're going to install the search and we're going to install the filter. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard. Right here, I'm going to come to plugins and I'm going to click on add new. The first plugin we're going to install is going to be the search plugin, and it is called Fibo Search. So this is the plugin we want to install right here, the Fibo Search. I'm going to click on install now. And the next plugin we want to install, which is the product filter, has appeared right here for us. It is called Product Filter by WooBeWoo. So this WBW means WooBeWoo. So we'll go ahead to install that as well. So we're going to install the two plugins. So now both plugins are installed. To activate both at the same time, I'm just going to come to install plugins. So we have both of them right here. I'm going to select this. I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to select bulk action, which is I want to activate, and I'm going to click on apply. So now both plugins have been activated. So first of all, let's quickly customize the search. So I'm just going to click on opt-in right here. So let's just come here. I'm going to click on opt-in, and right here, this is where we can customize the search. So search bars, do you want to replace our search bars? I don't replace my search bars. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And what you want to copy here is going to be this short code, Fibo Search. I'm going to copy the short code, and then you can do some other settings. Click on show advanced settings, so you can see the advanced settings. Come to search bar. So how do you want our search bar? If I should come here, you notice this is what we have for the search bar. So we can customize it to look same. So by default, it has a black border, and then the background is white. So I'm just going to come back right here, and search icon color should be black. Search for products, and then we have every other thing like this. Search bar underlay should be white, and search input background, I want it as white. Search input text should be black. Search input border should be black. So we have it like this. If you want a preloader image, there's an image that preloads. You can decide to add yours as well. So I'm going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to click on save changes. So that's looking good. I'm going to come to autocomplete. So how many limits do you want for a product search? I just want it to be 3. So when you're searching and it's showing Ajax record, it will just show 3 instead of 7. And show price, you can turn that on. As you can see, this is a sample. Show product description, I don't want that. Show SKU if it is available. More results, see all products. You can see all results instead of products. See all results because the search. Show categories, show tags. I don't need to show that. And I think what else do we need to do? This is all good. So suggestion background color, I want it as black. They should be white, and white, and white, and white. So that's all good. I'm going to click on save changes. So you can come to the search config, search in description, search in short description, search in short description. I'm going to turn that on. Search in SKU, I'm going to turn that on. So these are more like what are the search terms. So after searching for title, you can search inside the description to see if that particular term you search for is present. So I'm going to save changes as well for this, and I'm going to come to analytics, enable search analytics. I can just ignore this, but if you want it, if you want to see people using your search, you can turn that on. So after doing that, I'm going to come back to my appearance and widget. I'm going to open it in another tab, and right here, remember we just finished customizing the sidebar for the blog. Right on the same page, we're going to customize for the WooCommerce. So if you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see WooCommerce sidebar. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to click on the plus, and I'm going to search for short code. I'm going to click on this. Remember the short code we copied earlier right here from the starting this code. You need to copy it. This Fibo search, copy that, and come here, paste the code, and I'm going to click on update. So now that we've updated it, let's come back right here. I'm going to come to the shop page and let's see what we have so far. So by now we should have the search box appearing right here. So the search box was meant to appear right here, and then we are not seeing anything. So I'm just going to reload. Let's see again. So now I just reloaded it and now it is visible. So I think it's a kind of glitch. So now we have this, which is similar to what we have right here. So the next thing I want to do is to work on this filter. I'm going to come back to my dashboard, and down right here you're going to see Woo product filter. I'm going to click on that. So right here, what you want to do is you're going to come to add new filter. I'm going to click on add new filter. And what are the things we want to add? So I don't know the name yet. You can just give it any name. I'm just going to give it a filter. So I want to filter by price. I want to enable filter by price. I want to enable filter by product categories. I want to enable filter product by attribute. I want to enable filter if it's on sale, if the stock status maybe sold out or something. So I'm going to turn on sale, filter by rating. And now that we have that, I'm just going to click on create. So now we have this. Let's follow the same guideline. So the first one is filter by price. So we have price right here. You can click on this drop down and then you can do some settings. So show title label, I want it as no. Mobile, no. So title label is not present. Show price input field. So I'm just going to leave these the way they are. So the next thing we have is going to be the category. Product by category. How do we want it? I want it as radio button list. You can have it as drop down, multiple drop down, so on and so forth, but the radio button list is more than enough. So the next thing we have right here is going to be the color. So I'm just going to close this. Product attributes. I'm going to click on this drop down, and which attribute do we want to use? We want to use color. So I'm going to select boot color. So you can leave it as checkbox, but right here you have it as checkbox as well. So I'm just going to leave it as checkbox. Can use radio button list as well. I'm going to leave it as checkbox the way we have it right there. So I'm going to leave this the way they are. Then we have size, cloth size, and shoe size. So these are all attributes. So I think for on sale, I can just remove that. You can add that if you want to. For the rating, I'm going to leave the rating as well. Better still, let me just leave the rating. Let me remove the rating. Let's follow what we have right here. So what we want to add now is going to be shoe size and cloth size. So I'm going to add more attributes. I'm going to add attribute. I'm going to add another attribute. So this one is going to be boot size, checkbox as well. And this one is going to be jersey size, checkbox as well. So now, how do we want them displayed? We want them displayed horizontally. So custom tags, these are all premium options. Attributes, I'm going to select this, select all the attributes available that you want them to be able to search. Mark selected attributes as default. No. Logic, it should be all. Sort by, I'm going to leave it. Show result, show search result. And always display all attributes. Layout, I want it as horizontal. So we have it as horizontal here. As you can see, this is horizontal right here. So for the search, I don't want to show the search. I'm just going to turn this off. So this is looking all good. And show title label, I'm going to say yes, show as opened. And we have show as select here, and we need to change it right here to jersey size. I'm going to do the same thing for the boot size. So let's come here, show label, yes, show as open, and this should be boot size. And let's come right here. I want the layout as horizontal, attributes 39, 41, 40, 42, 43, 44. So this is going to select everything right here. So now that we have that, I think everything is good to go. Show search, always display all attributes. We turn that on. Horizontal, everything is set. So I think the next thing we want to do now is just go ahead to save and it'll be good. So this is the short code we're going to copy. I'm going to copy the short code, copy, and I'm going to click on save. So now I'm going to come back to my widget. I'm going to add a new widget. It's going to be short code as well. I'm going to paste the filter search, the filter short code, and I'm going to click on update. So it has been updated. Let's come back right here and let's reload. And now we should see our filter box right here. So now we have our filter, very similar to what we have right here. So we have our filter, and then we are done with customizing both the archive page, the single product page, and both the product image. So now that we're done with the front-end customization of WooCommerce and we've also created the sidebar, let's go ahead to start creating the home page of our website. So I'm going to come back right here and I'm going to come to my dashboard. I'm going to come to pages. So while that is loading, I'm also going to come to the home page so we can see what we have on the front end. So right here we have our home page, and I'm going to click on edit with Elementor. If you can't see the edit with Elementor, just click on edit, and then on that page you can see edit with Elementor. So this page opens up. So right now on our home page we have a hero section right here. Let's start with that. So I'm going to drag in a container, and then that container is going to have a background image. I'm going to click on these three dots, this hamburger right here. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to select classic, and I'm going to choose a background image. I'm going to come to my resources, and the image you want to use is this one right here. So I'm going to drag that in, and I'm going to select it. So I'm going to select full. It should be center. It should be just normal and no repeat, and I want it to cover just like that. So after doing that, the next thing you want to do is I want to change the minimum height. So we have min height. I'm just going to drag that all the way down like that. So now that we have this, the next thing I want to do is I'm just going to come back here. I'm going to drag in another container, and I'm going to duplicate. Then I'm going to select this again. I'm going to come to layout, and I want it side by side like this. So now we have a heading, soccer fan arena. I'm going to drag that in here. So we have soccer fan arena. I'm going to come to style, and that should be pure white, just like what we have here. And then I'm going to increase the size. Let's try 100. I think very close. And then the width should be like 500 or even thinner. Let's try 400. And then we have that, and then it should be all uppercase. So this is too large. Let's see. I'm going to reduce the size to something like 80 or even 85. Let's try 90. So this is looking good. Let's say 95. So it should be 90. This is looking good. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to copy this text, and I'm going to drag in a button. I'm going to drag in a text editor rather. I'm going to paste. I'm going to come to style, and this should be white as well. Then we have a button, and the button says visit shop. I'm going to change this to visit shop, and I'm going to come to shop. I'm going to copy the link to shop, copy link address. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to come to style, and then the background color is blue. And then on a hover, I just want it to float. So it floats when I hover it. Border radius is 0. Then padding, I'm going to turn that off. So top should be 10, bottom up 15, bottom should be 15 as well. And right and left, we can have something like 25 or 20. Let's say 25, 25. And then for the text, I'm going to make it, let me say 16. And then should be all uppercase. And can make it 600 bold. And we can increase the font size to 18. And this is looking good. So I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to select this column. I'm going to make it come to the center, just like this. And we have this. So one thing we need to do now is we need to work on this spacing we have at the top here. I'm just going to reload the page so we can get rid of this white space we are seeing right here. So sometimes Elementor can be funny. As you can see, the space is gone. So I'm going to click out. As you can see, this is not to the end compared to what we have here. This is to the end. So to fix that, I'm going to bring this back. I'm going to select the main container. I'm going to change it to full width. So now if I should come here, as you can see, this is all the way to the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to select padding, and let's start with padding 100 to the left. Let's give it padding to the left instead. 100. Let's see. Still not so close. So just give it 100. And I notice this is smaller than this. We're still going to work on that. So let's go with 100. Let's reduce the size of this guy to 85. To 85. Let's close that out. And I think everything is looking good. So one thing again is we need to give this guy some padding. I'm going to give this little description. I'm going to give it some margin of padding to the right. So I'm going to go with margin to the right, or something like 50 or even 100. So this is looking all good. This is looking all good, as you can see. So I'm just going to come back right here, and I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to come back to layout, and I'm going to untick this. So instead, I'm going to give it padding top. So I'm going to come here and padding top. Let's give it something like 150. And let's see what we have here. I'm going to come back here and let's give it something like 100. So this is way better. But that's still, let's go with 120. I think 120 is better. Then I'm going to reduce the size of this guy once more. Something like 80. And for the padding of the main container, I'm going to select this. I'm going to come back to advanced, and let's try 110. So I think 110 is perfect. 110 is perfect. I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to select this button, and I'll give some margin top or something like 20, thereabouts. Let's see. So this is very similar to what we have right there. And now that we have that, we need to check the mobile responsiveness. I'm going to click on mobile mode. I'm going to come to tablet and see what we have right here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the main container and get rid of any padding we gave it. Then I'm going to come to layout, and instead of having it as row, I want it top to bottom. Now that we have that, I'm going to come back to advanced, and I'm going to give it padding right and left or something like 30. And not this one now. I'm going to select this. Okay, definitely we are on it. So I'm going to give padding right of 30, padding left of 30. So let's see what this looks like in tablets. I'm going to select this. I'm going to select iPad. Definitely. So this is what this looks like. I'm going to come back right here, and first we need to adjust the size of this guy to something like let's try 60 or 70. Okay, 60 works. 60, I've come here, this is what it looks like. So we're going to achieve the same thing. I'm going to come to this container, I'm going to select that, and then for the padding top, we gave it this inner section, rather this inner column. I'm going to undo that, and we can give it something like 100 or even 50. Something like 50 works. So 50 works, and I think this is looking good. So come out here, this is looking perfect. So now let's check that of the mobile. I'm going to come to mobile, and this is not looking good at all. So for the mobile, I would love to change the background image. So I'm going to select the main container. I'm going to come back to style. And for the background image, as you can see, you can set a specific background image for mobile. I'm going to select choose image, and I'm going to drag in the one I made for mobile right here. I'm going to drag it in. This one is 1080 by 1920, while that of desktop is 1920 by 1080. So I'm going to click on select, and we have this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce the size of this guy to something like 40. And let's see what we have for mobile. I'm going to select 12 Pro. So I'm going to bring it a little bit down. Let's make it 30. I think 30 is good. I'm going to select this. I'm going to remove any padding we give it. And for this, I'm going to reduce this to 10. I better still not give it anything. I'm going to select this model container. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to change this, and instead it should be 20 and 20. So this is looking very similar to what we have right here. And all I need to do is just update. So this is looking good. So now that we have that, I can click out of this guy. And the next part I want to work on is going to be this part. So I'm going to come back to tablet mode. And to achieve this, you notice we have 3 columns. So for us to have 3 columns, that means there's a model column, and then we have 3 columns inside it. So I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to drag in a container, and inside that container, I'm going to drag in 3 more containers. So we have one. I'm just going to duplicate. I'm going to select this, the model container, and I want them as horizontal row. So what we have here, we have an image and a text. So I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to drag in an image right here. So for this image, I'm going to select it as 300 by 300. I'm going to choose image. And then I'm going to drag in the 3 guys we have here. This is one. The soccer ball is this one. So it's going to be 1. So we have 1, 2, 3. I'm going to drag them in right here. So the jersey goes first. I'm going to click on the jersey. We have this. And don't forget, we've turned this to, you can make it 150 by 150 if you want to, but this should be 300 by 300. So now that we have that, the next thing we want is the soccer jersey, which is the header underneath it. So I'm going to drag in the header right here underneath it. And then we have soccer jersey. So soccer jerseys, I'm going to add the S. I want to bring it to the center. I'm going to come to style. Definitely it should be something like 30 or 25. And weight should be something like 600. Style should be, no, transform should be uppercase. So as you can see, so I think the boldness should be like 500 or even 400. So soccer jerseys, I think this should be 500. So this is looking good. I'm going to select the column. I'm going to come to style. As you can see, the background color is kind of sky blue. So I'm going to come to classic. I'm going to select color. And I think it should be this. Okay, not this one. I think it should be this. Yeah, it is this. As you can see, then I'm just going to give it a padding. I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. And I'll give it padding around or something like 20. Or even 30. Padding around of 30. That works. As you can see. So one thing I want to do is I want this entire guy to be clickable. So I'm just going to select the jersey. I'm going to come to style. On hover, I want it to float. So as you can see, this one floats. On hover, it floats. The menu, there's no hover text. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a link to the entire box. I'm going to select this column. I'm going to come to layout, scroll down, come to additional options, HTML tag, just select a link, and then we select the category link. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard right here. I'm going to come to products and categories. So right here, I'm going to come to jerseys. I'm going to come to view. I'm going to right click and copy link address. Come back right here. I'm going to paste the link, and that is all I need to do. So I'm just going to delete these guys so I can duplicate this guy. Instead of designing everything from scratch, I'm just going to duplicate, and duplicate. I'm going to select this. I think what we have next is the soccer ball. Select, choose the image. I'm going to choose this and click on select. So by default as well, it's looking too big. Just select this and then select this back. So that will fix it. I'm going to come here and this should be soccer ball. And then I'm going to select the last one, which is going to be the shoe. I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on select. And this should be soccer boots. So this is looking too big as well. It's going to resize by itself. Now we have that. So what we have here is we have some space at the top. I need to achieve that as well. I'm going to come here, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to change the padding, then padding top, I'll give something like 50 or even 60. And padding bottom as well, I'm going to give something like 60. So let's check the tablet. This is looking good. I'm going to select this, I'm going to unchain it, and this should be 50 at the top, 50 at the bottom, let's say 30 at the right, 30 at the left. And the spacing in between them is looking like it's too big, but I'm going to leave it the way it is. And for mobile, everything is looking good. I'm just going to select this, go to unchain. So top 50, right 20, bottom 50, 20. So this is looking good. So the next thing you want to do now is you want to work on the product. So I'm just going to come here. As you can see, we have a heading, we have some text here, and we have the product. So I'm just going to create a new container. I'm going to drag in a heading, and the heading says soft sole boots. I'm going to bring it to the center, and this should be like 40 pixels, I think 40 pixels, and should be 500 or even thinner. Let's say 400. And this is looking too big, so I think this should be something like 35. So let's see. I think this is 40. So we have it as 40, and then I'm going to drag in a text editor right underneath it, and I'm going to select what we have over here. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to come to style, and I'm going to bring it to the center. This is looking good already. And after that, the next thing we have should be the product. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to search for products. So we have this one right here, not product, not archive products, but this one, products. I'm going to drag it underneath it, and we want, how many columns do we have here? We have 4 columns, and I'm going to 4 columns and 1 row. So pagination is off. For the query, I'm just going to come here. I'm going to use includes, and I'm going to select term, and I'm going to search for boots. I'm going to select boots, and this is looking good. So now that we have that, come here, you notice the background color is the same as this, so everything is looking good already. I'm just going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced, and I'm going to give it some padding bottom or something like 50, and some padding top or something like, let's say 20. So this is looking good. I'm going to come to tablet mode, all good. I'm going to select this. I'm going to unchain, padding top of, let me give it 30. Don't forget 30, and bottom 50, and this should be 30. So all looking good. I'm going to come to mobile, and then for mobile, I'm going to unchain. It should be 30. That's the top. 30, right should be 20, bottom should be 50, and it should be 20. So what I'm doing is for mobile, the padding right and left should be 20, tablet should be 30, and for desktop is going to be the way it is. So I'm just going to leave this the way it is and come back to desktop. That is looking good. And now the next part we need to design is going to be this part. So to design this part, I'm going to come back right here and I'll need to create a new container. So right there, we're going to have a heading and then the text. So I'm going to drag in a heading. I better still, let me just copy this heading. Copy it, I'm going to paste. I'm going to copy this guy as well. I'm going to paste inside this. So this is trending news. Trending news, and this is news and updates. Let's select this and I'm just going to paste it. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the main container. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to come to this and this should be pure black. And I'm going to select the header. I'm going to come here and this should be pure white. Same thing with this. Pure white. I'm going to select the container. I'm going to come to advanced. It will change the padding, then padding top, I'm going to give it something like 70, right? Or even 80. And padding bottom, something like 80 as well. I better still, I think, let me give it 60 bottom. That's looking good. And then for this, for the content, let's come back right here. I'm going to search for loop grid. So we have loop grid right here. I'm going to drag that underneath here. And I'm going to click on create template. I'm going to click on save. And this is where we can create a custom loop grid. So now that we have this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in a container for the image. For this image, a container, and for these guys, another container. So I'm just going to duplicate the container. And for this one, we're going to drag an image right in there, which is the featured image. We drag it in. I'm going to select that container. I'm going to come to advanced and then remove the padding. So after doing that, I'm going to select the image and I'm going to come to style. I'm going to select hover, and on hover, the animation, I want it to zoom out. So let's see. I want it to grow. So as you can see, it has grown, but then it is going over the border. So I'm going to select the container that I dropped it into. I'm going to come to layout. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to come to additional options, overflow. I want it as hidden. So now the overflow is hidden. So I'm going to drag in the post title right here. First, let me change it to color white. And the text, I'm just going to make it maybe something like 16. Or something like 18. So 18, and there should be 600 or even more, maybe something like 500 or something like 400. And the line height, I'm going to make it 1.3 rem. So I like using 1.3 most of the time. So 1.3 is looking good. I will make it 1.4, 1.5 if you want to. Most times I use 1.3, so let me just leave it at 1.4. So we have that. I'm going to select this container as well and change the padding. Cool. So the next thing is we have these guys. I'm going to come here and we're going to look for post info. I'm going to drag that in inside this container, not outside this container, inside this small container. We have a main container, we have another container that contains the image, and container that contains the content. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to get rid of author. I'm going to leave date. I'm going to get rid of time. So for the date, we have an icon there. So I'm going to select an icon. I'm going to search for calendar. So I'm going to select this. So we want dates and default. I'm just going to leave it as default. Everything is looking good. And then for the comments, I'm going to select an icon as well, custom. So I'm going to go with this one. And then I'm just come to style. Let me come to icon. Icon should be white. And then the text as well should be white. right? So next we want to do is let's work on the size. So icon size, let's give it something like 12. Text size should be something like 12 as well. So it should be 12 as well. So I'm going to come back to the content. I'm going to come to comments, and then I'm going to enable custom format. So for no comments, I'm going to type in capital letter O. For no comment, it's going to be capital letter O. For one comment, it's going to be 1. And for multiple comments, it's going to be the multiple comments. I'm going to put percent and S. As you can see this in action later, as you can see, instead of having no comment as text, we have this lovely stuff we have here. So adding O is the best way around it. I'll have added 0, but 0 doesn't work. So that's why I'm using capital letter O. So now that we have that all looking good, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this guy, this inner guy, and I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to give it padding right of 20, padding left of 20. And then I'm going to select the mother container containing these two containers, and I'm going to unchain the padding. So now we have this. So I'm going to give it a padding bottom of something like 20 or even 30. This is looking good. And I'm going to select this. I think this is looking too small. I'm going to come to date, the size. I'm going to come back to style. I'm going to increase the icon size to something like 14. Same thing with the text, something like 14. So this is looking way better. And then I'm going to select, as you can see, it has a kind of background color. I'm going to select this mother container. I'm going to come to style. And instead of pure black, I'm going to use this save and back. Instead of update, just click on save and back, because we still have some few settings we need to work on. So now this will autofill the other guys because this is a loop grid. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select this icon. You select number of columns you want, maybe 3, 4, depending. Items per page, 6. I want the card to be equal height in case maybe one has longer title or something. And what I want to do is I want this guy to come up a little bit to be closer to this guy. So I'm just going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to unchain it. I'm going to give it a negative margin of something like 10. And then I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to give the margin top of something like 30. Or better still, I think 30 is cool. Let's go to tablets. And I'm going to select this mother container and change this. So padding top of 70, 30 right, don't forget 30 left, and bottom, let's say 60. And for mobile, let's come here. I think this is looking good. I'm just going to select this, change it, padding top 70 right, 20 left, 20 bottom, 60. So this is looking way better. So I'm going to come back to tablet. So the remaining design is not really design. We're just going to be copying and pasting section just like this. So this is the last design we need to do right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this entire section and paste it. I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to right click on the container. I'm going to copy, come back right here to paste it. And what do we have here? We have quality jersey. I'm going to select this to paste quality jerseys. Let's copy the text. I'm going to paste, and then I'm going to change this to jersey. I'm going to come to query, and for the term, I'm going to remove what we have there, and I'm going to search for jersey. Select. So after this design, the next thing is player's biography. I'm going to come here. I'm going to copy this container. I'm going to come here to paste it. And right here, we are going to have player's biography. And then we have some submenu. Paste it right there. So once you notice with this is we have male and then we have female. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this. I'm going to make it 3 columns. Items per page is going to be 3, like that. And then I'm going to duplicate this guy. So I'm going to select this guy. So I'm going to come to query, and then instead of post, it's going to be biographies. And then for the term, I'm going to use term, and I'm going to search for male gender. We'll select male for this. And then for this, it's going to be female. Let's come to query, should be biographies. I want to use term, and this should be female. You can go ahead to just update and then reload, but first let's work on the responsiveness. I'm going to come to responsive mode, and for this part, I'm going to make this 3 column. So for tablet, should be 3. I'm going to leave it like this, and same thing with this, should be 3. I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to come here, and we can reduce the space between them. I'll come to style, and gap between them, can reduce it to something like, let me give this something like 10 or even 15. And same thing with this. You can select this, come to style, and gap between them should be something like 15. I'm going to select this. I'm going to remove if it has margin top. I'm going to remove the margin top, and this is looking good and perfect. So I'm going to come to mobile, and this should be good for mobile. So we have player's biography, and this is looking all good. So I'm going to click on update, and let's see what this looks like so far on the front end. So I'm going to, while that is loading, I'm just going to reload this page to get rid of the glitch, whichever glitch we have. Now this is looking good. As you can see, this is looking good. So the only thing left is, you notice the spaces are kind of tiny compared to the spaces we have for this one. The spaces here are huge. So we're going to quickly work on the spaces as well. And also with this one, let me reload this so you can see what I'm talking about. There are some animations that I integrated into this. So we're going to need to add those animations too. So as you can see, this fits in, this slides in, this slides in, and then this guys fits in, this just fits in a lot. So we have a kind of animation. So we're going to work on that as well. Now the glitch is gone. So what I want to do is I want to add more padding. That's majorly what I need to add. So I'm going to come to bottom. I'm going to make this 80 to the bottom. And then we're going to come here. I'm going to select this guy. I'm going to come to advanced. So top, I'm going to make it 80. Bottom should be 80 as well. Get come here, same thing here. So bottom should be 80. And then we'll select this guy as well. And bottom of this guy should be 80 as well. So we have that big space. So now that we have that, after this, we have these 3 guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come here. Let's create another section. This time around, I'm going to select it as horizontal. As you can see, it has selected it for me already. And I'm going to drag in container. We'll duplicate it into 3. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to come here to search for icon box. So I'm going to drag this in, and we have this. So I'm just going to come here. I'm going to select this. I'm going to search for route. Let's select this and that. So I'm going to come to view. I want that framed, just like what we have here. And then for the text, we have fast delivery. And I'm going to copy this as well. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to come to style. And for the icon primary color should be this. Definitely. And then for the size, let's try 25 or 35. I think 35 works. 35. And for this guy, I'm just going to come to the text contents, and then this should be weights or something like 500. but that's the weight of 600. Looking good. Text looking good as well. So now that we have that, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to copy this and paste it into each. I'm going to paste it into each container, and then I'm just going to change the icon. So for this icon, we have $. Select this, copy the text, affordable, and we have this. And for the last one, we have toggle and the return. Paste, copy, and I'm going to paste as well. I'm going to change the icon to toggle, and we have this. So now that we have that, what we're going to do is I'm just going to give it padding as well. So let's go with padding top and bottom. So padding top 80, padding bottom should be something like 50, and this is looking good. This is looking good. And let's check for responsiveness for tablets. This is looking good as well. I'm just going to select this container. I'm going to change this top 80, bottom 50, right 30 and 30. So what I'm just going to do to make things easy is I'm going to come to layout, and I'm going to reduce this guy to 0, but that's to just use 10 for tablets. I'm going to come to mobile, and I'm going to select these guys. I'm going to come back to advanced. I'm going to change it to top 70, right 20, left 20, bottom 50. So this is looking good. So now the last thing we need to add now is this join the arena. You are welcome to join the arena. More like subscription box. I'm just going to come here and I'm going to copy this. Better still, let me use this. I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste it right here. I'm just going to get rid of the product. And right here, I'm going to change this to join the arena. And I'm going to copy this as well. I'm going to paste it. So now that we have that, what I want to add next is going to be form. So search for form, drag it underneath it right here, and I'm going to get rid of the name and the message. I want just the email, so I'm going to leave it the way it is. Email. I'm going to come to content. I'm going to make this guy 80%, and then input size, I'm going to make it medium. Label, I don't want label. For the buttons, I'm going to make the buttons, just going to change this to join, and the button, I'm going to make it 20%, so we have it to the side like that. And the button size, I'm going to make it medium as well. I'm going to make it medium as well. Can go with small, but let's go with medium. And button ID, you can just give it any random text here. I'm just going to call this sub btn. Any random text can be here, but it must be unique because it's an ID. But scroll down, and let's quickly work on the styling. So I'm going to come to buttons. I'm going to unchain the padding, and as you can see, it is now rhyming. Border radius, I'm going to get rid of this. Then the input field, I'm going to get rid of the border radius as well. Border width is 1. Border color should be black. Background color should be white. And text color should be black. So that is looking good for the field. Buttons done as well. Okay, join arena. I'm going to come back right here to buttons. I'm going to change this to join arena. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to change the button text definitely. So button text should be, background color should be black, text white. The typography is what I want to change. So I'm going to make it uppercase, Chain Arena, simple as that. So now that we have that, I think that is all we need to do. I'm going to change the size. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to come to width. I'm going to be select custom, and it's going to be percentage, and I'm just going to drag it like this. Let me see, something like around 70% is good, and I'm going to bring it to the center. Perfect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this guy. I think we have some space here. Get rid of the space. This is looking perfect. This is looking good. I'm just going to finish up the settings. I'm going to click on this again, come back to content. So action after submission, we want to collect the submission. So if anybody submits through this email, we want to collect the submission, we want to collect their emails, we want to send them an email, we want to receive an email. I mean, as the admin, we want to receive an email. Then we want to send them an email, an autoresponder, and also want to add a redirect. So when they submit, it redirects them to another page. So collection of submission, that is done on the back end. The email we want to send to them, I'm just going to leave it as intervals. The email we want to use to receive when someone subscribe, it's going to be arena@intervals.org.ng. So I'm just going to put new arena subscription. So I'm going to leave this as all fields. You want to change this to arena. Let me just copy this guy. Just make sure you put an email of your domain name here, not Gmail. Gmail won't work. So for the email too, we want to send them an autoresponder. So to email is going to be their email. So how can you get that? We're going to get that from the 4 fields. But before then, for the message, you are going to send them an autoresponder, and the message has to be in HTML format. Just go ahead to copy it and insert it here. It is also part of the content I provided inside the resource folder. So I'm just going to paste it here. As you can see, it has, hey bud, our fellow football lover, we are trade blah blah blah. So this B and B we have here is just basic HTML tag. So this is just simple HTML and text. So for the reply to email, we're going to come back to the form fields, click on the email, and we want the responder to go to their email. So I'm going to copy the short code we have here. I'm going to come to email 2 and I'm going to paste it here. So the email is sent to them, and I'm going to put something like soccer 360. You are welcome. So any user that subscribes gets this email, an autoresponder. Then you want to change this to from email should be arena@intervals.org.ng. So you have to put your domain email right here. So same thing applies to this. And then for the redirect, I want it to redirect to the shop page. So I'm going to copy the shop URL. I'm going to paste it here. So once a user submits, it will redirect to the shop page. Then step setting, I'm just going to leave it where it is. Additional option, the form ID, I'm just going to call this sub form ID, something like that. Make it unique. Form validation, browser defaults. I'm going to leave custom messages. I'm going to turn this on. Your submission, going to do your subscription or successful. So I'm going to leave the rest where they are. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to come to messages. Success message should be green. Something like this. And then error message should be red. And inline message should just be black. So I'm going to check tablet. I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to increase the width. So I'm going to select percent and going to leave it like this. Then for mobile, We're going to leave it like this for mobile. This is looking good. I'm just going to go ahead to click on update. So now that I've updated it, let's go ahead to start adding some motion effects to these guys. So first of all, for the entire hero section, I want it to come in as a fade. I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to come to motion effects, and I'm going to select entrance animation. I want it to fade in. I'm going to select the soccer fan arena. This also should fade in, but it's going to have a little bit of delay. So I'm going to select fade in and delay of something like let's say 200 milliseconds. This is going to be slide up in. Motion effects should be fade in up, something like that. And then I want it to have a delay of something like 400. I'm going to select this motion effects, should be fading up as well. I want it to have a delay of something like 500. Now the reason why I'm doing this is so when it appears, everything will just appear at the same time, so it's going to give you a kind of transition. So let me update and let's see what that looks like on the front end. So as you can see, the background fades in and then the two bottom slides in. So that's the effect. They did sliding at the same time. So let's apply effect to these guys as well. I'm going to come here, and this guy, the first one, I'm going to select it, come to advanced, come to motion effects, and it should be fade in up. And let me just give this normal. I'm going to give this 200. I'm going to select this advanced, motion effects, fading up. I'm going to give this 400. I'm going to select the last one, advanced, motion effects, fading up, and I'm going to give this 600. So they come in like steps. You're going to see that in a moment. I'm going to come to this part, and I'm just going to make this entire guide show up as a fade. So I'm going to select this entire section. I'm going to come to motion effects. I'm going to select fade in. I'm just give it like 200 delay. Same thing with this. Every other thing should just be fading. Motion effects, fade in, 200 delay. And same thing with this. Motion effects, fade in, 200 delay. And same thing with this. I'm going to select this. Motion effect, fade in, 200 delay. And for this guy, I'm just going to select this guy, advanced, motion effects, and I want it to be fading up, 200 delay. This will be 400 and this will be 600. Fading up and 400. Select this, advanced, motion effects, fading up, and this should be 600. And this entire guy should just be fade in. Motion effects, I'm going to select fade in. But let's just go with fading up as well. And I can give this a delay of something like let's say 300. So let's go ahead to update this and let's see what this will look like in the front end. So we just saved it and let's see how everything is going to come into play. So now for the hero section, we have this lovely transition, fade in, and then those guys came in like a step. Same thing here, we have this like a step, fade in, fade in, fade in, fade in, coming like a step, and coming. This is perfect. So now that we are done with the design of the home page, the next thing we want to work on is the footer of the website. If I come to the reference website right here, you notice we have a footer here. So let's go ahead to design the footer. So to build the footer, I'm going to come back to, you can close this page and this page. I'm going to come back to my dashboard, and I'm going to come to Elementor. I'm going to come to template rather, and then you're going to say theme builder. I'm going to click on theme builder. And this time around, what we want to build is going to be the footer. Just select footer, and I'm going to click on add new. So you're going to get this pop-up to use templates. We don't need that. I'm just going to close this. And this reference website, let's see our footer. So for the footer, I notice we have 3 columns, and after 3 columns we have another row right here. So I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to create a mother container. Scroll down, and then we're going to have two containers inside it. I'm going to duplicate this. So first row container, second row container, and inside the first row container we're going to have 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to come back right here, and we're going to drop 3 columns here. So 1, I'm going to duplicate it, 2, and 3. Then I'm going to select the container for these 3 inner containers, and I'm going to make it row horizontal like this. I'm going to select the background, the mother container for everything. I'm going to come to style and make it pure black. Then I'm going to come to advanced, select padding top 70, padding bottom something like 30. Looking good. So I'm going to come back right here. Right here we have the logo. I'm going to drag in site logo. So we have the logo. I'm going to select this and bring it to the left. Then we have some text, and text editor goes right here. Let's copy this text, going to paste it. I'm going to come to style, and this should be pure white. And then we have some icons. So I'm going to search for icons. I'm going to drag this in. Oh, not this. I'm going to search for socials. Social icons. I'm going to drag this in. I'm going to bring them to the left. I'm going to come to shape, should be circle. And I'm going to come to style. I'm going to use custom color. Primary color should be white, right? And secondary color should be black. And right here, I'm going to reduce the size to something like 20. And then the padding, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And then I'm going to give it some spacing of like 15 or more if you want to. So I'm going to reduce this a little bit more to like 16. So this is way better. So now that we have that, we need to add some heading here. Let's come back right here. I'm going to drag in a heading, and it says quick links, and select it. Should be quick links. I'm going to come to style, and should be pure white. I'm going to select this, should be 600 and uppercase. So we have quick links right there. And then the size, I'm going to give you 16. Let's try 20. Let's try 22, 23, 24, 25. So I think 25 works. And underneath it, we're going to see the menus. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to search for lists, icon list. I'm going to drag this in. I'm going to close the first 2. I'm going to remove this icon, and this should be shop. So I'm going to come to shop. I'm going to copy the link and paste it right here. I'm going to come to style. Text should be color white. And on over, it should be blue. So we have that. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. So we have shop, we have blog. I'm going to come here to copy blog link. I'm going to paste it. We have blog, contact us, mailbox player, contact us. Let's copy link address. I'm going to paste it. Mail players bio. I'm going to copy link address. I'm going to paste it. And it should be female players bio. Female players bio. Get copy. And I'm going to paste it. Then I'm going to come to style, and space between, I'm just going to bring it all the way down to something like this, maybe something like 15. Perfect. So I'm going to copy this again. I'm going to paste it here. And this time around we have quick links again, and we have this as well. I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste it here. But this time around we just need 3. So we're going to make it inline. I'm going to come to style. I'm going to turn on divider, and I'm going to give it space all the way down. So we have cart, profile, and privacy policy. So cart, I'm going to come here. I'm going to right click, copy link address, cart, profile. Come here, right click, go to copy link address, and then we have privacy policy. So to see that, I'm just going to come back to my dashboard. Remember we created a privacy policy page when we installed WooCommerce. So I'm going to come to pages, and yeah, we have a refund and privacy policy. I'm going to right click. Let me just click on quick edit, and I want it as published. I'm just going to click on updates, and I'm going to come to view. I'm going to right click, copy link address, come back here and paste it. Now that we have that, then we have these guys. So I'm going to copy. I'm just going to duplicate these guys. I'm going to delete one. I'm going to bring it back like this. Come to style, get rid of the divider, and the space between, I'm going to bring it down to 15. I'm going to come here. This should be phone, and we should have maybe 0, maybe 234 Nigeria line 000. I'm just going to put a random number here. So what you want to do now is you want to make this clickable. So it's going to be tel, and then you copy the number you want them to be able to call. So once you do this, and once they click it, it will auto open the phone dial. So this one should be email, should be arena@interverse.org.ng, and for this one should be mail to. So it will be clickable. Once they click it, it opens up the mailbox. So for the icon, I'm going to search for envelope. So we have that. So to give a space between them, I'm just going to come to icon, and I'm going to give some gap of like 10 or even 15. This is looking good. So now that we have that, let's work on the last part. So for this one, you notice we have 2 columns, 1, 2. So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to drag in a column and duplicate it. Now I'm going to select the mother column, and I'm going to bring it horizontal. So for this one, it's just a text. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Come back here to select the text, copyright something. Just going to paste it right here, and we'll come to style, make it white. I think this is why we're having this, because it is taking the content of what we copied. I'm going to make this a paragraph, and now we have this. So for this guy, we're going to put in 1, 2, 3, 3 columns. Or better still, just drag in 3 images and make them side by side. So I'm just going to drag in an image. I'm going to select and I'm going to drag in the images provided. So we have it 1, 2, 3. I'm going to drag them in. So I'm going to select Visa. We have Visa. I'm going to duplicate it twice. Visa, and then we have MasterCard. And then the last one, we have Flutterwave. So now that we have that, I'm going to select the mother container that we have right here. I'm going to bring them like this, and I want them to the end. So I'm going to select end. I'm going to select the mother container of this, and I want to the center. So we have it to the center. So now that we have this, as you can see, we need some space here. I'm going to select this. I'm going to come to style or advanced. I'm going to give it a margin right or something like 50. Perfect. So this is looking good. As you can see, this is looking good. Now let's make it mobile responsive. I'm going to come to tablet, and it looks like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to select this. I'm going to change that, and then this is looking good. And then for mobile, this is looking good as well. So I'm just going to select this guy. I'm going to select this container, this in our container, and I'm going to bring them to the end right here. So this is looking good for mobile as well. I'm just going to go ahead to publish, and I'm going to add the condition. I want it to display on the entire site. I'm going to click on save and close. So let's reload our website and let's see what it looks like. I'm going to visit site, and now we have this lovely animation. We have animation here, fade in, fade in, fade in, fade in, fade in the steps, and then we have our footer. So now that we have our footer done, let's go ahead to work on changing this guy from date to something like 4 days ago, 5 days ago, just like we have for the reference sites. As you can see, this is showing 1 week ago, this is showing 1 week ago. So let's do that. So to achieve that, we need to install a plugin, and the name of the plugin is Makes Time Ago. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard. You can close this. I'm going to come back to my dashboard. I'm going to come to plugins, and I'm going to click on add new. So right here, I'm going to search for Makes Time Ago. So we have it right here. I'm going to click on install now, and I'm going to click on activate. So now that we activate it, I should come all the way down to settings. So Makes Time Ago right here to settings. I'm going to click on settings, and it brings me here. So apply time ago format, date, time, date modified, time modified. So apply to post not older than, let me say, 2 weeks. So up to, let me say 2 weeks will be 14 days. Let me say 14 days. So 2 weeks will be 14 days. So anything after 14 days, it is going to show the normal date. But anything below 14 days is going to be show maybe like 5 seconds ago, 1 hour ago, 1 week ago, 5 days ago, 2 weeks ago. Then after that, it starts showing the dates. You can customize this as you want. So I'm going to leave this the way it is, and I want the ago as ago. I'm going to click on save changes, and let's come to our website. Let's reload, and now instead of seeing October 30, 2023, we should see maybe 3 days ago, 4 days ago. As you can see now, we see 4 days ago, 4 days ago, and 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago. So now the next thing we want to do is we want to work on moderating the comments and also making these guys clickable. As you can see, they are not clickable. So to do that, I'm going to come back to my pages, And on the home page, I'm going to click on edit with Elementor. So right here, I'm just going to come down. I'm just going to edit only one. Once you edit one, because we duplicated the content. Once we edit one, it's going to affect the remaining ones. So I'm just going to come here to click on edit template. And so I'm going to select the image. I'm going to come to link. I'm going to select custom URL. I'm going to select dynamic tags, and I'm going to select post URL. Same thing with the header right here. For link, select this, and I'm going to select post URL. So I'm just going to go ahead to click on save on the back. Then once we've done that, we can come back to our website, and I'm going to reload this, and now I should be able to click on these images and even the text. So as you can see, it is now clickable. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to leave a comment. Then I'm going to explain what the comment moderation, what it means. So we have this is our page. If I scroll all the way down, you're going to see the comment box. Let's assume I leave a comment. You can say lovely write up. I'm going to click on post comments. Now I posted my comments. As you can see, it says lovely write up right there. So now that the comment is visible, if I come back to the home page, now right here you're going to see it's going to show more comments. Now one thing you may be asking yourself is, how do you moderate comments? I think I've showed you before when we tried to set up our website. I'm going to show you again. Just come to your dashboard, come to settings, and come to discussion. Let's click on that. So as you can see, it says attempt to notify any blogs links to from the post. So this is called ping back. Most times I turn this off. Allow link notification from other blogs. No. Allow people to submit comments on new posts. Yes. Comment author must fill out name and email. Yes. User must be registered and logged in to comment. So I'm going to turn this on. I want them to be registered and logged in before they can comment. Automatically close comments other than 14-day post if you want to. So this is showing email me whenever anyone posts comment as admin. A comment is held for moderation. So I'm going to turn that on, and let me go ahead to click on save changes. So now let me try to visit this website from incognito mode. Let's click on enter. Now this is a user that doesn't exist. So I have to scroll all the way down, and I want to leave comments. Let me leave comments on this one again. I'm going to select that. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and as you can see, we have more comments right here. You must be logged in to post a comment. So I'm going to click on login, and then I will have to sign in before I can post a comment. If you don't want that, you can come back right here. User must be logged in. Comment must be manually approved. Let's assume I turn that on. And user must be logged into comments. I can turn that off. User must be registered and logged into comments. I can turn that off. So I'm just trying to show you different moderation available. I'm going to click on save changes. And anyone can post comments. It's on. A comment is out for moderation is on. A comment must be manually approved is on. So now if I should come back right here and how to comment on this one, scroll all the way down. Don't forget I've turned off you must be logged into leave a comment. So I'm just going to type in, wow, I learned a lot. Let's click on post comments, scroll all the way down. As you can see, we have it right here. Wow, I learned a lot. So let's come to the incognito mode right here, and let's reload this page. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and we can see this comment right here. So I'm going to click on reply. So what's my name? I'm going to type in Moses. My email, moses@test.com. Website, this is optional. Lovely write-up, same here. It's lovely. So I'm going to click on post comment. So I'm going to scroll all the way down. As you can see, like I just replied this comment. Now it says your comment is awaiting moderation. The reason why the comment itself from this place wasn't waiting for moderation because I'm an admin and I'm logged in. So right here, I'm a visitor. It says your comment is waiting moderation. Now let's see what that looks like on the back end. So I should come back to the back end and I reload. Let me come to the dashboard. You can see right here it says one comment. I'm going to click on comments, and as you can see, we have these two comments, and then we have Moses reply to soccer, and then the post. And let's assume it's not a spam comment. I can go ahead and click on approve the comment, and the comment has been approved. So if I should come back right here and I reload, as you can see, the comment has been approved. So depending on what settings you want on your website, be it you want comments to be held for moderation, you want people to be logged in before they can comment, you don't want to be held for moderation, depending on the settings, just play around it, set to what you want, and you'll be good to go. So now that we're done with the entire website design, majorly, the only page left for us to design now is the contact us page and some few settings, which is the toggle switch. We're already done with the home page. Everything is set. We've done the footer, we've done the header, and everything's good to go. So now that we have this, it's time to make this website available publicly. When I mean publicly, it's time for us to have a domain name and a host. Currently, we are building this website on our computer on localhost. But now for it to be accessible publicly, you need a domain name and you need a host. So quickly, let me explain what a domain name is and what a host is. So I'm going to give you this illustration. See a domain name as the address to your house and see a host as the land where you build your house. So for you to build a house, first you need a land. And after you have a land, for people to be able to access you in your house, they need an address. The same applies for websites. So your website is your house. You've built, you have your house plan, you have everything. We have the house already. Or maybe you want to do a ready-made house, like the one they build with 3D printers. You already have your house, you have your plan, you have your architecture, you have everything. Now you need a land to build the house. That is what the host does. So you buy a land, you buy a host, and then after buying your land and your host, you need an address. That is your domain name. So a domain name are just IP numbers that are mapped to something readable like something.com, something.org. So now that we understand what a domain name and what a host is, it's time to get one. So to get a domain name and a host, I personally used to use Spantrix to host all my domain names on all the websites I've built both for myself and for clients. So let me just show you an example. If you come right here, this is my normal client account, Spantrix account that I used to host real-time websites. And as you can see, I have over 15 services, 15 domain names currently active on the platform. So I won't be showing you a platform that doesn't work. That means for me to be using it for my personal client, it works. So I'm going to show you how to get a domain name and a host from Spantrix. So to do that, there's a link in the description below where you can click on to bring you to this particular page. So I'm going to come to hosting and you're going to click on see all offers for shared hosting. So it depends on your budget. It depends on your pocket. If you want to go for WordPress hosting, you can go for it. If you want to go for limitless hosting, you can go for it as well. But personally, for this tutorial, I'm going to be going with the shared hosting. So I'm going to click on see all offers. Now that will bring you to this particular page. I'm going to scroll down and then you see all the packages available for shared hosting. So we have the alpha, the beta, we have the gamma. So basically for clients who wants a real-time website, a website that will be available publicly, I usually go with either gamma or I go with delta. But if it's a very robust website, I'll go with epsilon or zeta. But for the purpose of this particular tutorial, I'm going to be going with the beta. So I'm going to click on purchase now. Now this brings me to this page, and the next thing you want to do is you want to impute the domain name you want to use. So I'm just going to impute intervals. And one thing with Spantrix hosting is if you are going with a year package, if you are going with a year hosting, you are going to get a free domain name of either .com.ng or .org.ng. Free if you are paying for a 1 year hosting, regardless of the package you are going with, be it the smallest one or even the highest. If you are going the highest, you can get free.com. But for this particular package I chose, I'm going to get free.com.ng or a free.org.ng. But if you want to buy a domain name for your personal use for your website, definitely you want to go with .com or .org or something similar. But if you are just buying it for the purpose of this tutorial, you can even buy .name.ng, or you go with .org.ng that comes free, or .com.ng that comes free. So I'm going to use intervals. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select .org.ng. I'm going to click on check. So this is going to check if the domain name is available. So that's one of the things you need to pay attention to. When you are picking a domain name, you want to pick a domain name that's easy to spell and that is available. So as you can see, this is telling me that intervals.org.ng is available. The .com is not available because I already bought it before for my personal use. So I'm going to click on continue. And right here, this is where you can set the duration of the host you want to buy. So right underneath it, you're going to see 1 month price is 800 Naira. If I click on that, it's going to give me a drop down. And then we have 3 month price, we have 6 month price, we have 12 month price. And as you can see, from 12 months, the price reduced with a free domain. So I'm going to click on 12 month price. And as you can see, it is 8,000 Naira to pay for 12 months. If I go with monthly, I'll be paid 800 Naira monthly, and that will be a lot. So if you are not in Nigeria and you also want to use Pantrix, you can go ahead with less than few dollars. You can get a host and free domain as well. So we have this. I'm going to click on continue, and then it brings me to this page. Definitely everyone loves free stuff. I'm just going to click on the DNS management. It is free for the first year, and I think 1 year. Yeah. So I'm going to click on continue. So it brings me here. As you can see, the domain name registration is 0 Naira because they gave it to me for free. It is a .org.ng, and that comes for free with the package I bought. If you want a free.com, you may need to go for higher packages like Epsilon or the higher ones, and you're going to get a free.com domain. So right here, I'm going to click on checkout. And here you need to input your first name, your last name, your email address, your phone number. Then you input your company name, which is optional, your street address, and fill in all the details. And now, if you are buying the domain name for a client, not for yourself, you need to fill a different contact details for your clients to be on the safer side, because some people build websites. There are some clients, they build websites for the main purpose of money laundering or fraud. So if that client in particular use the website to perform fraudulent activities, if they will trace it, they're going to trace it back to your phone number and your email address. And if an arrest is needed to be made, you are going to be the one to be arrested. So that is why I do advise people, when you're buying a domain name for a client you don't know or you don't trust, always make sure you use their own details to buy the domain name. You can use your details to buy the host, but the domain name, use their details because it is going to be available publicly. So for this purpose, since I'm buying for myself, it's my domain name, it's my host, I can use the default contact details above for both the domain name and the host. Now, because I already have an account with Pantrix, I don't need to fill this again. I can just click on already registered. So this will make me log in into my existing account. So I'm going to input it here. So this is my existing account, and I'm going to use default contact details above as well. And preferred payment method, I'm just going to select Rave by Flutterwave. I think that's the only option available. I'm going to click on I have read and agreed to the terms of service, and I'm going to click on complete order. So it's going to bring you to a page like this one where you can input your card details, your CVV, and every other thing. And you can also decide to save your card against another time you're going to be making payment. But I don't use my card for this particular payment. If you have Google Pay, you can make use of Google Pay. But one method I like using most of the time is the bank transfer, especially for those in Nigeria. If you're not in Nigeria, you want to use either Google Pay or use your card. One of those two options. So I'm going to do bank transfer. It is going to give me an account. So I'm going to transfer to right here. Once I make the transfer, I'm going to notify them I have made this bank transfer. They're going to confirm from their end, automated right here, and then my order is going to be processed. So I just made payment with transfer. Now, once I made the payment, the next thing I want to do is I want to click on I have made this bank transfer. So it's going to take some few seconds for it to be processed and confirmed. And definitely once that is done, as you can see, just confirm the payment, and then I'm going to wait for a redirection. Make sure you don't close this page. Make sure you wait for a redirection to be redirected back to your account to show that your order has been processed. So our payment has been confirmed and our order has been processed and our host and domain has been set up. As you can see right here, I waited for the redirection. Sometimes it can take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes because it is trying to set up your account and you need to be patient while this is going on after your payment has been confirmed, especially if you use transfer. But if you use card, I think that is faster. But personally, I just prefer using the transfer method. So right here, we have our order confirmation. And one thing you want to do is just go to the home right here, not this one, but this one right here. And as you can see, we have one service that's active. We'll click on that. And we have this. So this is our account I just bought, intervals.org.ng. Now, the reason why you are seeing a cancel right here is because we just bought it. Now, there's what we call propagation in domain name and hosting. That means if you buy a domain name, it needs to be propagated, it needs to be available across the world, and this takes between 24 to 48 hours. So when you buy a domain name, you just have to be patient for it to propagate properly before you can start using it. So I've bought the domain and host. I'm going to wait till it is done propagating before I continue recording or editing the tutorial. And once that is done, I'm going to come back to continue the video. So in your own case, don't panic. Definitely, you're going to watch the video at a stretch. So once you buy your domain name and host, you need to wait for some hours. It may not be up to 24 hours. Sometimes it could be 24 hours, sometimes even 48 hours. That's just the way it is. You need your domain name to propagate properly. So another way to check if a domain name has propagated is to use what we call DNS checker. So I'm going to come here to type in DNS checker right there. I'm going to come here to copy this domain. Let me copy this domain name and check if the domain name is available. So I'm going to come here. The one I use most of the time is this particular one, dnschecker.org. I'm going to click on that. And what you want to do is just paste your domain name right here and you want to click on search. As you can see, it is giving me all red. That means the domain name is yet to propagate. Now, once it is resolved, you are going to see all this red marked as resolved. As you can see, this is all the available DNS on servers across around the world. So you want it to be available both in Africa and every part of the world for your domain name to be accessible publicly. So chill for a few hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, then continue the tutorial. So it's been 14 hours since I bought the domain name and the host, and it's time to check if the propagation is done. So I'm going to come here to search for my domain name, which is intervals.org.ng. And as you can see, our domain has been resolved. So now the domain and the host is set to go. I'm going to visit the main website, intervals.org.ng. And as you can see, we got this. That means the domain name is ready to go. Now, the reason why you are seeing this forbidden text is because we are yet to install any website or anything on the host. So currently, nothing is there. It is empty. So that's why you are seeing this. That's why you are seeing something like this. So don't be scared if you see something like this after buying your domain and host. Now, when it comes to moving your website from localhost to live server, there are different methods in doing it. But the method I'm going to show you today is going to be the method which is the best. Not the fastest, but the best. The reason why I said it is the best is to get to a point where you are going to build robust websites. You are going to build, very robust websites. And sometimes for those in Nigeria, you may not have access to a good network connection. Other methods involve using a plugin. You are just going to install a plugin on your website, existing website, export the website, go to your host, import, and you are done in few seconds. But the reason why sometimes that is hard is because if you don't have a good network or internet connection, it may be very hard to go through that route. And the reason why I'm out to show you this new method, or this method I use mostly, which is the manual method, is because later on it's good to have an idea of how PHP works, how everything looks, have a feel of what it feels like to be a backend developer. Though later on in later videos, I'm still going to show you how to move a website from localhost to live server using the plugin method. So that said, let's get started to migrating our website from localhost to our live server. So to move our website, when you bought the domain name and the host, you'll be given you get some emails that contain cPanel details and so on and so forth. But personally, I like logging into cPanel through my Spantrix account. So I'm going to come to spantrix.com. and right here you are going to go to your client area. So I'm just going to open this in another tab. So right here I have one service, which is the domain name and the host I bought. I didn't buy this on my main account. So what we want to do is you're going to click on services, and right here this is our host right here, intervals.org.ng. so you are going to click on this blank space. Don't click on the domain name because it's going to redirect you to the domain name. So just click on this blank space. I'm going to click on that. So now right here to the left you are going to see login to cPanel. So I'm going to click on that as well. So this will open another tab, and this will log you directly into the cPanel without requesting for login details, maybe username or password. That is because you accessed it through your Spantrix dashboard. So while that is loading, we need to do some few steps. So first, come back to your file manager, come back to local disk, locate your XAMPP, come to your htdocs, and then locate your website installation. Initially I called my web when I installed it. Remember when we renamed WordPress to web? So this is mine right here. I'm going to open it, and then you are going to see all this folder. What you want to do is you want to Control A, you want to select everything, you want to right click, and you want to add to archive. You want to zip it. You have to have a zipping software on your computer. Personally I use WinRAR. There are a lot of zipping software online that you can download into your computer to enable you zip files. So I'm going to zip it. I'm going to use zip method, and I'm going to just leave it as web. I'm going to leave the name. I'm going to click on OK. So while that is compressing, I'll also come to my local host /php my admin. I want to export the database of the website on my computer. So this is our PHP my admin. We visited this when we're installing WordPress initially. So right here, locate your database. This is mine. I named my web. I'm going to click on that, and you are going to see all these tables. So these are the tables containing all your codes, all the images, and different other things, URLs, and different other things you've been doing on your website. So what you want to do is you are going to come to export, and right here you are going to just click on export. You can give it a name, but that's not necessary. So just leave it as quick and just click on export. So that is going to export, and it's going to download the database to your computer. So once you have that, you can go ahead to just close this, the PHP admin, and then this is still compressing. I'm going to wait for that to finish compressing. So now the compression is done. As you can see, this is it right here, web.zip. I'm just going to cut it. I'm going to bring it to my downloads folder. And as you can see right here as well, we have our database. So now that we have both the website and the database, you can come back right here to our cPanel. And the first thing you want to do is you want to create a database right here. So while we're creating a database, we also want to import the website files. So to import the website files, locate files and come to file manager. So that should open in another tab as well. So this is what we call cPanel actually. So under file manager, you want to locate public HTML. So this is where you are going to upload your website file data. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to delete it. It's not needed. I'm going to just get rid of that. And then I'm going to click on upload. So I'm going to select files, and then you want to select your website file data, the one you zipped. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to click on open, and that will start uploading. So while that is uploading, I need to create my database as well. So I'm going to come back to cPanel right here and come down to databases, and you are going to see MySQL databases and MySQL database wizard. You can use any of them. So, but mostly you can, I prefer using MySQL database wizard. I'm going to click on that. So right here we can create a database. So give your database a name. So I'm just going to give it a random name. So you can change what you have here, but you can add something to it. So let me just give it web as well. I'm going to give it web. I'm going to click on next step. And then this is where you create a database user. So for database user as well, I'm just going to give it web. And for the password, I'm going to use strong password. I'm going to use the one generated, and make sure you copy to save this password. It is very important. Make sure you copy this password and you save it. So I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to click on create user. So now that you have it created, click on all privileges and then click on next step. So now we've completed the task. User interval underscore web was added to database intervals underscore web as well. So you can come here, you can click on cPanel to go back to your database or use any of this link. So I'm just going to click on return to my SQL databases. So right here, you're going to see a database, intervals web, this is the database, and then this is the user. As you can see, if you scroll down, you're going to see the user here as well. So now that we have that, we are going to import our database to this database we just created. So I'm going to come back to cPanel, and then you want to locate PHP my admin. So I'm going to scroll down, and then we have PHP my admin here, just like we had for the local host. And Vowler, this is similar to what you had on your local host. So I'm going to come to this part, the database we just created. I'm going to click on it, and as you can see, it is blank. So what you want to do now is you are going to click on import, and then you are going to choose your database right here, web.sql. I'm going to select that. I'm going to click on open, and then all you need to do is just click on import, and that will import your database right to the live server. So our zip file is done uploading, and also our database has been imported. As you can see, import has been successfully finished, and then we have all our tables right here. So we are not done here. I'm going to come back to my file manager. So I'm going to click on go back to public HTML. So we have our zipped folder right here. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to right click. I'm going to click on extract, and I'm going to click on extract files. So now we've extracted the files. You can go ahead to delete the zip file, but first I like to finish whatever I'm doing. So what you want to do is you want to locate wp-config.php. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on edit again. And right here, you need to set the database name. Now, to get the database name, our database name is intervaso underscore web. Yours will be different. So I'm going to come here, go to changes, intervaso underscore web. So am I correct? Intervaso underscore web. So we use the same thing for the username as well. If you remember, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it. Now for the database password, remember the password I told you to save when you're creating the database. You have to put it right here. So I copied mine right here. Let's copy it back, and I'm going to paste. For the local host, you're just going to leave it the way it is. Everything is good to go. Make sure your database name and your database username is correct when you're creating. If you can't remember your database name, check it here. I named mine, the database name and database username was the same. If you can't remember any of it, go back to your cPanel and come to MySQL databases. You're going to see the database name and the username, and you can also change the password in case you forgot to save it. So I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to click on save changes. Changes have been saved. I'm going to close that. Now I'm going to come back to my PHP my admin, and one thing you want to do immediately, you import a website using this method, especially via the PHP my admin SQL method, is you want to do some queries. So I'm going to click on SQL, and right here in the resources folder you downloaded for this particular video, you're going to see a code.txt file. So I'm going to locate it right here. So this is it, codes.txt. Open it up, and scroll down. You're going to see update PHP my admin table. You want to copy that code right there, copy everything, and you want to come back right here. You want to paste it, and one thing you want to do is you want to replace the localhost URL with this one. So one other thing you need to pay attention to is, you notice when we're installing the WordPress initially, we changed this WP to something else. So mine is not WP, mine is RLXY. So I'm going to change this to, instead of WP, it's going to be RLXY. So this is what we're trying to change here, RLXY underscore post. So make sure you pay attention to this part. Change yours to whatever prefix you have there. So update rlxy underscore post, set post content, replace localhost / web. Mine is /web. As you can see, localhost / web. Mine is /web with your live domain name. So my live domain name is interverse.org.ng. This is my live domain name. This is my live domain name. So usually I like putting https. I like doing mine like this, www.interverse.org.ng, and then for this one I like adding http like this. This is what I like doing. So make sure yours is your domain name as well. So once you've done that, just click on go, and it will give you this pop-up, and I'm going to click on OK. So as you can see, it says 71 rows affected. So now that we've done that, we want to come to options, locate options, click on that, and then you want to change the URL here as well. I'm going to edit the first one, and I'm going to put my domain name now, https interverse.org.ng. Scroll down, I'm going to click on go. I'm going to edit the second one as well, the home. I'm going to click on edit. Put your domain name https interverse.org.ng. Scroll down, click on go as well. So now that we've done that, we are set. Let me visit the website and let's see if we're going to see our website. So I'm going to come to interverse.org.ng. I'm going to click on enter, and voila, we just migrated our website from localhost to the live server. As you can see, our website is now live. So what I want to do now is I want to log in to the admin end. I'm going to put /wp admin to log in. So while that is loading, I need to create the email for this website. Remember, I've been using the email arena@interverse.org.ng. So to create your email, come back to you can close all these guys because you don't need them again. Come back right here, come back to your cPanel, and then you're going to see email accounts. I'm going to click on that. It brings me here, and then I'm going to create an email. So I'm going to click on create, and the email we're using is arena@interverse.org.ng. I can set the password now. I'm going to hide that. Click generate the password. So make sure you copy the password because this is a password to your email address, your online email address. You can add it to Gmail, you can add it to Hotmail, or you log in on your browser. So make sure you have that. So I'm going to have the password like that, and I'm going to click on create email. So this is going to create the email. You can save the password. You can always change the email as well. So right here I can check the email. So this will take me to where I can log into the email. Like it's going to log me in directly because I'm going through the cPanel. So I'm just going to click on open my inbox when I log in next time. Instead of showing me this page, I'm going to click on open. As you can see, this is my email. So in case you want to add it to your Gmail or your Hotmail or anything, these are the configuration settings you are going to use right here. So these are the configuration settings. In case you want to log in directly without going through cPanel, just type in your domain name interverse.org.ng/webmail. Click on enter, and this will take you to a page where you can log in. As you can see, this is webmail. So you have to input your email address and the password you created and the login. So now we've created our webmail, and also you can log into your webmail. So one thing I used to do after creating a webmail is I like creating a forwarder. So I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to come to my cPanel, and I'm going to create a forwarder. So what's a forwarder? So whenever an email is sent to my webmail, it is going to be forwarded to any email I add. I like adding my personal Gmail as well. So I'm going to come to forwarders, and I'm going to click on add forwarder. So address to forward is arena@interverse.org.ng. Forward to email address is going to be moses.m.glory@gmail.com. So any email that is sent to arena.org.ng will also be sent to moses.m.glory@gmail.com. So I'm going to click on add forwarder. So now that I add the forwarder, our email is set. You can receive email now, and everything is good to go. So we are done with anything cPanel for now. So you can just close your cPanel, can close my Spantrix account, and this is my website. I need to log in. So now I'm going to come back. My username is soccer. I'm going to paste my password. I'm going to click on remember me and I'm going to click on login. So you can go ahead to save it. I'm going to save it, and now our migration is complete. But one more thing I like doing when I migrate a website using the method I just used is I like coming into settings, come to permalinks, and then I just save changes. So after doing that, I like coming to Elementor, come to Elementor, right here, come to tools, and then you come to replace URL. So I like replacing my old URL with the new URL so it can remove any old URL we have on the website. So all the URLs will be working fine. So I'm going to put in HTTP, then I'm going to put localhost/web. That is my own installation. My installation was web, so put the name of your installation, localhost/web, and I want to replace it with my new domain name, https intervals.org.ng, and I'm going to click on replace URL. So as you can see, it says that 4 database rows affected. I'm going to click on OK, and our website is good to go. So now we can visit our website and everything is going to be displaying lovely, well, and all the URLs is going to be working. But one thing you must do is always make sure you test your URL. So I'm going to come back right here, and if I should hover over this button, as you can see, instead of it showing localhost/web, it shows intervals. That's because I already cleaned the URL. I've done everything I need to do on phpMyAdmin, and I've also done the same thing on the website. So our website is displaying fine. The next thing we want to do now is we need to integrate payment gateway. We want people to be able to make payments on the website. For this particular tutorial, we're going to be using Flutterwave, which is a popular payment gateway in Nigeria. Some other platforms, maybe you are not in Nigeria, you are in US, UK, you can use PayPal, you can use Stripe, you can use Paystack for those in Nigeria. There are some other payment gateway in other parts of the country as well. Your payment gateway will always be available on WordPress. But because I'm in Nigeria and I'm a Nigerian, I'm going to be using Flutterwave. To integrate payment into WooCommerce, we need to install some plugins or other plugins. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard, this time around on the live website, not on your local host. So I'm going to come to plugins and I'm going to click on add new. So right here, I'm going to search for Flutterwave. So the one I want to install is going to be this one from Tumbosun Ayinla. This is the plugin I'm going to use for my payment. So I'm just going to click on install now. So now that we have it, the best thing to go ahead to activate it. Before we activate it, I want to show some other people who are using maybe Stripe or PayPal, or those who are using Paystack and so on and so forth. So if you're using Paystack, just come here to search for Paystack. You're going to see plugin that works with what you want to do. So there's another one from Tumbosun Ayinla here as well, Paystack WooCommerce Payment Gateway. This also works for Paystack. And for PayPal, you have quite a number of plugins you can use for PayPal as well to integrate with WooCommerce. So this is WooCommerce PayPal Payment. This is one. This is another one. Payment plugins for PayPal WooCommerce. This is another one. Payment gateway plugin for PayPal WooCommerce. So the one I like using most of the time is this one right here. Payment plugins for PayPal WooCommerce. This is the one I use most of the time. Then if you are using Stripe, just come here to search for Stripe. So depending on the payment gateway you are using, just come here to search the name of the payment gateway. Definitely you are going to see a plugin that works with WooCommerce if your platform works with WooCommerce. So this Stripe right here, you can see this one, this two. So this is the one I like using for Stripe as well. So now that we have that, I'm going to go back to search for my Flutterwave and I'm going to activate it. So now that we have it activated, definitely you are going to see this error. WooCommerce has detected that some of your active plugins are incompatible with the currently enabled WooCommerce features. So WooCommerce has been updated, but this particular plugin, as at when I am recording this video, was yet to be updated, because WooCommerce plugins generally and themes needs to be updated frequently. As you can see, Bloxy Companion right here is saying there's a new update. I can go ahead to update now, but I'm just letting you know that there are updates, just like you have updates to apps on your phone. So to get rid of this error, I'm going to click on review details. Now it brings me here. So this is the plugin that is not compatible. Definitely is that of Flutterwave Payment Gateway. So I'm going to click on manage WooCommerce features. And then it brings me here. So as you can see, we have WordPress post storage legacy. So this is the new feature added to WooCommerce that our plugin does not support. So to get rid of this, first enable compatibility mode. So, and also I'm going to turn on WordPress post storage. So these two. Once I do that, all I just need to do is click on save changes. So that's that. It's done, and the error is going to disappear. So now that we have that, before we go ahead to set up the payment gateway and start, making payments and all, there's some WooCommerce settings we need to go through. So I'm going to come back to general. Under WooCommerce settings, come to general, and let's start setting up our store bit by bit. So here we are. You need to input your address. Address line 1. You need to input your address. I'm just going to put a random address here. Block 70 plot 223 Oxford Estate, Lagos, even though the address does not exist. And you have to add a city, Lagos, the country, state where you want to sell, Lagos, Nigeria. Not where you want to sell, like where your store is based, your address now. Postal code. I'm just going to go with this. Then selling locations. Now, where do you want to sell to? Do you want to sell to only Nigeria? Do you want to sell to some countries, then exclude some countries? Do you want to sell to every country? So if I click on this, we have a drop down. So we have sell to all countries, sell to all countries except. So if I click on this, I'm going to sell to all countries except the ones I selected. And then we have sell to specific countries. So I'm just going to click on sell to specific country. I want to sell only to Nigeria. So I'm going to search for Nigeria. You can add more if you want to. So I'm just going to leave it as Nigeria. Then shipping locations. Do you want to ship to all countries? Same thing. Do you want to ship to all countries? Do you want to ship to specific countries only? Disable shipping and shipping calculations. If you want this disabled, it is possible as well. But because of this tutorial, I'm going to turn it enable. Some of you, most people, they prefer disabling shipping and shipping locations because maybe shipping varies where they are. So they take the order, they have to call the customer to tell them, okay, you have this order, this is your order is ready, this is your shipping fee. So it's more like payment on delivery, payment for the logistics on delivery. So for this tutorial, I'm just going to turn on ship to specific countries only. Ship to specific country should be Nigeria. We have that, and then default customer location, shop country region. I'm just going to leave that. Enable taxes. So if you're in a country where taxes is being paid, you can turn on taxes. I'm just going to turn this off. I'm going to leave it. Enable coupons. Yes, I want to enable coupons. I want people to be able to give coupons like these coupons on their product. Calculate coupon discounts sequentially. So let's assume you have multiple coupons. Each coupon is added to the pricing after one another. Like if I use the first coupon, the amount is calculated. Then when I apply the second coupon, the amount is calculated as well. So that is what it means to calculate coupon sequentially. So I'm just going to turn that on. In your own case, you may not want that. You may want the coupon added to the original price, regardless of the number of coupons that will be added before. So I'm just going to turn this on. Then your currency. So currently I'm going to use Nigeria because I'm in Nigeria. And currency position is left. Then you can play with this. There are some countries that their thousand separator is dot, while their decimal separator is comma. So you can just play with this if that applies to you. Then I'm going to click on save changes. So after that, we move to product settings. And right here, this is where you select different pages. So let's assume you mistakenly delete your shop page. You can create a new page, call it shop, and come back right here to select the page as your shop page. Then add to cart behavior, redirect to the cart page after successful addition. So let's assume when they click on add to cart, you want it to redirect them to the cart, or you want to enable Ajax add to cart button. So what is Ajax add to cart button? Ajax add to cart button is when you click on the button, it won't redirect you to the cart page. Right on that page, the add to cart is going to load and it will be added to your cart automatically behind the scene. So I'm just going to turn on enable Ajax add to cart buttons. Place order image. I'm just going to leave this as default. Wait, I'm going to leave this as default. Enable reviews. Yes, enable reviews. If you don't want reviews on your product, you can turn this off. And reviews can only be left by verified owners. So if you want that as well, you can turn it on. I think this part is good to go. Then I'm just going to go to shipping. So this is where you select shipping location. So I can go ahead to click on edit. And this is where I set the shipping. So let's assume I don't want shipping, I don't want free shipping, I can go ahead to add a shipping rate. So we have flat rates, we have free shipping, and we have local pickup. So let me just say flat rate shipping. I'm going to click on add shipping method. So for zone regions, you can decide to add them a letter zone. For Abuja, you want to use this shipping method. For this, you want to use this shipping method, then create different shipping zones for different states. So I'm just going to leave it. Okay, all states in Nigeria just use a flat rate. I'm going to turn off the free shipping, and then I'm going to edit the flat rate. So which flat rate do you want to turn on? Taxable, I'm going to put it as none. Let's just say it should be 5,000. Let's assume shipping all over Nigeria is 5,000. I'm going to click on save changes. So yes, we've saved our shipping details, and you can go ahead to check shipping options, shipping classes. So these all still have to do with shipping, but the basic you need is setting up a flat rate for shipping for most of the time, as most e-commerce platform, especially those in Nigeria, do turn off their shipping. They want to do it manually because of inventory purposes. So I'm going to come to payments, and this is where we start getting into integrating our payment gateways. So right here you see we have 4 options for payment. So these 3 are by default. You can do direct bank transfer, you can do check payment, and you can do cash on delivery. So the one I want to turn on is going to be Flutterwave. So I'm going to click on finish setup. So while that is loading, one thing you want to do is you want to create a Flutterwave account. So I already have a Flutterwave account, but for you, in case you don't have a Flutterwave account, just go to flutterwave.com, create an account, and submit your necessary details and create an account. If you're using PayPal, if you're using Stripe, if you're using Paystack, the same thing applies. You need to create an account. So because I already have an account, I'm just going to sign into my account, and we do our setup from there. So I'm going to come back to this page, and right here you see enable disable Flutterwave. So I'm going to turn on enable Flutterwave. Now when it comes to development, there's what we call the test mode, and there's what we call the live mode. So right here you'll notice we have test mode, enable test mode. If I turn this off, the test change to live. So you see live public key and live secret key. If I turn this on, we have test public key and test secret key. So all platforms, all payment gateway has both test and live key. So test key is to test your payment if it is working fine, while live is what you use when the website is officially working, like it is live, people are making use of it. So I'm going to show you how to set up both. I'm going to come back to my Flutterwave, and I'm going to log in right here. So this has logged me in. So what I want to do is I'm just going to come back to menu right here, and I'm going to come to settings. And what you want to go to is you are going to come to API keys for those using Flutterwave. Now, if you are not using Flutterwave, if you are using maybe Paystack, same thing applies. Go to settings, you definitely see API key or developers. Same thing applies to PayPal. For PayPal, I think you have PayPal developers and API, something like that. So it's always the same name, API keys, developers, something like that. Here you notice we are seeing only test API keys. We can't see the live API keys. So let's assume when you create your account, by default, your live is enabled. Mine is off. So I'm going to click right here, and you're going to see we can switch between test mode and live mode. So I'm just going to turn on live mode so I can get both the API keys of the test mode and the live mode together. So when we start testing, actually, I'm going to turn that off. So for the live API key, I'm going to copy this. Let me just generate a new key because I can't see this. I already used it before. I need to regenerate it again. I'm going to generate new API keys. I'm going to click on continue. API key expiration period, I'm just going to say 1 hour. So after 1 hour, it's not usable. I'm going to click on confirm. It says authentication code. An authentication code that will be sent to my email. So I'm going to get that, verify it, and log in. So right here, I'm going to copy the public key. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come back to my website, and the public key I copied is that of the live key. So make sure you pay attention. Live API key, I copied that, and currently this is test mode. I'm going to change it back to live. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to come back right here to copy the secret key. I'm going to copy it, but come back right here. I'm going to paste it. So now I'm going to switch to enable test mode. I'm going to come back right here, come to test API keys. I'm going to copy the public key, come back right here to paste it, and I'm going to come back right here to copy the secret key as well. I'm going to come back right here, to paste it. So now that we have that and everything is set, we are good to go. So I'm just going to leave this test mode enabled. We are good to go, and I'm going to scroll down. You're going to see saved cards, enable payment via saved cards. So if you want people to be able to save their card on your platform after purchasing a product, they have the option. I'm going to turn that on. Auto complete order after payment. If you want to auto complete order after payment, yes, definitely that's what you want. You want everything automated. So now that we have this, I'm just going to go ahead to click on save changes. But before I click on save changes, just copy this webhook. It will allow you to interact back with your payment gateway. So most payment gateway allows webhook. I'm going to copy it. I'm just going to save changes. So while that is saving, I'm going to come back to my payment gateway. I'm going to come to webhook, and I'm just going to paste the webhook in here, and I'm going to save. Come to test webhook as well, paste it here, and I'm going to save. So now that we have that, I'm going to change this back to test mode, because definitely we want to turn on test mode. We want to see if our payment is working fine. I'm going to come back right here, and account and privacy, we have to look into that as well. So here we have guest checkout, allow customer to place order without an account. If you want people to be able to place order on your website without creating an account, that is possible. But for me, I want people to create an account for they can place an order. I'm going to turn this off. Allow customers to log into an existing account during checkout. So let's assume a customer have an account with you already and they want to order your products. Can they log in again? Yes. So account creation, allow customers to create an account during checkout. So yes. Allow customers to create an account on my account page. Yes. So when creating an account, automatically generate account username for the customer based on their name, surname, or email. I don't want this. When creating an account, send the new user a link to set their password. Yes. So account erasure request, remove personal data from orders on request, remove access to download on request. I'm just going to ignore this. So personal data removal, allow personal data to be removed in bulk from orders. I'm just going to turn that on. Every other thing is good to go. I'm just going to click on save changes, and we're going to come to emails. So these are the emails sent out when an order is placed. So these emails right here, the first one, new order, cancelled order, failed order, these are the ones received by the website admin, and these are the ones sent to the customer. So you can go ahead to manage the emails and edit them. You can edit the emails. Maybe you want to write something different right there. So I'm just going to leave it as default. But one thing I want to do is I'm going to come here, header image. You want to add an header image to your email. You want to customize your email. So to do that, just come to your media. I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to come to media. I'm going to open it in another tab. So I already designed an image for this purpose specifically. So I'm going to upload the image right here. So I'm going to click on add new. And if you come to your resources, you are going to see this image right here that says email. So I'm going to drag it in. I'm going to click on the image, and what I want to do is I want to copy URL to clipboard. So after doing that, I'm going to come back right here. I'm just going to copy the URL I copied. I'm going to paste it here. So this is URL to the image. Footer text, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to change this to love from soccer arena. Let's turn that in, and for the base color, you can decide to change the base color right here. So I'm just going to change it to our brand color. So we have this kind of bright blue, something like this. And then background color, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Body background color, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Body text color, I'm going to leave it the way it is. So enable email insight, receive email notification with additional guidance to complete the basic store setup, and so on and so forth. That is not needed. I'm just going to go ahead to click on save changes. So integration is not needed. Advanced is not needed. We've finished the setup we need to do for our website. And for the payment gateway as well, everything is good to go, and we can go ahead to test if our payment is working fine and if our store has been set up completely. So it is time to test our website, and for us to test the payment, we need to use a test card as well. So every platform have what we call a test card. So for Flutterwave, I'm just going to come here and search for Flutterwave test cards, and we have testing. I'm going to click on this. Scroll down, you're going to have access to all these cards. As you can see, you have access to all these cards. These are all test cards for testing your payments. So I'm going to come here and let's do as if we want to order a product. Let's assume I want to order this product. I'm going to click this. Now it brings me here. I'm going to select the blue and maybe size 39. So we have this, and I'm going to click on add to cart. So immediately we added it to cart. You're going to see a button here that says view cart, and also at the top here you should see an option for your cart. So I'm going to click on view cart, and right here, as you can see, we now have our option here, and we have a drop down. So you can either view cart here or even check out here. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to check out. So before checking out, let's test if our coupon method is working. Currently the price is 35,000. So I'm going to come back to my e-commerce. I'm going to come to products, and then I'm going to find coupon. No, I'm going to come to marketing rather. Under marketing, you're going to see coupons. I'm going to click on that. So let's assume we want to give them additional 5% or 10%. So I'm just going to click on create first coupon. So right here, you are going to give a coupon code. So let me say 5 off. The coupon is going to be 5 off. And discount type, do you want it to be a fixed cart discount? Do you want it to be a fixed product discount, or a fixed product discount, or you want it to be a percentage discount? So I'm just going to use percentage discount. And coupon amount, I'm just going to leave it as let's say 10%. So it's going to be 10% discount. Allow free shipping. If you want free shipping, turn this on. You can add an expiry date. I'm just going to leave the expiry date on. Then you can come to usage restriction, minimum spend. Let's assume they must spend a certain amount of money before they can use before the coupon can work for them. You can do that. Maximum spend, individual use only. Check this box if this coupon cannot be used in conjunction with other coupons. Let's assume once you use this coupon, you can't use it with other coupons. You can turn this on. Exclude sales item. Let's assume you have some product on sales and you want that coupon to exclude them. You can turn this on. If you want some specific product to be able to use this coupon, so just go through the settings and apply as you want. Then for the usage limit, you can apply a usage limit if you want to, but for this case, I'm just going to skip all these settings. I'm just going to leave the coupon the way it is since this is for test, and I'm going to click on publish. So our first coupon is live, 5 off. If you come to coupons, you're going to see your coupon there. So I'm going to come back to continue my order. So I'm going to click on I have a coupon. Can apply coupon right here. That's 5 off. And I'm going to click on apply coupon. So as you can see, coupon code applied successfully. Right here we have subtotal 35,000. Then we have coupon 5 off. I think I used that 10% instead. So we have the coupon right here. You can decide to remove the coupon as a user later. Assume you are too rich, I don't use the coupon. So we have the coupon here, and then we have flat rate for shipping. Remember we set shipping as 5,000 naira. It is added, shipping to Lagos, change address if you want to, and total is now 36,500. So I'm going to go ahead to click on proceed to checkout. So right here we need to fill in our details. First name Moses, last name Med, and address. I'm going to use the address I have before. So I'm just going to type in Lekki, Lagos, something like this, and let me just form a name. Let me say house 3, Lekki, Lagos. Town and city, I'm going to put Lekki, and then city Lagos. Phone number, I'm just going to put a test phone number. Should be 0902. Let me just use this one right here, test phone number. Then email address, let's use my Gmail, and ship to a different address. So let's assume as a user I'm buying for someone else, so I can use ship to a different address. So I can input the address of where I want to ship it to, but I'm buying it for myself. I'm just going to leave it the way it is, and we are good to go. So you can also add a coupon on this page as well. If I click on this, you can apply a coupon here as well. So I'm going to come here, and since I already applied the coupon, I don't need to apply it again. My payment method is Flutterwave. I can now decide to save to account. Remember when we were doing our settings, there was an option we turned on like allow users save their card details. So I'm going to click on save to account, and I'm going to go ahead to click on place order. Please read receipt and accept terms and conditions. So we forgot to accept terms and conditions. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to click on I have read and agreed to the website terms and conditions. I'm going to click on place order now. So it brings us here. As you can see right here, you can input your card details. So I'm going to come to my testing card details. I'm going to use the first one. I'm going to copy the card number. I'm going to paste it right here. I'm going to copy the CVV. I'm going to paste it right here. And the expiry date is 0932. So I'm just going to type it here 0932. And I'm going to click on remember this card for next time if you want to, but that's not needed for me. I'm just going to click on pay. And it says please enter the 4-digit card pin. I'm going to use the test card pin, which is this one. I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste it right here. Now it says enter the OTP. So we also have a test OTP here. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it right here. I'm going to click on confirm OTP. And then it says thanks for your payment. Your transaction was completed successfully. So I'm going to wait for the page to redirect me back to the website where I made payment from. And as you can see, it redirected me here. It says thank you for your order. Your order has been received. Order number, date, email, total. We have everything right here, and then I can go ahead to order again. Now for the account, if I should want to come to the account, this will take me back to the dashboard, but I want them to have an e-commerce account. So I'm going to come to customize to quickly fix that. I'm going to right click and open this in another browser. Was it going to check if the product was ordered? But first, let's quickly fix the account issues. So this is my customized page. Don't mind this error, just ignore it. So I'm going to come to header, and I'm going to click on the account. And then right here, you notice account action. It says profile page, but instead of profile page, we want the WooCommerce account page. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to select WooCommerce account. I'm going to click on publish. So once we have that published, I'm going to come back to the main website. I'm going to reload this page, and I'm going to click on my account. I'm going to click on that, and this should now take me to WooCommerce account page, not the admin dashboard. So as you can see, we have the account here. We have log account, we have logouts, we have these details, we have dashboard, we have orders. If I come to my orders, you're going to see the product I ordered. As you can see it right here, and I can click on view. We have addresses, payment method, account details, and I can also log out. Now let's check from the admin end if our payment was successful. So I'm going to come to WooCommerce, and I'm going to click on orders. So as you can see, we have one order right here. The order has been completed. The amount paid is 36,500. So if I click on this, I can see the order details, which will include the customer's address, everything, all the details needed. So let's see what we have in our details. So as you can see, I can see it right here. I can see the order status, and right here as well, I can change the status from completed to cancelled or anything. And as you can see, customer's name, we have it right here. The billing address, shipping address, we have it right here. The products I ordered, we have it right here. And then everything, all the details concerning the order is here. So let's go and check our Flutterwave if the payment reflected right there. So I'm going to come back right here to my Flutterwave account. I'm going to click out, back to menu. So right here, I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to come to transactions, and let's see our transactions. So as you can see right here, we have payment from moses@gmail.com, and then we have the amount here, 36,500, payment type card, and as you can see, date is 5 minutes ago. So we made payment 5 minutes ago. These are the other ones I've tested prior to recording this video, and as you can see, everything is working fine. Our website is good to go. So now that our payment is working, I believe you are set. But one more thing I want to show you is that when you are working on your website online, you don't want people having access to it publicly. So there's something called putting your website on maintenance or coming soon stage. So I'm going to come to my plugins and I'm going to click on add new. So I want to install a plugin that will allow me to add maintenance mode to my website. Search for coming soon. So this is the one I want to use right here. This one that says Seed Pro. I'm going to click on install now. And I'm going to go ahead to click on activate. So right here, I'm just going to click on exit setup because I don't need to set anything up. I'm just going to ignore the setup because what I need majorly is the maintenance mode. Now, coming soon mode means your website is ready. Google can start indexing it. Maintenance mode is I'm still working on this website. Don't index it. Don't make it publicly available. So I'm going to turn on maintenance mode and I'm going to click on setup maintenance mode page. So right here you have access to these two designs. You can subscribe to get free template. I think they'll give you all these templates for free if you subscribe, but this one is more than enough for me. I'm just going to click on this, and as you can see, we have this right here. You can go ahead to customize it whichever way you want. I'm just going to delete this contact button and I'm going to click on save. So now that we saved it, I can go ahead to close it and I will still have access to the website right here. I'm going to reload. I'm going to go to the home page and let's see if we still have access. As you can see, we still have access to the website. That's because we are logged in. If you are logged in and you set up maintenance mode, you still have access to the website because definitely you want to work on the website. If I come to a new browser and I try to access the website, click on enter, we should get the maintenance mode page. As you can see, we don't have access. We are down for maintenance. The website is not reachable, but you, because you are logged in, you still have access to the website. So now that we have that and that is out of the way, we still need to design our contact us page. So I'm just going to come back to my dashboard. I'm going to come to pages, and don't forget we created a contact us page right here. I'm going to click on edit. So for comparison's sake, I'm going to come to our main test website. So that is projectsample.com.ng. So right here, I'm going to come to templates, default. I'm going to set it as Elementor full width. I'm going to click on update. So I'm going to go ahead to click on edit with Elementor. So for the reference website, I'm going to come to contact page so we can see what that looks like. And this is what the contact page looks like. We have a drop down, name, email, subject, and message, and then we have a send button. So let's quickly do that. First, I'm going to drag in a heading right here. I'm going to centralize it and it says contact us. I'm going to come to style. This should be color white. As you can see, the background is black. So I'm going to make this color white and I'm going to select the mother container. I'm going to come to style and this should be color black. I'm going to come to advanced. I'm going to change the padding top of 100. As you can see, and let's make it a little bit high. Padding top of 120, padding bottom of something like 80. So I think this is better. And I'm going to edit this contact us. Come to typography. I'm going to give you something like 40 or even 50. Weight, I'm going to make it 500 or even 400. And transform should be uppercase. So this is too big. I'm going to reduce it to 40. Contact us. I think that one is a little bit bold. Let's make it 500. So this is perfect. So now that we have that, we're going to add our form. I'm going to click here. I'm going to search for form. I'm going to drag that in. And for the first one, we have, I'm just going to duplicate this. For the first one, we have Mr. or Mrs. I'm just going to say something like, you can use handle, you can use identity. We're going to use identity. The label is identity, the placeholder identity. And I'm going to change this to select because it's a select field. As you can see, select. I'm going to make it required and we're going to have Mr., Mrs., Miss, order. So I'm going to leave it like this, and for the column width, I'm going to make it something like 30%. 30% is too much. Something like 20%. 20% works fine. If you want them to be able to select multiple selection, you can turn that on. So one thing you don't forget again is come to advanced and set an ID. So I'm just going to call this con name. So contact name. And it must be unique. That's the most important thing. Then for the name is name. No, this should be con identity. Contact identity. Con identity, con name. Come to content, and I'm going to make this 80%. So it comes beside it. And it is required as well. Then we have email. Then we have subject. So for the email, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Require 100%. Con email. I'm going to duplicate this, and then we have subject. And this will be 100% as well. So we have con subject. I'm just going to leave it as con sub. And we're going to come to the message. Message is message. It is required. And this will be con message. So now that we have that, the input field size, I'm just going to go with medium. The label, I don't want label. I'm going to turn it off. Like we don't have made label here. And buttons, I want it as send. And button ID, I'm just going to say con btn. So this is good to go. Then button size should be medium, just like what we have here. And action after submit. What are the actions you want to take after submit? You want to collect submission. You want to send the admin an email. You want to send an autoresponder, which is an email too. And we also want to redirect. So collect submission, that is good. Email, for the subject, I'm just going to say new contact from Soccer 360. Then all fields, we want to collect all the fields. Then we have to change this email to arena as well. This is looking good and good to go. So for the email too, we want to send autoresponder to whoever fill the form. So how do we get their email? We have to come back to the form fields, and then we come to their email, we come to advanced, and then we copy the shortcode. Scroll down back to email 2, paste the shortcode. So this auto fills their email. It picks their email from what they fill and fill it up for them, give them an autoresponder. And we're going to type in hello from Soccer 360. So for the content, it has to be HTML pre-formatted. So I already have something here. If you should come back to your resources file, you're going to see the code.txt, and you're going to see contact us page autoresponder. Just copy from here. Just going to copy that. Come back here, and I'm going to paste. As you can see right here, it says dear, and then there's a short code for their name. Dear, their name, and then we have this guy here. So for this field right here, for this part, you have to replace it with their own with the shortcode of your own field. So this one is their initials, and this one is their name. So I'm going to come to form fields. I'm going to come to the identity, come to advanced, copy the shortcode for that. Scroll down, and for the email too, I'm going to replace it. And same thing applies to the name as well. Come back to form fields, come to name, advanced, copy the short code right here, come back to email 2, and replace this guy. So you can also replace it before pasting this document, so it will be easier for you. I'm going to paste it, and we are good to go. So from email, so where is this email coming from? I'm going to use arena@interverse.com, and every other thing is good to go. You can set a CC or BCC, your choice. So where do you want to redirect them to after they send the form? I want to redirect them to the shop page. Let's copy link address, and let's paste this. So step settings, this is not a step form. Additional settings, I'm just going to say con form. Form ID needs to be unique. Remember, custom messages, turn this on. your submission was successful. I'm going to leave it as default. I'm going to come to style, and for the fields, we want the text color as black, background color as white, border color as black. So don't mind that. Border color as black, everything is good. I'm going to unchain the border radius, the buttons, everything is good to go. Messages, you can change the color of the success message to green. And error message should be red. And regular message should be black. And this is good to go. So one thing I want to do now is I'm going to select this model container, come to advanced, unchain the padding, and give padding top of something like 70, padding bottom of 70. And this is too wide. So if I come here, this is too wide. I want to centralize it and make it smaller. So I'm going to select the form, come to advanced, come to width, select custom, and just make it something like 70% wide. Maybe 70% wide, and align cell center. This is looking good. Then for tablets, this is looking good as well, but for this size, I want to reduce it. I'm going to make it 80. And then for mobile, I want to make it 90. Let's say 90, or better still, let's go with 90. 90 works just fine. So I'm going to select this, the container. I want to reduce the padding for mobile, so this should be something like 50 and bottom 50. So we are good to go. You can change this text size. I'm going to select that, reduce it to 30 for mobile, and I'm going to click on update. So now that I've clicked on update, let's first check our email. Remember, we ordered the product. We didn't check if we got the successful email. So I'm going to come to my email, and as you can see, we have Soccer 360. If I click on that, it showed me my order. Remember the banner image we added? So this is my order confirmation email. I got the email. This is my Gmail, and as you can see, it is working fine. Got my shipping address and billing address, what I ordered, and everything, just like Amazon, Jumia, and every other platforms. So now let's test our contact page. So I'm going to come back right here to our page. I'm just going to come to intervals.org.ng, and I'm going to come to contact us page. So let's test if all our logic is working. I'm going to put Mr. Moses. Email, I'm going to put moses.m.glory@gmail.com. Or better still, let me just use a different mail. I'm going to put Madam C Moses@gmail.com. So now that we have this, Moses@gmail.com, the subject, I'm just going to put testing subject, and then the message, I am testing the contact page. So I'm going to click on send. So I think we have a mistake here. So this is meant to be a subject. So we are yet to update that. So I'm going to come back right here, and I'm going to click on the form, come to content, and as you can see, this is email, and this is, we still have the type as email. We have to change it to text. It should be text. If it is not an email, it should be text or any other thing, not email. So I'm going to update that so we don't make that mistake again. And I'm going to come back right here to reload. So name, Moses, email, Moses@gmail.com, subject, testing subject, message, I am testing. So I'm going to click on send, and let's see if all the logic we've set will work. As you can see, we got a message, your submission was successful, and we got redirected to the shop page. So that is working fine. Now let's check our Gmail if we got any autoresponder. Let's come here, and let's come here, and as you can see, we got an autoresponder. Hello from Soccer 360. So I'm going to click on this, and as you can see, we see, dear Mr. Moses, remember we autofill the initial with the short code and the name. Your request has been received successfully. We'll get across to you as soon as possible. Regards. So these are the other ones I've tested, and as you can see, everything is working perfectly fine. So there's one other form we need to test, and that is the subscription form on the home page. So I'm just going to come to the home page and scroll all the way down, and right here, let's try to test it. I'm just going to put in and to subscribe, and down see Moses, or let me use the other email, moses.m.glory@gmail.com. I'm going to click on join arena. As you can see, your subscription was successful and it redirects us to the shop page as well. So let me check my mail. Maybe I got anything. I'm going to come back right here, and as you can see, we got another email and it says, "Hey bud, our fellow football lover, we are thrilled to have you in the arena where we keep the passion burning. Looking forward to your participation, engagement to the club. Regards." So our autoresponder is working and our website is set up fully. Now what is left for us to do is to turn on the light and dark mode, and to do that we need to use a plugin called Dracula. So I'm going to come back to my dashboard, I'm going to come to plugins, and I'm going to click on add new. So right here I'm going to search for Dracula, and this is the plugin I want to use here, Dracula dark mode. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to install it, and I'm going to click on activate. So for this one, I'm just going to click on skip, and right here everything is looking good. So I'm going to come to settings, and as you can see, we have all these right here. So enable front end dark mode. Do you want dark mode on the front end? Yes. Default dark mode. So if you want the dark mode to be your default, turn it on, but for mine I don't want it. Auto match OS theme. So there's some laptop, phone where you can change your theme to dark mode or light mode. So if the user has dark mode turned on their phone or on their system, the website auto detect that and automatically show them the dark mode when they visit the website. So auto match OS theme, I'm just going to turn that on. Come to advanced settings, keyboard shortcut, time-based dark mode. If you want that, performance mode, URL parameter, all these you can turn it on, but these are pro, but we don't need that. Color settings, I'm just going to use the AI color preset. Dark to light, enable this option if your website has a dark theme and you would like to offer a light mode. So I'm just going to leave that as well. And toggle switch, we want to use this. I don't like this one, so I'm going to go with this particular toggle switch. So which type of menu do you want? Do you want show floating menu? So let me just save changes, and let's see what we have on our website so far. So now that we have it saved, I'm going to come back to my home page and I'm going to reload this page. Don't forget, we turned on the floating toggle. So let's see what the floating toggle looks like. As you can see, the website auto detects my dark theme mode. As you can see, this is the dark mode and this is looking good. So because we enabled the floating button toggle right here, you have it at the bottom right here. I can switch between dark mode and light mode. Light mode at the bottom right here, as you can see it right here. But for our reference website, you notice we have it on the header. So I'm going to come back to my settings and I'm going to come to menu toggle. So for show floating toggle, I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to come to menu toggle and I'm going to display toggle in menu. So once we have that on, I'm going to come here and I'm going to select main menu. So I want the toggle to be in my main menu. So I'm going to select option 2 and I'm just going to go ahead to click on, I want it as small, menu toggle size, I want it as small, and I'm going to go ahead to click on save changes. So now that I've done that, if I come here, this is our reference website. As you can see, the toggle is here. If I come here, I'm going to reload. And as you can see, the toggle is now here. But this is still looking too big. And there's no option to display it on mobile. So if I should inspect, if I should scroll up and I click on this, you notice this is where it is showing in mobile. But no, we want it to appear at the top here. If I should come here for this, for mobile, as you can see where the toggle is appearing. This is way better than coming to menu to do that. So there's a trick around it which I came up with, and I'm going to show you that trick. So I'm going to come back right here and I'm going to bring this back to my, so let me close this. and I'm going to bring this back to my dashboard like this. Perfect. So there's a trick around it. So for the desktop, what we have here, I'm going to right click, I'm going to inspect, and what we want to do is, let me just click out of mobile responsiveness. What we want to do is we want to click on this icon, and we are going to click on this Dracula selector. We want to select this entire guy, this guy right here. As you can see, I'm going to select that, and what we have here, this code, all you need to do is select this, select what covers the entire code, this guy, select everything, select it. It's going to allow the code, then right click on the code and come to copy and copy element. Now this is my own way of changing the position of the menu, because for you to change it normally you have to buy the pro of this plugin, or maybe it's never available. So once you copy it, you can close out of that, come right here to customize, right click, open that. I think I'm having an issue with my setup, just ignore the error. So what you want to do is come to your header and locate HTML. So just drag the HTML right here before the search. So for our reference websites, let's come to the reference websites, and these are reference websites right here. You notice it is directly before the search, so just drag the HTML before the search, click on the HTML and just clear whatever you have here, come to text and paste the HTML you copied. So once you paste it, that's all you need to do. Click on publish, and then for mobile, I'm going to come here, and for mobile we want it to be at the middle here. So I'm going to drag the HTML here to the middle, and this is where we want to have it. Click on it as well, come to text, you see the code is there, you don't have to do anything. And same thing for mobile, it is there. So I'm just going to go ahead to click on publish and come to our main website right here. I'm going to reload. Now this is our reference website, this is our main website. I'm just going to reload. As you can see, now we are having two toggle. That is because first of all we have it enabled here, and also we copied the HTML and we pasted it, so we're having two toggle. So we have to disable this one that we have right here. So display menu in toggle, turn it off, and I'm going to click on save changes. Come back right here to reload, and as you can see, now we are having one, and this one is showing because of the HTML we copied. So one thing we want to do now is we want to make this guy very small. So I already prepared a CSS for that. Come back to your resource folder, come to the code.txt, and you're going to see this toggle CSS. Copy the code, it's a CSS code. Come back to your dashboard, come back to your customizer main. I'm going to open this in another tab, then scroll all the way down, come to additional CSS and just paste the CSS right there. Go ahead to click on publish and come back right here to reload, and you're going to see that the CSS is going to change the size of this guy. And perfect. So this is the toggle we want. This is looking perfect. I can toggle it on and off and it is working fine. Let's check for mobile. I'm going to click on responsive mode, and as you can see, the toggle is right here as well, and this is working perfectly fine. So one thing you notice again is our image is darkened. We need to remove that settings. I'm going to come back right here to my dashboard, and we're going to come to image settings, darken background images. I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to click on save changes. So I'm going to come back to my website. I'm going to reload it. As you can see, our image is now back to normal. Our dark mode is active and everything is good to go, as you can see it right here. So let's test other pages. I'm going to come to shop, and as you can see, we have this. So one thing is not right here. You notice the shop is having the white background and everything is looking messed up. To configure that and set it, I'm going to come back to my customized page, come back right here to sidebar, and then come to design. So I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to select background color. So instead of going with this, I'm just going to untick that and select it manually. So initially we tick this, that's why the background color is not changing. So we want to select it manually. I'm going to select white and I'm going to click on publish. So now if you come back right here to reload, this background that we have here, which is white, is going to be gone. So as you can see, this is gone and this is looking perfect now. So everything is compliant with our dark mode, and let's check the blog. This is looking perfect as well. Let's check player's bio page. Let's check the post page as well. This is looking good as well. As you can see, the comments, everything all looking good. Come to player's bio page. I'm going to click on this one, and this is looking good as well. So this is where I'm going to end this tutorial. I believe you've learned one or two things. Even if you are new to WordPress, you understand how WordPress works. You can install it yourself. You can move it from localhost to live server. You can turn on dark mode yourself using any theme. You can integrate e-commerce. You can integrate blog, contact page, autoresponder. You can create the footer. And I believe by now you understand, or you should even know, what most WordPress developers know. All you need to do is keep practicing, try to build a personal website, and you'll see how easy it is to build a website with WordPress. If you would like to see more videos like this in the future, consider subscribing to the channel, turn on the notification bell, give a thumbs up to this video, share it with your friends, and I'm going to see you in the next video.